Free surfers, please catch your last one and come in. Hit one already paddling out. We're now with just under 7 minutes to start. So all free surfers, please catch your last ones and do come in. Hit one already paddling out. Thank you. Just over 5 minutes to start, just over 5 minutes to start. Again, free surfers, please start in the area. Follow the instructions from the Water Patrol. Bom dia, nossa Water Patrol. Chega agora amanhã. Testing, 1, 2, testing. Testing, 1, 2. Free surfers out there, now under 4 minutes to start. Boys, sorry for that. You do have to come in now. Everybody must come in now. Just over 3 minutes to start. Just over 3 minutes to start. Thank you. I was kind of hoping there will be a set coming your way. That's for the free surfers in the middle of the beach as well. Water Patrol is heading your way. Make sure you follow their instructions. Thank you. Free surfers paddling out, please don't. Reminding you that the competition area is all the way from the pier on our right side. That's facing the ocean to the beach flags further down the beach. Those 3 beach flags. First one is a Cabarero, that's further down the beach. Those 3 beach flags are the end of the competition area, the limit of the competition area on the left side. Just under 3 minutes to start. Remaining free surfers, please don't linger out there.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to Portugal. The Caparica Surf Fest is where the QS in Europe reaches its thrilling conclusion. Thursday morning in the Portuguese capital. Once again, from early glimpses, looks like we've got plenty of surf in the water. Hoping for a big day of competition. We'll find out about all that very soon. In the meantime, let's say good morning for the first time today to my co-hosts, Ben Mundy, Chico Alves. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Paul.
I just need one word if we can this morning. Let's keep it short. Your thoughts on today, your hopes, your dreams, your aspirations in a word, Ben.
Excitement.
Pressure time.
It's 2 words, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, it all gets quite serious here, guys.
Yeah, every heat matters right now. The last, as you mentioned, last sort of event on the qualifying series to get into that all-important Challenger series, to get onto the CT, and now this is where the points start to gather up. So if you can get through this heat, you're starting to get towards finals day and potentially that holy grail for the qualifying series, Paul.
Okay, some will rise, some will fall. The surf rises and falls as well. Shall we have a look at the forecast?
Let's do it.
Let's talk us through it, mate.
Let's do it.
I've got a graphic here showing you what we can expect throughout today. It's going to be 11 meters.
Yeah, in the morning we see 1.1 and in the afternoon 1.3. I thought it was going to be bigger today, actually, because on the forecast looked a bit bigger, but I had a quick chat with Charlie Quiveron and he said it's a bit smaller, but less wind. So the wave is quite pushing a bit more on the outside. So I think we're going to see probably some airs today. I think with less wind, we're going to see some ramps. So I think it's going to be less wind all day, but a bit smaller.
All right, let's find out exactly what the call is. We got Joanna Garnell with our contest director, Hugo Pinero.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Hugo. So yesterday we had an amazing day of surfing. In what way will it be different today?
For sure, yesterday was amazing, unbelievable. Lots of surfers say, like Vasco was saying, like this is the best day ever in Costa Caparica. So today, also we have swell. Swell is still here, not that offshore wind, but will be waves all along the day. These next 2 rounds of men's, round of 32 and rounds of 16, and then we're gonna run the ladies. Yeah.
Chico was just talking about some ramps for airs. Do you believe that's possible?
Yeah, Chico have his skills, huh? Nah, it will, of course. It's the main rounds now going in war, so we're gonna see some show, yeah.
Well, we can't wait for that. Back to you guys.
Now, let's kick things off on a day with still plenty of swell moving in. Don't have the brisk offshores of yesterday. It's super clean out there right now. We'll check out Johan Duroux, Patrick Langdon, Dark, Beric de Vries, Marco Mignot. How about this for a quartet?
Yeah, 2 goofies, 2 naturals, all showing a fair bit of form. Saw Johan Duroux get the highest heat score, highest heat total yesterday, and it was the first surf of the morning as well. Yeah, Patrick Langdon Dark, well, he came back strong under pressure. Of course, Beric de Vries is an experienced competitor and now sort of trying his hand at coaching as well. And Marco Mignot, he's right on that bubble in terms of qualification for the Challenger Series. So yeah, it's so much to play for here.
There's Beric, sprightly, little clip off the top. Heading down the line with a load of speed. It's a little softer wave. He knows it. Kicks out. Yeah, in the coaching role now, you see some surfers or people in various sports during their career, you see them, you go, he's going to go into coaching afterwards, or she's going to go into coaching afterwards. With Beric, you wouldn't necessarily have
no.
sort of named that as his calling early on.
Didn't see it coming, but you know what? I reckon it's been great for him. Just
doing a great job.
Bit of responsibility.
Yep.
He's always switched on. He's always, he's got to watch all the heats. He's got to look after. They're often, the kids, and they need a helping hand. And yeah, I think it's been good for his maturity and sort of added a bit of spark to his own surfing. So yeah, perhaps not the obvious choice, but yeah, you know what? He's really making it work.
Yeah, do what I say and don't do what I do in this case, because he caught a really bad wave, as we see.
How's that make you feel, Chico?
We'll get back to
the
Twitter
boys.
sphere.
That must make you feel good.
Yeah, how many times I lost them was great. And as part of that generation, I've lost a few times. Didn't add that goofy friend of my generation where we can actually kind of like talk about how we can beat them. So I was quite like on my own thought, trying to understand how to beat them.
Yeah,
maybe you or Paul. Back then,
quite difficult to beat those two. Quite difficult.
And as you see, a bit of a lull here. Tide is getting lower, which is good. We're going to see some steep waves, and I think we're going to see some really good airs with this wind.
A lot of people tuning in the UK, supporting Patrick Langdon Dark, and the whole UK squad actually have been going well out here. Shout out to the weapon, Nathan Phillips. Sent me a message. Welsh Ripper. He's actually hurt himself, but he's got a bad leg, so he's laid up for a little while, but he's tuning in, enjoying the broadcast. And loads of support for the UK crew in general.
Yeah, they're a pretty proud surfing nation.
They're going good.
Yeah, they had a good run, all sticking together. Patrick's the highest ranked surfer on the men's for those guys. So he's one of their big hopes. He we saw, I think maybe 2 years ago now, maybe even 3, when he got the semi-finals in the Azores. So really, that was a big marker when he started sort of beating these top guys. And as I said yesterday, he was under the pump, didn't catch a wave for about 20 minutes, but when it came through, he really went for it. So, yeah, the English should be following him. Yeah, Nathan Phillips, I read about that. Was a pretty crazy accident, didn't he? That was pretty wild, but yeah, glad to see he's coming out the other side and getting better.
Catch much bells last night, Ben?
Didn't see any of it, actually.
Chico?
I was just waiting to catch
Same,
up.
I just went to bed really early. Like around 9 o'clock, I was sleeping already. So. And you?
Did you watch it, Paul?
I forgot it was on. I forgot it was on. Garnell watched it.
Oh, yeah. The true surf fan
watched
amongst
it
us.
and asked what was the highlights.
What did she
was
say?
Good. She said commentary was good.
Right.
Yeah.
Good. Now I'm going to go catch up with the highlights today, actually. Just take my time, go through some of the heat analyzer, pick out the best waves. That's the way I like to do it. Go deep, go granular.
It's not like you to miss CT action, Chico. I always thought you would be watching pretty much everything.
Yeah, but the contest, these Bells and Margaret are really hard for me. Like I really like to sleep early, and every time they run really late, and I just can't do it. There's people.
Should we ask them if they could maybe move the times of it a bit better for you? Maybe put it on a bit earlier.
I think so. I think it's a good option. But yeah, other than that, all the other events, I really try to watch it. But all that
it's actually on right now.
It's on, yeah.
yeah. We want you to go across over to the other to Bells right now. You're going to watch Caparica.
Another view here. We put another screen here. We commented both. But yeah, when I left, was Carissa in the water? I think. But I saw that Owen got through. Owen had a really good score total, and Dylan Moffat too. And
He's good, Moffat.
what?
He's really good.
He's really good.
Yeah. Fast.
Yeah.
Speedy.
I think we had the pleasure to see him surfing near Ericeira last year, and he surfed really well. I remember he had a huge layback snap on the first section, and he got like something like an 8. So he's a danger man. So these wildcards nowadays are really good.
What else happened, Ben? You're looking through on your phone now on the World Surf League app.
Oh, I can tell you some of the. It looks like a lot of the favourites did well. Ethan Ewing got a big number, got through. Griffin Colapinto the same, 15.66 heat total, smashed it. Max got third, unfortunately, for the European, Maxim Houston. Ryan Callanan was a win. Moffat, as you said. Owen Wright coming back in his last ever event on the CT. He beat Toledo.
Who did Ryan beat?
In the 3-man heat, Ryan beat Kyle Abelli and Zeke Lau.
Okay.
We also had Jack Robinson won his heat. Kelly Slater got third. He goes to the elimination round. Kalawa Andino, a much-needed win for him to go straight into the next round. Emrod beat Geordie Smith. Jackson Baker, Jacko Baker, got a heat win over Rio Waida. Yago Dora, another impressive performance. And Kanoa Igarashi, 16.4, the highest heat total of the day.
We knew that was coming. We needed a response from Kanoa. That's what we got.
John, 16.26, another massive number from John. He's also due a result as well. So, yeah, the big guns seem to be firing early on in the...
Medina, Toledo?
They both got second, so they didn't set the house on fire, but they're through second. Yeah, so no major upsets. Probably the only... He got second, so the only major sort of surprise package in the elimination round really is Kelly Slater at this early stage. But, yeah.
What a wave behind. Looks like a good one. Really clean, and I think there's someone in position.
Barrick has to give way to Joanne. He's got priority. Here he is on the backhand tools. Quick whip from him. And real similar to yesterday, he surfed first heat of the day. Beautiful condition. All right, here goes Marco Migno with a little bit more pace to his wave. And there's a dynamic turn. He likes doing those hands at the end. Seen it a few times now, Marco.
Yeah. So the Del Teresa Bombolo ride out, it's known as.
As we see Marco's coach, right?
Yes, Jason Aparicio.
Legend.
Doing some coaching with a lot of the...
And Liam O'Brien.
Leo Port.
Yeah, a bit of a legend. It's Jason. He's doing well with Marco. Marco came in the booth yesterday. Yeah, he was really good. But this wave from Joanne, well, we just know what you get. Nice backhand whack. Only a 2-turn section, one more than Marco got. But Marco, yeah, he was in good form yesterday in the booth. Came in, just trying to put the Challenger Series sort of rankings a little bit to one side and focus on each heat was his plan. Not easy, he admits it, but that's the way he's trying to do it. And yeah, he was calm as we PLD up and riding.
Yes, Patrick. Nice whipping first turn, deep bottom turn, and a mistake. A softer wave is running out of juice. Not the start he wanted, but...
No, he'd already... I mean, he just needed to finish that one off. He would have been at least in the mix. No real reason for that. Maybe just pushing a little bit too hard on that softer wave. He'd already had a turn. If he got that one in there, he had another one coming his way. That would have been a pretty, you know, a decent scoring wave if he hadn't made that mistake. And given the fact that it was his first wave in 15 minutes, it probably stings even a little bit more. So he'll have to regroup, go out and try again. See that stiff offshore that we had yesterday? Yeah, that's just backed off. It's still super clean, oily. But geez, these coaches are happy this morning, aren't they?
There's Llewellyn Whittaker. He's fired up. Been supporting a lot of the UK crew, coaching them, traveling with them, giving them insights.
Close heat overall, 13 minutes to go and nothing major yet. Joanne has a 4, Marco a 4, so it's going to be a close battle until the end. I think it's going to be a question of who gets the bomb and who gets the highest backup, actually, because we can tell it's going to be a low-scoring heat affair. So right now, anyone with a backup like Joan and Marco will sit in a better position because if a flurry of waves come, they're gonna have 2 scores already, and the others are gonna have like 7 minutes left or 6 minutes left to actually wait for another one. So I think with more than 10 minutes gone through, by now Patrick and Beric would love to have a backup, at least something around the 4 range or 5 range.
Quick tweet in, got Claire in Calais. Bonjour Claire. Question for Ben, can you keep one? The Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg. Great question.
Netherlands. Yeah, Luxembourg. It's just, what is it? Just a tax dodge. Just a 300 square kilometre tax dodge.
Your opinions, Ben. Chico, which one are you keeping?
As you see there, João.
Here goes Duru. Your heat leader, bang, and he's on his way to another number there. So that's how you do it. In response to Patrick Lane Dark, who couldn't get the second turn done. Duru gets the combo. Judges like a combo.
He looks pretty sharp, Joanne. You know, sometimes he just gets in those modes in these events. Bit of a confidence player, as most people are, to be honest. But yeah, when he starts just getting that backhand really in motion, just some tail release, really whippy, really fast. You just know he's in sync with the ocean as well. So, you know, he is the top seed, one of the favourites for this event, and you can see why with surfing like that.
Claire straight back online, just another one, you keep one. Rotterdam, Amsterdam, or the band, The Damned. Ben,
Oh, The Damned,
your
absolutely.
thoughts? So you just get rid of the 2 of the finest, Europe's finest cities?
Yeah.
Like that, you? Just wiping them off the map?
Yeah. I'll tell you what,
Wow.
love The Damned.
Just for some whimsical, kind of like
whimsical,
wacky punk.
Not wacky. I think you'll find that Captain Sensible is one of the great songwriters of our time. Got me through some dark times as a teenager. Did The Damned, and I will cherish them and will not lose them over a couple of port cities in a far land.
We're live from Praia do Paraíso. It's the Costa de Caparica Surf Fest. And there's 10 minutes and 40 seconds to go in an opening heat, which features some sterling work from Joan Duru thus far. The 6.67 for his last ride puts him in a commanding position as his score towers over his adversaries. Mignot, the best of the rest, got the 4.43. It's a sluggish start. Other than that, from Joan, everyone else is maybe just still sort of half asleep, Ben.
Yeah, slowly waking up. It sort of puts Patrick's single mistake even into a harsher light because, you know, he would have at least had a wave. But yeah, it's a bit slow. No one really getting amongst it. Peric had that wave at the very, very start and hasn't been able to do anything since. So, yeah, it's we need a bit of energy in the ocean. Let's see, Tabby getting ready. So yeah, you know, it often happens. We've got a flurry, and it's going to come down to this, yeah, maybe potentially one wave. You think Joanne's going to be looking pretty strong now. Those, you know, 2 best waves of the heat. It comes down to these other 3, and it's going to be tight. Just lacking energy. We've had so much energy in the ocean, haven't we, the last couple of days? You just feel it. There's so much intensity about it, consistent. It's just feels that's just eked out somewhat this morning. It'll kick in, but at the moment, yeah, we need some help.
You reckon it's going to be possible to run some heats on the high tide? We had that problem on the first day, and today looks like, by the looks of the energy in the ocean, that we could have a bit of trouble with that.
Well, I think we're due to run about 16 heats, so we might even sort of be done before the top of the tide. In any case, so we might, yeah, no doubt the Rob Gunning and Hugo would have factored that in. So yeah, I think as it stands, I think the high tide could have been potentially a problem, but we might get lucky.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt your tide chat, guys, but Claire in Calais is actually back online.
She's busy. She's got 2 screens. She's got the Caparica on. She's got bells on.
She says on this occasion I will need to push
on.
Chico for an answer as well.
Oh, yeah.
Just duck out of it as he has done the previous 2. Here's Joan. He's not ducking out of anything. He's taking it on. Nice, easy and smooth rotation on the backhand. Chico likes it. Duru gets it done. Let's see where that goes in relation to his 4.67 as a backup, or 6.67 high.
Was that a completion? Was that a completion?
You said that in a funny voice then, didn't you?
That's my.
You sounded like a sort of Chicago cop. You went, is that a completion? I saw him out on the boulevard.
Oh, that completion. Guys, that's a completion.
Is that a completion?
Is that a completion?
Give me your badge and your gun.
Hey, come here, mate. If I ain't a completion.
You're off the street, Monday. Take a vacation.
If I ain't a completion, I ain't doing this job no more. I ain't sick of working for you and the rules. I don't play by the rules.
All right, here goes Barrett. Great looking wave for him. Quick whip and snap. What's he got looking down the line? He hasn't got loads of speed. Bang. There we go. That's nice. As he picks up pace and hits the lip hard, and then a little jamming snap to finish on a tight corner. That was a tricky wave to surf. Wasn't really draining. It was pushing a little bit wide, and he did well just to keep the pressure on there. Let's see where that goes score-wise. Numbers in for Duro. It'll be a throwaway. Here's another look at Barrick, Chico.
Yeah, first turn, just a quick setup carve. Then he's just weaving his way through this wave to understand if he can actually apply some pressure, as he did there. And this last section, I don't know if it's a completion, but it is. So a completion. So it's a 3.33 for Barrick. But yeah,
what happens to Monty's voice? It's like one of those people that has a head trauma and then they wake up and they speak Filipino.
I think every
yeah, they wake up and they're fluent.
Yeah.
I think that every time we see someone in between a completion, we just say it like that.
I think it was a completion.
A completion.
I think that was actually when I haven't watched it again, but it wasn't a score in any case.
Great stuff from Duro. I'm loving this. Showing us something different. He's got the variety. He's got the tricks.
Yeah, he really has. That's sort of a sign. He's pretty confident right now.
We get this tweet real quick. I'm going to
Yeah,
both
hit me,
Claire
hit me.
and Calais. She's pushing back. You can only keep one. Environmental justice movement, Bluetooth, or cooked tomatoes. First of all, Ben, could you just clarify your stance on the cooked tomato as a key breakfast ingredient?
Oh, you're just talking about as not as the ingredient in pasta sauces.
No, on its own, as
On its
standalone
own.
on your plate. Do you backing them? Because
Yeah,
they
I don't
can be
mind-
controv.
I don't mind a roasted tomato.
Okay.
I'll roast them for breakfast with obviously a lot of salt and pepper, a lot of olive oil, and even maybe a bit of
Herbs.
balsamic in there and some
Herbs.
basil. So yeah, I've got time for it. Just hold that thought. There's a little sharp stab there from Marco, but now he's the one who's probably got the best air game of the four, but that's not going to have anything for him. He just looks around a little bit lost.
Does that panic going that wave?
Yeah. The environmental justice movement, and what was the other one?
Bluetooth.
Bluetooth. I've only really sort of embraced Bluetooth sort of more recently, so I'm gonna
You have done.
Yeah.
In the car with your phone with the music?
No, but yeah, but I lived a lot of my life without it, is what I'm saying.
Right.
I mean, I do enjoy the tech. Don't get me wrong. But I'm going to have to stick with the environmental justice movement.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty important. I think we need more environmental justice. Probably it's all we need, really.
Of those three, which of the two you say you sort of generally are more sort of either use or eat or involved in? Your participation. Probably say cooked tomatoes and Bluetooth more.
Probably Bluetooth.
We can all set goals. Chico, any preferences there? Do you like a cooked tomato?
Yeah, I like it. I think if it's not cooked, I like it too. I like it on salads. But yeah, here we don't have really the culture of having roasted tomatoes in the morning, as we see Marco.
Nicely done from Minho. Good combo for him. He had to get his skates on and get around that section, which he does. What's he got for us here? He needs a strong finish. Really nice tag. And again, wow. How did he do that on almost a...
I think it was a completion.
Not much of a wave.
Completion.
Yeah.
The fire that he's able to just draw upon there. He's got some weaponry.
Yeah, there was so many sharp turns in such a short space of time. Beric trying to fight back and can't.
You're only 4 years from retirement. Take it easy. You're gonna make retirement.
I'm sick of this. I just want to get my completion and get out of here.
What's that a completion?
I tell you, they cook tomatoes where the issue is, especially in the full English of the United Kingdom, when they sort of have it's kind of almost
All the full
boiled.
Welsh as it's known
like
in
a
Wales.
high.
Add, Ben, because
are high, so it's almost like a boiled whole tomato. It's watery.
Wow.
Oh, here we go. Patrick Landon Dark
Finish
smashing it. He
PLD.
needed this wave. All right, he's back at this now. He's got a couple of ones thus far. 3 on the clock. He wants to get a wriggle on, paddling out and get himself another wave. So he should be back in with much better numbers now. Also, Minyo's going to get a score, which might make things a little more difficult. Here's Patrick.
Great snap there, and boom, vertical approach with fins out. Completion well executed, as we see the replay of Marco. Quick snap there, bangs off the top. Here we thought the wave was over. He gets around it, and the wave offers him a double up. So he gets the snap and then the blow tail reverse. So
Pretty sick.
really sick wave.
Manufacturing a score on a smaller, softer wave. I like it.
Yeah, he made the most of it. The wave was really hard to surf. So 5.83 for Marco, and now Beric needs a 6.83 and Patrick 8.26. So Marco making the job a lot more difficult for them, as we see Johan on a bomb.
Look at this thing. Duru leathering it. There's the combo. He's just going really, really fast. You just contrast that to Marco's scratching up speed between the turns. Duru, on the other hand, just leaning hard off the bottom turn, belting the lip. Let's have another look at this. Your heat leader, he might extend his lead here.
It's not a water drop out of place, is it? It just gets that 2-turn combos. Been a few of those. That's what they'll judges will be looking at Patrick's wave and comparing Patrick's 2-turn combo as against Joanne's. He's probably not going to go into his top 2. Well surfed, so clean. He has left Patrick and Beric out there. They've got priority. They've only got 90 seconds on the clock. And Patrick's still with a score to drop in, but I think time's going to be the enemy here. It's been slow all throughout this morning. And now they need something desperate to come in. A 4.4 for Patrick, so now he needs a 5.77. He needs a 5.77 with 1 minute to go. And some whistles from the crowd, Paul, might indicate there's some sets approaching.
Drama possibly to finish out our first heat of the day. Here's Beric de Vries. He needs to use his priority. Here he goes. Great looking wave for Beric. What's he got? Bang. Massive hit. Releases the tail. And again, another. The wave goes soft and he just adjusts his second maneuver. There's a third shroud in the pocket. Most crucial thing he's done, he's got a wave and he's asked a question of our panel. That's key when you're chasing scores. We'll look to cruise this in and bring it back to the beach. Cap down now, final 30 seconds of the heat. He's still surfing on this wave. Gets another quick flick. Think of the work out the back, particularly the opening 2 turns probably. 6.83, did you see that?
No, unfortunately. I liked, he tried to add, he knew he needed a big number.
Whoa.
Patrick, though, he's not going to get it with that. He needed a big number, so he was trying to add a bit of spice and a bit of flair, but in doing so, he sort of lost his technique a little bit. And, yeah, I think Beric's not going to get that score, and looks like Patrick's not going to get that score on that last wave. Beric doesn't look happy, does he? Crikey. Terrifying. So, yeah, unfortunately for Beric, he's going to go back to the coaching role for the rest of the event. Looks like Patrick missed out as well. That's the completion of the heat.
Duru looked great out there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just wait for these official results to get posted in. But Duru started off strong in that heat and he never really looked back. He clicked into rhythm early on and showed us a bit of everything. Releasing above the lip with the rotation, hitting it hard, throwing spray and speed. Real good. Enjoyed that a lot. So it's the French pairing of Duru and Minyo who will advance out of our first encounter. We've got some more great surfers coming up in the round of 32 for the men. More live action from Portugal right after this.
that right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to live action. We've got João Mendonça paddling for this wave, straight up and into it. That's what we like to see. One turn, makes it. But not going to think that's going to be a big scoring wave there for João. So we are into the round 32 today, heat number 2. Going to be progressing through this entire round, 8 heats, and then potentially another 4. The official results coming in there. So João Giroux, Marco Migno, 2 French representative surfers through to the next round after a slow heat, but nonetheless pretty high caliber one, and joined in the booth by Philippe Jervis. And I'll tell you another pretty stacked heat now. Philippe, looking across these 4 surfers, all pretty powerful, all pretty technical.
Yeah, I was looking at the heat sheet for the rest of the day, and I think all heats are stacked. As you see, Leon Glatzer on a really nice right-hander, nice strong vertical turn there, and ended up losing the control there. As you see, Teva, the big surfer from Morocco, nice first carving, straight into a huge cutback, straight into a top of the lip, and it looks fun. Looks really fun, Ben.
Yeah, well, those waves there, probably some of the, almost a bit bigger than we saw in the first heat. So, yeah, it looks like it's just clicking into gear, so clean. I think this wave, this is Teva's wave.
Yeah, a little first setup turn to open up the shoulders on this one, straight into a vertical hit off the top. Unfortunately, the wave didn't allow him to do anything else, but yeah, it's gonna be a first good score on his board, so we can start the heat as strong as possible. As you see, just a combination of really nice turns. He has such a nice style and flow. Also, we have here, this is the replay for Mendonça's turn. Nice little turn, not big of a wave, but very well surfed as well. And here we had Leon, nice first snap here. I think he didn't look too convinced going up on that one, but here a lot stronger than that one. And he tried to go over the lip a little bit too late. Unfortunately, he went down. Let's see how the judges think of it.
Yeah, I think that wave had a bit more potential than what he eked out of it. He did that one turn, but you're right, it was a bit sticky on the second one, so we'll see where we go. Someone who wasn't sticky was João Giroux. He's down there on the beach.
Absolutely. And João, you must be a morning person, because where'd you get all that power for those really big moves?
Big coffee in the morning, that's the move. Hard to wake up, but then with the cold water, you get a good wake up.
Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it's good. Conditions are nice in the morning, no wind. Was a bit slow this morning, but maybe Swell get a little push and we have more wave for next one.
Yeah, because you're still going to compete today. Are you excited about that?
Yeah, 3 times. Me, Maud, and me again.
Any tips you're going to give to Maud for her round?
No, she knows what to do, and then, yeah, she knows what to do. The conditions are nice, so because yesterday was hard for the girls, hope today they have better condition.
Well, thank you very much. You're in the next round. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
All right, thanks, Joanna, and thanks, Joanne. Yeah, João, he's back in again. Going to surf again this afternoon, so 2 surfs in one day, plus supporting his partner, Maud Lacar, when she surfs in her heats as well. So, yeah, he looks pretty comfortable. He's pretty relaxed.
Yeah, a big coffee in the morning, as he said, and it's good enough to have a lot of energy for those waves. As we see a bit of a paddle battle here. Who has the priority? Leon had, but no one won on that one, as we see right up at the top of the
Gilbo up the point. Wow, look at this wave. Wow. Nice first turn, driving around the corner, another one in the lip. Still a bit late, but he's still making it work. There's another one, so just really, really well surfed, that wave. It was always running away from him. He's not done yet. So, great start for Tristan. Still going. Oof, and just finished it off. So, a long wave ridden from way up the edge of the contest area all the way through, and he had so much speed at the start. He had to project up into the lip to sort of keep up with it, but geez, he did well.
Yeah, these waves on the right side of the lineup, they had a lot of wall, but they're kind of fast at the same time, and so it didn't actually allow them to go top to bottom. He had to run with the wave the whole time, but he did a really good job. Couple of big nice turns on the outside, and then he's just milked this one all the way through the inside to just hit it one more time here with a bit more power than that one. So he's got to be happy. It's a long wave. As you see, you can see how far he is from the other competitors, but see just the first one, speed turn, and another one, speed turn. Otherwise, he would miss the rest of the wave, and then here he managed to get a bit more top to bottom because the wave just slowed down a little, and now he's just brought this wave all the way through the inside. Sometimes this inside part, obviously you as a surfer and as a competitor, you always want to finish the wave, but sometimes it doesn't have that push and power on the wave, and sometimes not even worth it. But good job by Tristan. It's a 5.13, so third best wave of this heat so far.
He was a bit unlucky that sort of there was a lot of foam on the wave as well when he got to the end bit. Out the back though, Leon Glatzer paddling. Looks like Zhao, who has priority, uses it. He's down the line. Look at this nice wave.
Wow.
Little check turn, drives off the bottom. Another one. Got to go a bit more open face here, and goes for a radical kind of tail slide and makes a mistake. So again, I know they look beautiful. They're big, but they're just that little bit quick. But there was opportunity here. I think he missed.
Yeah, this one, a nice speed turn straight into the off the top on that one. And here, I understand what he was trying to do, but at this time of the contest and this stage of the heat, he might not need to push that hard. Just finish the wave and make sure you're right there in the mix with all the other scores. But very good surfing by João. He has been surfing really, really good. He's a big charger, one of the next big chargers in Portugal, because he's really young and he already charges big waves, and he's a really, really technical and good tube rider. It's pretty impressive to watch him surf waves like that.
Yeah, real solid technique. Loves it when there's a bit of juice. Just pushed it a little bit hard on that one. Couldn't quite come out of it. Leopold Etienne getting ready for his next heat. Oh, sorry, Enzo Cavallini coming up against Marco Lacomere. So they just keep coming. These stacked heats. By the end of today, we're going to have, well, just 8 surfers, men, 8 men left, which is pretty crazy to think about. Rifled through some serious heats and leaving the organisers the option of picking the very best conditions for the finals days, whether that's the Friday or the Saturday. It'll just depend on the waves. So yeah, we're looking in good shape in terms of the contest sort of structure and where we're at with the waves. But it's about these guys trying to fight to get into those all-important quarterfinals or semi-finals where you can get some serious points to go to the Challenger Series.
Yeah, now we're getting closer to that moment. We're getting closer to that ratings moment, and I'm pretty sure every surfer on the contest right now is still thinking about that. There's a big of an opportunity for the underdogs. There's an opportunity for the top guys to try to defend themselves. So it's gonna be interesting. A couple of nice last days of competition, because it's a lot of stake right now. Like, every heat counts.
Yeah, for sure. These guys just trying to get up the rankings somehow, get valuable points. I'm not sure if any of these surfers can make it, but they can at least get the rankings a lot higher. Guys like Mark Lacomere, who's on 7th place on the rankings, he's coming up next. So for him, every heat is super, super important.
Little bit of a lull on the ocean, but yeah, but still that right-hander just keeps the sandbank just keeps on providing the perfect right-hander. Sometimes it takes a little while for the sets to come in, but there's definitely opportunities out there.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a little bump in the wave height throughout the day. Not a whole lot, but a little bit. It's not dropping off, put it that way. It's supposed to just marginally increase for this afternoon, so hopefully we'll stick it on. But yeah, the banks have been great. But yeah, the only issue, as you said, is just only the sets are breaking, so there's no in-between sort of waves. So with 4 surfers out there and just the sets breaking, often, you know, if you're not in priority, you're going to miss a set and you have to wait for the next one. So that's, you know, waiting for 2 sets, we can take up to, you know, 10 minutes.
Yeah, that makes the strategy a lot interesting, because when you have consistent waves and you have those in between set waves, smaller ones, it's easier. You can maintain your rhythm and try to sometimes even, as we see Leon just up and riding, just that one big turn on the outside. We've been seeing the judges enjoying those kind of turns for the few days of competition, as we see Teva on a nice looking wave, Ben.
Yeah, he's just one of those waves with a bit more slower pace to them, and he's surfing really, really well. He loved that as well. He should. He already had a 5.43, so Teva's going to go out into the lead and have quite a convincing one. Really, really well surfed. It just had a better pace to it, that wave, and he was able to get right up in the pocket. 3 big turns, and yeah, just really, really impressive from Teva. Going to look at this replay, but it looked good from the first time round to the naked eye. And Teva on his backside looking great.
Yeah, as you said, one of those waves that hold a little longer. They're not that fast. That second turn was so good, and he timed this one off really well, because it was not easy, because he kind of it came a little bit too late on the second one, but he just managed to go over the top and hit the lip on this finishing turn, which is really well surfed by Teva. Really, really well surfed. Because those are the waves you want, because sometimes those ones that you have to run with them, they don't allow you to put as much amplitude on the turns. As you see, 6.9 by Teva. That's the score you want. That's the wave you want, and he's got to be happy with that.
Yeah, like some of those other waves, you know, he could actually delay his bottom end turn almost, couldn't he? He could take his time, and that meant he could go square and go up. Where the other guys, like Tristan's wave, for example, he had to race down the line.
Yeah.
He couldn't like control his own speed. The wave was dictating where he had to go. With that one here, he was just squaring up, and yeah, almost a 7-point ride and a healthy heat lead now for Teva, leaving Glatzer, Mendoza and Gilbo chasing that second place. Here goes Glatzer. No, it looks like Zhao has got the priority and uses it. Little check turn first, comes around here, might go to the air, throws the fins out, spins it back around, but goes down. Probably the only option he had there. If he had to go for it, just couldn't complete.
Yeah, unfortunately for João on that little air, he actually landed on top of the board, but the impact on the flats is so hard. Sometimes it's hard. He just, you know what he's gonna do from the beginning. He landed on the board, but that impact sometimes is so hard. It's really hard to keep the balance on top of the board, because you just hit the flats and your whole body has to compress, and if you don't do it, yeah, you're gonna fall. Unfortunately for João, because that would be a nice score, 2-turn combo with a nice air. But there's still 9 minutes, so he still has time to try and figure out something on the lineup, as we see a couple of lines coming in.
Yeah, looking a bit wider down here. Yeah, all those 3 surfers, Tristan Zhao, only needing a 4-point ride to get up in that second place. That set didn't quite work out, so Teva out in front. Leon Glatzer, and what do we have got? We've got Joanna Garnell, and she's got a little hold that thought, but live action as Glatzer banging down the line. He might go to the air. He's got a massive air game. No, hangs on. Big top turn, tries to go for the 2-turn combo and comes down. So that's not going to wait. And meanwhile, Tristan Gilbo, the Frenchman, a little sort of carving hack. Gets up in the lip that time, then he's got a section here to finish off. Really working hard. He needed a 3.48, so he might get that. So typically, just to show Garnell, it's going to give us some searing insight. We've got a crazy flurry of waves. While the judges work that out, we'll go back to you, Joanna. Who have you got for us?
Yeah, thanks, Monday. I'm here on my mission to bother some surfers. I've grabbed Justin right here. What can you tell me about this heat so far? You're supporting Teva right now?
Yes, and Tristan. I just got here, and Teva just got a good wave, 6.9. So I think he's happy. Everybody needs a score now, and yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, you're coming in a few heats later. What do you think of the conditions right now? Is this something you're enjoying?
Yeah, not a lot of wind, good rides, and I don't know. I like this spot again, as I said yesterday.
Did you beat Yolanda to the beach today?
No, still haven't. Got second, but you only remember the first.
Well, hopefully you'll get a first in your heat, right?
Exactly.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Joanna. Thanks, Justin.
It feels like he just woke up.
Yeah, he's not a morning person. He's our JB. And yeah, he said that. Yeah, he's coming up in a couple of heats. This wave, just never. Once he didn't get this turn quite right, it meant the second one was sort of done and dusted.
Yeah,
as well.
he kind of pressed on the back foot a little bit too early, but Tristan got a really nice wave. Unfortunately, he surfed really well, but it feels like there was something missing on this wave, right? It's like,
Yeah.
and that's why it's only a 4.87. Even though it was a really well surfed wave, it felt like you need that wow factor that he didn't brought it because of something. I don't know, but the wave, yeah, because this kind of waves with not much wind and you can see there's not too much energy on the wave. Sometimes it's hard to explode as much as you want, because even here, especially here in Costa de Caparica, which is a tough wave. Chico is looking at me. As we see João Mendonça eyeing the air section. Oh, just trying to get something big, but unfortunately unable to land that one as well.
Yeah, he went for it. Sort of, again, he's only had one thing on his mind. As soon as this wave was rushing down the line, it's a good angle of it. Sort of went for the grab, missed the grab, and as soon as he missed the grab, he lost control. See there, just couldn't quite hang on to it, and then end up sort of his backside on the top of the board. Never an ideal situation. Now needing a 6-point ride, so he needs something with a bit of spice. Tristan Gilbo got a 4.87 to move up into second now, so Leon Glatzer, surfer in green, needing a 4.83 as we go to a heat recap, and João Mendonça needing a 6.
Yeah, this hit started off pretty well for Teva. Nice 5.43, just a combination of 3 big turns. The big man from Morocco is just absolutely smashing. And then we had Tristan Gilbo, the second place right now, catching one of the best waves of the morning so far. A little bit fast, it just has to race down the line throughout the whole wave, but still very well surfed by Tristan, enough to put him on the second place so far. With 4 minutes remaining, he's just milked this one all the way through the inside, as he's still waiting for the wave to stand up again so he can hit it one more time. Nice surfing by Tristan, but this is the best wave of the heat so far, 6.9. Nice first setup turn, just waited for the right timing to attack the leap and then close this one really strong as well. Very well surfed. Very good wave choice by Teva as well, because you see not all of them are good, and Teva just gets 2 of the best waves of the heat so far.
Yeah, absolutely ripping, best waves and really well surfed, both of them. And here he goes again with priority. And he's going down the line again, just taking his time. That's the difference with his waves, just getting right in the pocket. It's another one. That one was a little bit soft, that second one. Lacking the dynamism of his other waves. He's sticking with it. If nothing else, it just stopped his opponents from getting it, and a nice little snap, and then gets a little rebound, a little carve, and falls off. Maybe not going to be into his top 2 waves, but his wave selection positioning on this bank has been far superior.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure every other surfer, both of those surfers that were on the outside with him, would be really happy with that one, but it's not going to be on Teva's top 2. He was kind of late on this one, and then there he had to cut it short a little, and then the wave just absolutely disappears. He's able to get past that flat section and hits it one more time, turns left, and then his back foot comes out here. But still, obviously, very well surfed. But I'm pretty sure both of those surfers wanted this wave because they really need the score. And yeah, it's just a 3.37 for Teva, but nothing changes. He's just idolizing his priority and making sure no surfer gets a good wave as well.
Yeah, exactly right. Bit of a tactical manoeuvre, but a great wave. But I don't think it's going to be one that increases his lead. 2.5 minutes to go. Gilbo and Teva out in front, and Glatzer probably the most likely at this stage. Only needs a 4.83 with 2 minutes to go. So not a massive number, but needs something to come in. He has got priority as well, so he can choose any wave that does come in. Just a waiting game now, Jervis. Not much more you can do is just hope for a wave comes through, huh?
Yeah, not really. You just have to wait for your moment and make sure you are on the right spot at the right time, because when the set comes, you have to go. And it's going to be interesting because Leon is in third place. He has the priority, and right beside him is, as we see here, Leon just eyeing something. He's looking at something and only needs a 4.83. Which is an okay requirement. We haven't seen a lot of 5-point wave throughout this heat, so it's going to be interesting to see how Tristan is going to play with this situation. He's going to probably force Leon to try and lose his priority on a bad wave. But looking at the ocean and looking at the lineup, it doesn't look like there's something coming.
And he'll know that Glatzer's got a massive air game. You know, he can just do one Hail Mary, one massive turn. He can get that score. Glatzer may be making a move up the point now. Saw that right-hander.
What's Tristan
doing? Might be one behind it.
You cannot leave him alone. He's repositioning himself, trying to run away from Leon, try to get a bit of an insider, but still pretty weird with 30 seconds. He should.
Yeah, but he doesn't have priority, is he? So there's not much he can do.
Well, as a surfer, you can always force the other guy to make a weird decision, and that's what I would do in his position, because obviously you want, even if it's just to get in his mind, you know, just stay close to him and make sure he makes a mistake. And but yeah, Tristan with a different kind of strategy.
Yeah, looks like it may have paid off. No waves coming through at all. So you can see Teva and Tristan are through, and that's the end of the event for Leon and Joao. So French speaking pair are through. Teva, really impressive, 12.33. Really good wave selection. Surfed his 3 waves really well in each instance. And yeah, he'll be really stoked to get another surf. Going to surf again today in the round of 16. So, you know, he's one heat win away from a quarterfinal. So that's pretty impressive for young Teva. So as he comes in, he gets to have a chat with Joanna. A solid performance. While he does that, rinses off. We're going to have a short commercial break, then come back with Heat 3 of the round of 32 of the Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to the Caparica Surf Fest. So we check out Dave Abushka, another strong performance from him. Once again, getting the win and strolling on through the round of 16. Let's check out our new 4 surfers hitting the lineup. 3 Frenchmen, Marc Lacomar, Enzo Cavallini, Paul César Distenka, also Luis Paloiro, the highly rated Portuguese surfer. As we fly past the southern entrance to the Lisbon Bay, check out that swell that hits the Misto sandbar. Halfway out the back, this is a more conventional sandbar at the Costa Caparica. This is Enzo Cavallini digging in.
Wave.
Beautiful looking wall in front of him. And he does a little bounce off a lip line to finish off as well. So a great way to open things off. Jervis, nice wave there for Enzo.
Yeah, that looked really good. It kind of, on the second turn, he pulled it a little bit too early. He kind of cut it short, but he finished it off pretty strong. So that's a really good way to start a heat with this kind of lineup, which is sometimes can get a little slow. It's good to start off with a strong wave. Nice first carve here, and here he just see, he didn't push it too hard because obviously the wave looked like it was about to shut down, but that might make a difference for that score.
4.67 in for Enzo. Tell you what, he's going to swing again here on the inside. Quick paddle, bang, pushing on the rail, and then gets going down the line again, and another combo. So not wasting any time to get numbers on the board. Here goes Paloiro on the backhand. He's patient, sets up, hit in the pocket, and then tries to push a little harder. Doesn't get it right. Jervis, you're not happy with that?
Not really, and it's not even that common to see Luis falling off his board. He's usually super consistent, but you could see as soon as he did that first turn, he was kind of off timing, and then the second one, you can see it looks like he has. Here it was kind of off timing there, and then he just pushed it way too hard, and the inside rail just bucked on the water. But yeah, that could have been a nice first wave for Paloiro. Unfortunately, just a 1.93.
Is it still too early to talk about your fantasy team? We're at elimination rounds, right? So can we talk about it yet, or is it still embargoed? You still keeping it secret?
And I'm not keeping it a secret because anything can change now, but I'm doing pretty well so far.
Yeah?
What about you?
You going to tell us who's in it, or still?
Everyone is at least on the 3rd round right now.
Okay.
Pretty much every surfer. Just I think I lost, and I didn't lose, but I'm gonna make a little change. I have Zeke Lau on the tier C, and unfortunately we went all the way to the 2nd round. So
who are you gonna swap him out for?
I don't know. Jackson Baker looked really good yesterday. He actually won his heat, so it's gonna be interesting. I need to check out the scores, and I know I did the right thing with Canoa, and you also put Canoa. I know that. But we'll be right back on that. We have Joanna with the winner of the last East, Teva.
Exactly. Good morning, Teva. The conditions are a bit different from yesterday, but you managed to adapt. What was the strategy for today?
Yeah, it's way more smaller than yesterday, but I was trying to get one score super quick in the heat. I had 5.43, I think, and after I wait the priority and wait another good one. And I make the hit, so I'm super happy, and I'm gonna rest for the next round just after this round.
What do you think the situation is going to be when you're in the round later today?
I don't know. I will do the same plan. I think it will be the same. Maybe the tides will be a little bit more low, so maybe more wave. I don't know. I will see just before my hit. So I'm gonna try to catch the best wave.
And preparation is just a little rest?
Yeah, for now, just a little rest. Maybe a little breakfast, croissant mista, and I'm back in the game.
Well, go get that croissant. You deserve it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Joanna. 18 minutes and 45 seconds to go in this. Numbers in for Enzo. That 4.67 early on. Backed it up with a 3.5. Paloiro struggling during the cross. He got all tangled up here again.
Yeah, once again, a little off timing on that first one, and that put him a little behind the section, and he wasn't able to. Yeah, these waves, unless you do, as we see, Paul Cesar. I'll be back to my thought in a minute. Nice speed turn there, and then straight into another huge turn on the. He was happy. Is that a claim? Was just making sure he's right in front of the whitewash. So for your backhand, and we just saw Teva doing that, you want to try and find those waves that allow you to wait a little, as you see Paul just attacking vertical on that one, and then another one unfortunately going down, because it's hard, because there's a few of them that are kind of fast, and on your backhand it's always harder to be surfing on with that kind of speed, because doing speed turns on your backhand can get pretty weird. So really nice. That's unfortunately a bit of a mistake, but as soon as he cut the rail on that second bottom turn, you can see he was off timing. But still, he's going to get a pretty average to nice score on this first wave. 5.33, that combination of 3 turns.
Yeah, the best of the opening exchanges goes with this Dangan. And he backs himself up with a small number because he fell off, basically. 2 quick waves from him. It's Cavallini with the lead right now for the 2 waves he rode early on in this. Haven't seen much of Mark. Can be pretty patient. He'll sit out there, wait for the right wave. I imagine he kept at least 1 BDI on Joan Duroux and saw exactly what he did in the first heat. All right, here goes Marco. Great looking wave for him. Really nice. Hard off the bottom, into the pocket. Nice and vertical, stabbing the board up. And still swinging. Just an absolute dreamy wave. Really glassy on the face. This is turn number 6. Almost pokes the nose. Really nice stuff from Mark.
Yeah, that's experience actually pays off. He did exactly what I just said. As a goofy footer, you want those waves that just allow you to go top to bottom instead of just running with them. And Mark just got one of the best waves of the morning. And so waiting actually paid off. 10 minutes of waiting paid off for Marco, because look at this. Just pristine surfing, nice first carve, waiting. He kind of went off timing here, but he managed to regroup really well, and then straight into another cutback. And it looked like the wave was going to die off a little, but here he's going to push it a little harder. Wham, stronger turn, straight into another strong turn. So very good surfing by Mark Lacomar. That's definitely how you want to start a heat.
Yeah. Probably about twice the size of some of the other in-between waves we've seen, so I just identifying exactly what he's after. We hear a lot of talk about strategy and that sort of thing. Obviously, the strategy is to win, to get 2 scores. How are you going to do that? Finding the best ways. As he's paddling back out, finds himself another opportunity. First turn's great. Second turn is even more spicy.
That's so smart.
Couple of quick hits. So he's got from nowhere. He's got 2 numbers, Stu, now.
That's so smart. It was completely off the lineup. All the other surfers are still together, as you see here. Luis Perloiro again on those fast waves. Let's see if this wave holds on for him. Unfortunately, he kind of mistimed it again. Yeah, Coach Lou is not happy with that. He's making some weird choices, as we see Paul Cesar with a strong first turn, just drifting those style. Unfortunately, goes down. Yeah, Mark Lacomar went from no waves to yeah, some really good scores in a couple of minutes. That's really smart by him, because he knew he needs to put something on board, because we already saw a couple of surfers losing. This is his inside. Strong first turn, straight into a second turn. And yeah, we talked about this before. Those insiders sometimes have a little bit more steep wall on them. And this one actually allowed him to attack the lip with a lot of strength and a lot of power. So very smart surfing by Mark Lacomar.
Got a 6.67 for his wave prior to that. That was the bomb, the run-up. And then 2 quick hits. He's going to get a similar order of magnitude, a little bit more modest. 5.17, good total for him. From nowhere in the space of a minute, he's leading by a long, long way. 11.84 for him, and everyone else scrapping it out now. And you saw Paul Cesar just trying to push too hard, and he fell off on a wave. It didn't really offer much, and I think some of that might be scoreboard pressure, or just the fact that even if the scores hadn't come through then, the rest of the surfers would have seen Mark just getting a bomb, multiple big hits. Everyone's going to have to try and push now.
Is he asking for priority?
He just wants to know his numbers. You'll find out from our beach announcers that he's in the lead. He's got some decent numbers on the board. Obviously, in your own mind, you're kind of always judging your scores a little bit, I guess. You've got a reasonable idea what you think you got.
Yeah, I like that. Sometimes you get it so wrong, but most of the times with a lot of experience, you kind of know what you did. It's pretty interesting because even on free surfings, I keep on doing that. Like just this could have been a 7 on the contest or something like that, just to put that extra competitive thought in yourself as you see Mark just waiting for it. Yeah, he's gonna wait for another wave like that, I'm pretty sure, because he needs to replace the 5.17, and we know that only those bigger and slower waves will allow you to do that. So, but he's definitely on a really comfortable position, as you said. From 0 to hero, just no scores to being on the first place with a solid lead.
Just glass out there right now. Really, really smooth on the water surface. This tide will continue to go out for a bit, so we'll drain off the bank kit. We'll get those runners extend out.
Yeah, which is good. I think it's good. It's going to get a bit more shallow, because it's a bit smaller than yesterday. It's going to get a little more shallow, and we're going to have some really nice waves with some steeper walls as well, because it gets closer to that sandbank. I think it's going to be an interesting day of surfing. A lot of stack hits. You just look at that hit sheet and you just go crazy. Like, okay, that's going to be some really, really good hits for the rest of the day. And yeah, I don't think the wind is going to change a little. It's going to stay like that for the whole day. I think it's pretty interesting to see if that glass conditions hold on. As we have 11 minutes and a half remaining.
Let's get into the rankings, shall we? That's why we're here. We're looking to send surfers to the Changers, to the Challenger Series. And it's all about getting points on the QS. Last chance to do that here in the Caparica Surf Fest. It's a lot of French flags, a lot of tricolor on there.
Yeah, for me as a Portuguese surfer, it's kind of a bummer. But yeah, the French surfer is just
dominant.
Yeah, absolutely dominating that ranking. So it's gonna be interesting. There's plenty of them. It just stops there. Luis Diaz right there on the bubble. Lacomar right there on the bubble as well. Ramsey, unfortunately, coming from an injury, is not here. But yeah, Luis and Lacomar, they're still in the contest. They still have an opportunity. We know that Gatien has his place secured on the Challenger Series because he finished top 20 of the Challengers last year. And I think I think it's Joan Duru as well. So we're gonna use at least 2 more spots on that rankings. It's supposed to be top 7, but with those surfers standing there, Gatien and Joan, we're gonna eye that top 9. So
all right, here we go, live action. Cavallini, great looking wave. And just tried to whip it a bit too much. Maybe caught with his eye down the line rather than on the maneuver he was doing. Either way, it'd be a missed opportunity, it'd be a throwaway, and time ticking away on him. Started busy, still in second. PC is not a long way back though, 284. It's the requirement for Paul Cesar. Luis Paloiro's got a little bit more work to do, doesn't have a decent number in, so he needs 5.77. He's still got, well, over 9.5 minutes. Plenty of time for Luis.
Oh yeah, and it just needs to get the good wave, as we see Lacomar looking at this one. But now Paul Cesar up and right. Nice looking right-hander, bam! Really strong first turn. He needs to do very well here. That was really hard to surf, as we see Proloiro up and riding. Nice first snap. Again, racing down the line with this wave. Let's see if he can time this one off. A little bit better by Luis, just trying to put something on board to be right there in the mix for that second place, because Mark is looking very comfortable. He's got to milk this one way all the way to the end, hit it one more time. He's got to be happy. He still has 8 minutes remaining, not almost 9, less than 9 minutes remaining, and he has plenty of time to try and replace that with that low scores. What do you think, Paul?
Yeah, much better from him. This is the wave he needed. He's had a couple of waves been out of rhythm, and this one it's much better. Let's see where it goes exactly points-wise. Contrast that to Mark's wave early on, the 6-6-7. Felt that was just had a bit more spark to it in Mark's turns. Some of these are just a little bit pulled short.
Yeah, but still, I know I see Perloido surfing every day of the week, and I know he can attack those lip with a bit more power and a bit more verticality. I think he is playing it safe. It looks like it, even this last turn, but this guy didn't play safe on that first turn, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely belting it. And he's fallen a couple of times, actually. It's interesting to see what his approach is going to be to that second turn. He didn't have long to think about it. And you would have forgiven him for maybe just going up a little floater snap, but actually...
He didn't have a lot of space and time.
Yeah, he belted it pretty hard, so good aggression. Let's see where that puts him. He's already got a good score of a 5.33 for his first wave. He's going to improve that, maybe, with that combination of turns. It will certainly be a number of that order, and it will improve his position. Good chance to jump into second. That's Saint-Peter. Get ready. Staying calm, eyeing things up. Seeing where he wants to be in the lineup, where he wants to be in the rankings is in the top 7, but as you quite rightly pointed out, it'll actually be the top 9 where the cut line falls. Let's stick with live right now. Paloira again. So he's got the bit between his teeth here, and he's at it, hammering away, and hits it one more time. So again, it's much better from him. So 2 waves completed with multiple turns. Whether they're going to be good enough to get past what will be the combined total of Destin Gout remains to be seen. We don't think so. Let's get another look at the replay.
It looks. I think the way he's surfing. He doesn't want to fall. That's what I can translate from watching him surf. That second turn, he did the floater, but he could have timed it a little better, as we see here. See, it's not on the right spot, and it feels like he doesn't want to push it too hard. He just wants to finish his waves, which I totally understand, obviously, but at this level, you need to put that board vertical and attack the lip as hard as you can and not playing it safe. So it's going to be interesting to see the scores coming in. There's still 2 scores for Perloido. He's going to put him right there. Look at the Paul Cesar's last wave.
Great number for him. He did improve by almost a point, 6.27. It's his high score. He's in second with Mark in first. Not a lot between those two. Cavallini, he's a way back. Paloiro looking for a number now, the 6.93, the requirement. So he did improve. Got the 4.67 prior to his last. So he's heading in the right direction. I think he's going to need a little more where that came from. Let's see where he goes in the lineup now. He's going to need another wave pretty soon. His wave's going to come, and if he improves on his high score, it will bring his requirement down. Let's see if he can do that. And he'll set himself up either way. He'll set himself up a much easier position to come back from in the final throws of this. That is, of course, assuming there's no further improvement from Paul Cesar or Mark. An enjoyable heat, this one. Quiet from Mark in terms of his wave selection. Just took those 2, and that was enough. He's had a paddle for a wave, but other than that, he's been pretty statuesque and calm. He's just let it all kind of play out around him till he sees the waves he likes the look of. Just velvety smooth on the sea surface here this morning. As we'll check out our lineup. No one particularly bothered about either of these. I'll let these slip through. Priority is with Lacamar. Second priority with Enzo Cavallini, who now drops to 4th because Paloiro get the jump, 5.2. And the 4.67. So those 2 waves, important waves for him, just not quite enough. Maybe a point short on each of them.
Yeah, it's. I think, as I've been saying, for me, I see Perloido surfing pretty much every day of the week, and I think he's playing it a little safe. It doesn't look that confident, but this guy, look at this wave. That's got to be one of the best waves in the morning. It was just so perfect. Even then, he got a bit of a mistake there. He kind of hit it late, but still the wave just kept on providing. This is the best wave of this hit so far, 6.67. The wave just walls up and attacks is strong here. And again, Lacomar just absolutely destroying that wave and playing it really smart because he was paddling out and he saw this opportunity and he hit this 2-turn combo 2 vertical hits with a lot of power, a lot of spray on the water. But this man, it changed the whole situation with this wave. 6.27, a combination of really nice turns. This one was pretty hard. It didn't have a lot of space and timing, but it managed to do really well. And that's, yeah, those are the first and second places of this.
Yeah, clear standouts, not only with the waves, it's just the way they were surfed as well. To go into the sixes, just show that bit of difference. Judges are going to throw a 6 down. You have to show them something. You can't really just go through the motions with stock surfing. You have to take a bit of a risk. And that's why those 2 French goofies at the moment dominating this heat. Let's remind ourselves the requirement. Paloiro looking for a 6.4. Cavallini, he struggled on this, looking for 6.93. Started off all right, did Enzo. Since then, he's gone quiet. Made a couple of missteps. Let's see how we go. Still got 2.45 in this. Let's see if we get another set. Is what we need. Is we're chasing a number. First of all, you need a juicy one. You need one of these big bombs and it runs down the bank.
Yeah, we know that both of them are more than capable of fabricating those scores. Paloiro has been one of the standouts for the first part of this contest, the first 2 days. So we know that he is able to put those scores up there. He just needs to I don't think it's. I don't know if he's nervous or something like that, but he needs to release himself and let his surf talk do the talk and just go for it. Because for now, those scores are getting a little bit underscored, but just because he's showing a bit of conservatism on his surfing as he looks down the line. Is he gonna go for the air on this one?
Paloiro
Yes.
flares up. He goes for the reverse, doesn't get it. He'll go down. And there won't be a lot of time left now. He'll have a quick paddle out, maybe a last gasp opportunity. So it's probably with Cavallini with a chance to shake things up. Lacamar's got priority. He says, I'll be having this, thanks very much. Opens up with a sort of projecting speed turn, and then the wave will just run away. Lakamar sat with priority for a while. He didn't feel that he had much chance for an improvement. Nervous looks from the squad. Paloiro gets a small throwaway number and looks to get back in the lineup. He's going to have a minute in the lineup. Still looking for that 6.4.
1 minute remaining. Enzo with the priority. It's a big score. There's a few lines at the back, looks like it. Let's see if they have enough time to surf them. 50 seconds. This guy's comfortable.
Yeah, he's done enough, hasn't he? Got his work done in that quick succession early on. He knew at that point he doesn't need to get too exerted into this one. Just surf it as you see it. Waves come to you, take them. Just need to get involved in priorities, bubbles, or too much scrapping around. Just
look at this set. Is it gonna be here on
10
time?
on the clock.
I don't think so. Lacomar is just paddling. He wants to do a bit of a victory lap. Oh, look at the wave behind. Imagine being on the spot for that one.
Cavallini's up. He's gonna have to go big here. Throws it away. I'm not sure if it would have counted as well. It's quite hard to tell whether it was up before the horn or not. The wave came to him, but it was always going to be a bit straight. The one behind it, as you mentioned, looked better. That was always going to be after the conclusion of the heat, though. So that'll wrap it up. Some solid backhand attack from Lacamar and Distancan. Clear standouts in that. Paloiro just made too many mistakes on the wave. Didn't push quite hard enough. He probably had the waves maybe certainly to get close in scores, but
yeah,
just maybe underdid it a touch. But he seems all very cordial and pleased as these three congratulate themselves. That's going to wrap up our third heat of the day. It's the QS in Portugal, Caparica Surf Fest. We'll bring in more live action from our final event of the season right after the break.
got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to the QS. Thursday morning on the Costa de Caparica. We'll check out Maximilian Michalewski of Poland, Saint-Peter, France, Thomas Lede from France, and Eloa Elia Sassi of Israel. I'm Paul Evans. He's Chico Alves. Morning, mate.
Good morning, Paul. Great to be back in the studio. I actually didn't left, but it's great to be here with you again as we see White up and riding.
Lede already looking loose and limber in this one. Pushing hard, not waiting for bombs, just finding himself a good runner and just putting it in all sorts of places. He's done a lot of maneuvers on this wave. He ain't done yet. What's he got for a finish? There you go. Lovely stuff. Great wave from Lede.
Yeah, a lot of energy coming out of him there. You could tell the body language was on it. He's fresh, he's ready to attack it, and as we watch the replay, he starts off with a quick carve there, winds up again, there's a snap. The wave was quite soft there, but he managed to stay in the pocket he was able to attack that wave a couple more times, and he finished it off well, which is something that stays on the judge's eye. So even though he had quite a downtime in the middle there, he was able to finish it off with a strong turn, which is great. So I don't think it's going to be a huge number, but it's something that he's going to have on his scoreline, which is great.
Michalewski, wow, massive hit from him. I love it. In the pocket with the layback, pushing hard. And he didn't get that section run down the bank, but good aggression out the back. I like this guy.
Same. I haven't heard much about him. I know he's training with Didier Pité. Yeah, this is the second heat I'm commentating from Maximilian, and every time he stands up, he's really aggressive. So last heat, I know he won with a couple of laybacks too. So let's watch it again. Huge layback jam in the pocket, throws everything at it, and this carve was more like he was trying to set up for maybe a third turn, but the wave just died off. But yeah, that first turn is where all the score is going to come from, and he pushed with a lot of power and
pizzazz. Like Gary Elkerton doing that turn.
Yeah, looked
like
great.
Not somebody you see that much for that opening maneuver. Real power into it. See a lot of those turns on the face. That one's in the lip as well. Meanwhile, Saint-Peter, quick hit from him. That one will just run away. So not loads of room to swing. Has to try and hurry it up. Sassy surfed really well in the opening rounds.
Yeah, he got through yesterday with the barrel, right? I think it was the highest scoring wave for a barrel.
The backhand tube, loved it, didn't he?
Yeah. Let's talk about tides right now, Paul.
What would you like to know?
I'd like to know everything about tides.
Okay, well, I guess the key crucial thing is the time of the tide. Here we go. Low tide is 9:30 this morning. It's 5 to 9 currently. That's in 40 minutes time. It's quite a big tide once again. So solid range. So we'll bottom out on the tide and then we'll come back in throughout the day. 3:42 around the high. If we run as planned, the 16 heats will actually be sort of concluded just before high water, I think. So essentially, we're running the entire event on the incoming from now on, or about half an hour's time. So another heat, actually, after this one. And the tide's coming in. Is that enough tide talk?
Yeah.
Let's get some debrief on the last heat. Mark Lacomar is standing by for a chat.
That is right. Great job, Mark. Just 2 waves and you got the job done? Well, you got 3 waves, but those first 2 ones were enough, right?
Yeah, it's pretty slow compared to yesterday, but still some pretty good wave. I think it's getting a little better with the tide also. But yeah, I knew I had to... My first wave, I was kind of shaking because I didn't surf this morning, and it's kind of like softer than yesterday, so I kind of blew it. But I just wanted to finish it and start with the average score. End up being my best wave, so I'm pretty happy to make it.
Are you saving something special for your next round?
No, maybe just try to surf a little more and have create more opportunity and just focus on myself.
And you're also focusing on Joan Duru's surf and Maud. Yeah, sorry, Maud Lacar. They're also one of your buddies that you're supporting, but there's a little. He's already in the Challenger Series. You're still trying to fight your way in. Is that on your mind?
Yeah, it's for sure someone that I look up to. He's been surfing amazing, and we're staying together. We have a good routine, good vibe. So hopefully we can go far, 2 of us.
We'll keep it that way. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Mark Lacomar, he knows he's got loads more where that performance came from. Didn't catch you anyways. Did enough to impress early on. Sassy trying to go hard into the lip, not getting it right. Chico, where did it go wrong there? What happened?
I think it was the drive from the bottom turn. You couldn't really generate a lot of speed out of that bottom turn, and he ended up falling. As we see Sam here on a much better wave. 2 big snaps out the back, quick ones. Nothing crazy, but he's really technical. Sam, you can tell he's got some quick foot on his surfboard, and he can generate and have some beautiful transitions from turn to turn. I think that comes from his dad, Didier Pité. Really technical surfer too, so it's hard not to have technique when you're the son of Didier. And this one, look how he really torques his back arm towards the lip and really changes weight when he approaches the lip. So he always transitions well from the back foot to the front foot here, bang. And that's why it looks so smooth and sharp. I know the wave was gutless and really bad, but yeah, you can tell if he gets a good opportunity, he will unload. As we see Sassy on a better wave here, with 2 snaps off the top, 1 under the lip snap and another one to finish. So a much better wave for Sassy, as you mentioned. He picked up a huge barrel yesterday, and
yeah, Chico, something's coming to my mind. Are there more goofies than usual? The goofies been multiplying. It feels like there's lots of them and they're doing well. Is it the year of the goofy?
Oh, you reckon there's more goofies now?
I don't know. I just feel like this event, every time we have an interview with someone, they're a goofy foot. Every time we read out a big score, it's someone who surfs with the right foot forward. Is that a thing? Is that my imagination?
Maybe. I think it depends on the conditions of the comp. We saw good right-handers.
About this one, I just think there's a lot of goofies doing well all the time.
Oh, you're saying all the time?
In this event, this year.
This year? Yeah, in Caparica Surf Fest 2000.
Yeah. Right now, where we are.
Yeah,
this
is what I'm saying. It's because of the conditions.
Okay.
You get right-handers with space to hit, and a goofy loves a good right-hander with the space to hit. Like every time it's small and weak, you cannot really generate too much speed. You cannot apply that much pressure. And I don't know what do you have with the left foot forward, but you can kind of generate a bit more speed and attack on a different way. So that's why mostly we see goofy footers doing well at J-Bay, in Bells Beach, in waves like that, because they have space to really open up their arms and go vertical. Excellent scores come from that. So every time the waves get really small and not allow you to generate too much speed, if you're not an air guy, it's going to be a lot difficult for you to get scores.
Let's have a look down the draw here right now. It's a little slow early in this one. Heat number 5, Vasco Ribeiro, Federico Moraes, Luis Diaz, who needs to keep going in this event. He's right there on the cusp. And Andy Crier, I see a lot of power out there. I see a lot of people that like to throw spray, and I see some competitive intensity. This is huge.
Yes, it is. I can tell Andy is going to go with everything. Andy Crier is a guy that loves a good hit. I had the pleasure to compete against him over the years, and I know Andy is a fearless competitor, and when the horn blows, he's going to be all over the place. So Andy is going to be looking excited for that matchup because he knows he has the big names, Frederico and Vasco on that one, and Luis Diaz. He can surprise us all because that kid, he's got some talent. As we see, Fred, I asked him yesterday actually if he built a bit more muscle. It looks a bit bigger to me.
What did he say?
Not really. I've always been like this. It's what everyone says. As we see Vasco there, focused too. These two are both really focused on this contest, and they are here to destroy everything. You see the laser focus eyes.
Who generally goes better in the head-to-head between those two?
Well, I would love to have the information.
But just on sort of vibe. If you
but I think maybe Vasco as the edge on the nationals, but I don't know. On the QS, maybe Fred. I don't know. I think it's something like that. Like on one circuit, Vasco, and on another, Fred. I don't know. But it's really, when they go blow for blow, it's just like really intense. So it's great to watch, especially if
wave. Sam really wants this. Good paddle from
Good
Peter.
paddle.
Look at this thing. Beautiful opening swoop for him. Glassy deals with some turbulence on the bottom turn, and then manages to get a finish. Does he hang on? Oh, I thought he'd done that. Thought he'd had enough there, but just gets a little blown up, so being complete, but an absolute bomb of a wave.
Yeah, I think he made a bit of a mistake there on the second turn. He could have tried to transition a bit more on that second one. As we see, the first one was perfect, well placed, nice carve here. Instead of going so vertical, as the waves kept going, he could do like a lip line floater and then another huge one, instead of trying to be so vertical on the second one. So maybe a bit of a mistake on the read of the wave, but it's so glassy that I can understand him. Maybe he didn't saw that coming, so this section maybe was a surprise for him too. So 3.33 for Sam PT and the 4.13 on this last one. So if he had landed that last turn, we could see maybe 5s on the board for him. A much healthier number for him. As you see Frederico here with his dad there, and Tomasz, his coach. They do some really cool training and really technical stuff with him, which is something that you always want to try to learn from. But it's just great to see Fred work out, because he also does this kind of like different stuff, and yeah, a bit of explosion with some flexibility involved and some core power, and it's just great to watch. I think he's we spoke about Fred a lot, but yeah, Ben said yesterday that he's quite like really organized with everything inside and outside of the water too. So it's going to be a great matchup. Love to be in the booth for that heat, because the waves are looking really fun. That low tide for them, and it's going to be steep waves.
Did Mundy mention that he stole Fred's leash at Super Tubes last year? And he's still got it?
You mentioned.
Yeah, he's still got that. It's one of his favourite possessions, actually, Mundy.
He doesn't use it because he doesn't want to break it?
He's used it a couple of times, and then he just kind of thought, yeah, you know, I should probably just kind of keep this now. So he rinsed it out in the shower, got all the sand out of the Velcro, and he's dried it out, and he just keeps it at home, and he's got like a couple of pictures of his family, and then just like Fred's leash.
But you know what's the funniest part? Last year, Fred, we were in the hotel in Peniche, and he told me, I don't know, I think I missed one leash.
Classic Mundy.
And now we know it's Mundy.
Yeah.
Should I tell Fred?
Fred's the kind of guy that...
If Fred wins the heat, should I tell him?
He's probably got a lot of leashes, but he would know if one's missing. He's like, oh, I had the 6-foot leash. That's weird.
And he knows the model and the color.
Yeah, I mean, he's got...
Because he needs to kind of like match up the leash with the wetsuit.
Live action, here's Sassy. Looking to flick something. There he goes up pretty late, but he's always behind the white water there. Yeah, it's worth bringing it up, I would say.
I'm going to talk with him about it if he wins. if he doesn't win, I can wait for a win and ask him.
Let's see. Here's Sassy. What happened?
Missed time there and missed time again, so not in the rhythm of the wave there at all. But Sassy he has a vicious backside, so waves, as I said, looked a bit more difficult right now on your backside. They look quick and soft, which is something that you don't really enjoy. A quick and soft wave.
Hard, isn't it?
Yeah, you always need to kind of like generate speed, but you can't really generate it.
It's harder to do those down the line turns on the backhand, isn't it? Without going really soft. If you try and put it up vert. It's Luis Diaz, who's going great in the rankings. He needs to keep making rounds though.
Si todos van allí, si viene alguna, tú vas a estar el que más metido. Y si ves que lucha, pero empezar con la opción de que tú seas el que tiene. Y luego si te cierra, da igual, pero que no es la cosa del otro.
La serie me va bien.
Tips from Yvonne. Exactly where he wants to be. Wave selection really.
He's saying start on the right side. Make sure the first wave is yours. I don't care if the wave closes up, but make sure the first opportunity that comes, it's yours. And then if you see that...
a bomb here, look at this thing with Sassy draining off the bank. Really nice first turn. Recovers it well. And then he'll have to do a little bit of snowboarding. Can't get back on the open face. I love the first turn though. That was a dreamy looking wave. We've just seen a little bit of low energy sets so far in this one. That one all of a sudden had the magnitude on it. Just the one turn from Sassy. He's in second prior to that. Tomale Day started off with that long running 4.83. He's had nothing really since then. A couple of throwaways. Where's he been? All right, let's have a look at Sassy right here. Gets a chunk of it. Just cannot unstick that ball from the white water. Get your legs in that position. The start's quite wide. Can't really pump the board. And the white water grabs hold of it. Never a chance to get back on the open face. So a nice attacking manoeuvre, but it did cost him. And you feel like there's a bit of a section there running away. Or maybe it went a little soft actually. But he probably could have got a couple more turns in through to the inside. He got more points on the board. Judges award him a 2.93. Still in second place. This has not been a great heat.
Yeah, a bit of hard heat for Sassy, a couple of mistakes, and he couldn't really get in the rhythm of the ocean. But yeah, the heat is really close for everyone. So as you see some more lines approaching, let's see who can really get the nod here in the final stages of this heat, because there's only 5 minutes to go. As we see a good right-hander, looks to me out the back. No. So as we have our fellow commentator here saying the ocean looks beautiful and the waves are amazing. So that's good signs for the rest of the day. I don't know how the energy looks like when you're inside, but maybe you can tell us in 5 minutes time, because it's going to go in the booth. So you can tell us if it's powerful or if it's not powerful. As you see, blue upper riding, Sempite, nice crack off the top. That's much better for him. And another one, so 3-turn combo. Let's see if he can finish it off. Yes, he does. So great wave for Sempite. He was needing this. As we see, Sassy upper riding now. Bang off the top. 1-turn combo. The wave closes out on him. So Sassy again not finding his opportunity out there, which is something rare, because yesterday he got so barreled that today we thought he's going to get it again, but the ocean had other ideas for him. So Sempite with the better of the exchange, and a really good wave for Sempite, Paul.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. There's the timing sweet, isn't it, basically? That deep bottom turn, that vertical off the top hit, and then just really nice pace to it. Even the way the finish was, he didn't have to reach for the section too much. He let it come to him. Judges liked it too. They reward this. The high score of the heat so far. The first real moment of quality, a 6.17 for Pite.
Well-deserved score, well-surfed wave. He didn't over surf the wave, which is something great for the conditions today. You don't want to force too much because there's energy, but not enough for you to be forcing every turn. So, yeah, 617. Sam Pite well and truly in the lead and comfortable in that position because there's 3 minutes to go and second place needs almost 7 points to get over Sam Pite, and Sassi with a couple of mistakes still in second with 3 minutes to go. That's amazing as we see White now looking at this one. Tom Hallyday with a quick snap there. Let's see if he can add something more. He does. And yeah, a bit of a desperate move already from Tom Hallyday. He has a 483 on his first wave. And since then, the best wave he had was a 0.53. So a bit of a desperate move there for Tom Hallyday. Here, let's watch it again. Nice snap there, but really hard wave to surf overall. A lot of white water in the face. Not the best wave he could have. And in green, Sassi again, the danger man from Israel, doing a nice float there. Another one and bangs off the top. Throws the fins, throws the claim. He's feeling it. So Sassi might improve here. So he's got a 337. Tom Hallyday at a wave 2 and out the back with priority Maximilian, and looks like a good wave is coming his way. So let's see if the Poland can turn this heat around.
2 on the clock. Sam Pite with that 6-1-7 with a solid lead right now. Wait for numbers. Sassi Lidi. Mikulicki, where's he been? He dropped a layback, jam high in the pocket for his opening wave, opening turn, and he's been invisible since then. Is he still in the lineup? Have we seen him? He's got priority, he must be in the lineup.
I think he caught that first one and he didn't stand up on his board again.
He needs to do some surfing. Here he is, let's go. He only needs a 298 right now. A 298 is the requirement. He's ridden one wave 22 minutes ago. And he still only needs a small number, less than a 3. Surely he's got to go this. Here goes Mikulicki, having a look.
Looks
Here
like
he
a good
goes.
one.
Up and riding here. Nice looking pocket for him. Quick whip off the top. He needs to keep going down the line. Needs a turn here. Bang. There's one. Oh. No.
No way.
He was on his way to the 3 there. Here goes Sassi, meanwhile. A little slope here for his entry. And he gets in a little bit of a weird rhythm on that wave. Not really able to attack. Don't think that's going to be the 4 he requires. Maximilian Mikulicki, where were you? This is my first question. Second question is, what happened here, Chico? Tell me.
Well, everything was going really good for him until he caught the inside rail after this sick turn. He had it. The turn was done. And yeah, he only needed a 2.98. So really hard turn for him.
Great
to
move.
fall.
He came out of that turn, he's on his way to the Challenger Series, and then all of a sudden, the board just snatches. He goes down, he's going to get a smallish number. He doesn't need much. That's the agonising thing. If he needed a 7, you see, okay, fair enough, nowhere near, but he only needed a 2.98. He's going to get a little under that. That's it for this heat. This is after the horn, so Tom Hallyday here, surfing his way down the line. Not sure this one's going to count, but we'll stick with it anyway. And that 483 that he got in as his first wave is proving invaluable here because no one in the chasing pack able to put anything of quality really to come from behind here. Let's wait for Sassi's number to come in. He's got a bunch of numbers actually come in. 2 scores to drop for the Israeli. Maximilian's wave is also going to drop in, but fairly confident that'll be under the requirement. This guy though, Sam Pite, stuff really well. And he just got that bit of improvement for the 6, which really just stamped his authority on the heats. Well, hang on a minute. Whoa, Sassi gets a number. Hang on. Sassi just dropped a 4.37, jumps to second place. Mikulicki's waves a 1.67, not enough. And Thomas Lede will be gutted because it's really close between those two. But Sassi, he's still alive, and what a story. He rallied hard, he stayed busy, caught 7 waves, and his 6th wave, crucially, is his high number. And as he finds out about that, he's going to be really happy indeed. And he's still alive in the competition here. He goes to the round of 16 alongside Sam Pite. Right now, as we're approaching that low tide mark, Appers loves it. He's absolutely delighted that the score comes through. What about that? Those low-scoring heats can get those dramatic swings. That's exactly what happened right there. So Maximilian started off with a strong wave, then he disappeared completely. And at this level, you really got to take your chances and make them count. Stay tuned for more live action. We're going to bring Mundy back in the studio for the call. We've got a banger of a heat. The big dogs coming next.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to Costa de Caparica. There is the beautiful city of Lisbon, the gorgeous Atlantic Ocean. We are here with some of the Portuguese best ever surfers in this heat coming up. Vasco Ribeiro, Frederico Moraes, Luis Diaz, Canary Islands and Andy Crier. This is the stacked heat. I'm Ben Mundy, joined in the booth by Philippe Jervis. And yeah, we haven't seen the heavy hitters come out. And here they go. So this is Andy Crier. Grew up on the Spanish-French border. Really rangy, powerful surfer, and just finishes it off. So really nice surfing there. A little bit lacking of speed, but hit every section hard. So Andy off to a start. We also saw Frederico Moraes get a wave while just on that break, so we'll have a look at that a bit later. But yeah, Philippe, this is stacking up pretty good.
Yeah, this is a really important heat for every surfer, for Vasco and Frederico, because they're at the home country and they want to do well. As we see, Andy, I'm going to check the replay. Nice first setup turn, straight into a stronger snap, waiting, and the wave just actually doubles up, allowing him to go strong and big on the finishing turn. So that's a good wave to start. As we see Luis, this is a very important hit for Luis Diaz as well. A sequence of some really nice turns. And yeah, Luis is right there on the bubble, so this is very important, and this is probably the 4.67 by Kikas. Nice first snap, a little bit of a floater there, went around the section, hit the lip one more time, and then finish it off with a strong snap. But again, another one, just the wave just kept on providing for Kikas. Good wave to start off the heat and just try and put something on the board. Nothing too major, that's why it's only a 4.67, but good way to start. As we see the first score of Andy Carrier, Ben, that's a good one.
Yeah, solid 6-point ride there for those 3-turn combo. So yeah, got the better of that exchange, and Luis Diaz's wave isn't going to be particularly a high-scoring one. So all 4 surfers, except for Vasco, off to a start. Vasco Ribeiro might be looking at this one. And he is. So Vasco, first wave of the heat. It's a nice open wall. As soon as he starts swooping, you know that this wave's in trouble. Going to get absolutely belted. Drifts the tail, gets up late, finishes it off. So again, great surfing. Bit of release, finishes off. Right now though, down the winner of that last heat is down on the beach with Joanna Garner.
Yeah, boys, I look really good today, I know. I have with me the last heat winner, Sam PTSM. A couple of mistakes at the start of the heat, but then you were able to reset. You got the 6. How that felt for you?
Yeah, I got out there thinking I was gonna get some good waves because I watched the previous heat and looked like they had a lot of fun. And it ended up being super slow start, and I fell on my 2 first waves, and I was starting to stress, and I was like, fuck, I have to calm down and try to get a good one. So I waited for that little open one and managed to get a couple turns, and that put me back in the heat.
Today a lot smaller than yesterday. Is it really hard to surf on your backside? Because it looks beautiful, but quite soft from here.
Yeah, yesterday was just perfect. That's the condition I love. And I woke up today and it was a bit smaller and harder to get some speed. So the speed makes everything. So I just try and get some speed to get some good turns.
We know you're good in the air. Are you looking sometimes maybe for a left to do a huge air?
Yeah, because I was having a shocker at the beginning and I saw a fun left at the beginning, like in the previous heat, so I was like, okay, if I don't have prio and I can get that left and probably get a 6 if I do an air, but I was just trying to focus on just catching a good wave.
You looked really good. You were able to reset, make the heat. Congrats, you're into the next round.
Thank you, guys.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Chico. And thank you, Sam. Yeah, waited a while to get that last wave, but managed to lock it away. What did you get up to in your break there, Philippe? What did you get up to? A little break for percentage? Anything exciting?
Not really.
Not really?
I went for a croissant because I didn't have I woke up late. But this one, really strong turn. I don't know how he managed to hold that. So that's going to be interesting to score because that was a really critical finishing turn. So Andy he's so smart. He's such a good competitor. He knows that there's not too many opportunities, so he didn't have that priority, and he seated a little more on the inside, just waiting for another opportunity. As you see, Vasco starting off this one. Nice first snap, a little late in this one, and he's gonna release the tail on this, and that made him. I don't even know how he gets so much speed coming from the bottom turn. It's I really like Vasco surfing, and he looks like he's doing pretty well. He's feeling confident again, and he told me yesterday, I just want to surf honestly because this year has been kind of weird for him. The conditions of the contest all over Europe were kind of weird, and this one, it just puts the extra power on every single turn, isn't it, Ben? Look at that.
Yeah, and then, even though he was late to that last one, he still got the tail out, kicked the fins out. Yeah.
6.27, so best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, and then is Diaz. So all these surfers getting great waves. Tight in the pocket, and there's another one.
Wow.
Oh, that is really smooth as well. He keeps it off. Oh, does it? He does. So Diaz, straight to the party. It's starting to fire up this heat.
Yeah, it's gonna be. We knew as soon as we saw the list of surfers that were on this heat, we knew straight away that it's gonna be a really good one. Because all the 4 surfers are really good, and Luis he actually really needs this result because it's right there on the bubble. So I'm pretty sure he's gonna do everything is in his power. As you see, last wave of Luis, the judges really love that. 6.7, so best wave of the heat so far, and this last wave 5.83. So both Portuguese surfers on the top bottom of this heat, but there's still 16 minutes remaining, a lot of time.
Yeah, well, in my break, I went for a surf.
Yeah, how was it?
Got 4 waves, got tubed.
Really?
Came in, helped a young lady who was caught in a rip, got her to safety, went up on the beach, and then helped a elderly lady in a wheelchair to get onto the beach and watch the surf. That was half an hour.
Very interesting pause, very interesting break.
Probably should I don't know, to get some type of award. Maybe get the keys to the city. Keys
Man,
to
the
Caparica.
karma will make sure you have something good on your day. Probably you're gonna.
Well, yeah, I want. Well, I don't want karma. I want something tangible, like a certificate. Or
what do you want? What do you want as a reward for doing a really good job in the morning?
Some type of trophy or something.
All right, I'm gonna ask.
Money? I don't know. Whatever it is, yeah. I just don't do it just for the hell of it.
Yeah. You're not just a good person. There's always there's always a catch on everything you do. So.
Absolutely.
Is that real? Is that?
It's all true, mate. I wouldn't make that up. Would not make any of that up.
I can totally believe that because we haven't seen since we got here a lot of people getting trapped on those currents. And we haven't seen a lot of rescues. The guys have been non-stop, just all over from up to town. From all over Costa de Caparica, you just see those sirens and the lifeguards just.
Yeah, well, there's a rip, isn't there? Every bank's got those rips that run up next to the break wall. They move quite fast, and there's all these learners who've got no idea about the ocean. It looks safe, doesn't it? Small, but and they immediately get in trouble. And I don't know. They try and paddle against it. So I can see how that's happening. But luckily, there was just a sort of homegrown sort of hero on hand this occasion. Didn't no need for the authorities to get involved. Just took it under my own steam.
You did it by yourself.
Yeah, I didn't want to. They got busy jobs and their cups of tea. Didn't need to get involved them so much. Just got to safety on my own. There you go. So 14 minutes. 7 o'clock. Yeah, this is Ribeiro Moraes in 4th and 3rd. Andy Crier pulling the trigger again. And that one not doing much. He's in 4th priority. So. Not a whole lot going on. Frederico, he's only had that one wave. He won't be bothered about that. He's a pretty patient surfer. He always waits for the best waves. He'll never be tempted to go into something that isn't worth the points. And, all 3 surfers have all got 6-point rides. The highest, Luis Diaz, is 6.7. So straight away, you can tell the elevation in the standard of surfer is meant to the points. Vasco looking wide at this one. Looks like he's going to go. So Vasco Ribeiro again trying to back up his solid score. Banging down the line. Maybe one big turn.
He mistimed that air because we know that Vasco can go big on those turns. He kind of lost the 2nd priority. A little bit of a mistake there, but he's going to regroup himself and find a back wave as soon as possible because he only needs a 4.71 to go to 2nd. As we see here, we knew that the wave looked all right, but it didn't look as good as he wanted to, and he hits it kind of late and wasn't enough to just put the air up there. And unfortunately for Vasco, he needs a 2nd best wave, the 2nd better wave. He needs a better backup so he can improve his situation, and Kika is still waiting for another turn, so another wave. So as we see Vasco looking at this one, a bit of a whitewashy wave. We'll see. Vasco is sitting on a different part of the lineup, as we can see here. All the 3 surfers are up there. Vasco a little further down south. Yesterday he got some of his best waves down there. I was talking with him and he told me I was almost on the other pier on the beach. So it's a big playing field. You can get some opportunities everywhere on the contest. So I think he's gonna stay true to his strategy and hope for the best.
Yeah, that's all he can do. They won't be too rattled at this stage of the game. We've just 10 minutes remaining. As we see Vasco coming down the line, there's that big aerial, and that one was bigger, but it was wilder, and it was kind of never going to happen by the looks of things. Paddle battle out the back.
Nah, that was a free surf.
Free surf, still a good paddle battle.
It was Daniel Norberger and another kid.
So, yeah, Vasco just trying to get, he needs a 4.71. Again, it was a bit of a Hail Mary, one big section. No other option but to sort of really go for it. Couldn't quite make it. Crier out in front, he's just been really solid with just 2 ways, but really made him count. And this one, he was always going to go big, wasn't he, Philippe?
Oh yeah, you could see it just push it a little bit too high and got a bit off balance. Unfortunately, there he kind of disconnected from the board, but yeah, you could see straight away that he was looking for that finishing turn, because we know Vasco. I remember a few years ago on I think it was a World Junior in Caramas or something like that, or in Canggu. He needed something huge, and he did one huge turn. It was probably the best air I've ever seen him doing. So he has that on lock. Unfortunately, going down twice there, but yeah, we know Vasco is able to do that, as we see Justin Becret ready for the next one.
Yeah, big heat there. Justin Becret, Charlie Quivant, Kaoli Vast, all French speakers, and Stanley Norman from the UK. So that's another big, powerful fellas coming up in that one. There's going to be some huge amounts of water being displaced, you'd imagine. Now, just looking a little bit sketchy for the Portuguese surf stars. These two goofy footers have just exerted a fair amount of pressure on them. Real solid surfing from Diaz and Correa, haven't they? They've just, been patient, and they've made their waves count.
Yeah, they've been. Andy has been really smart. He's a smarter competitive, because he knows there's not too many opportunities out there. So you need to stay active and make sure you don't wait for too long. And Luis just probably got one of the best waves of this heat so far, doing that 6.7, and on a very good position, both of the surfers. And Luis really needs this. Andy, actually, I don't really know how's his standings, but I'm gonna check that out and make sure that we know if he can dream. He's actually on the 26th position, so it's kind of a long shot, but you want to do well in contests no matter what. That's what I know.
Vasco Ribeiro without priority down the point. He's got some waves here. First turn is strong, a lot of spray. He's going to finish it off here, and this time he does.
That is
and that's
so
more
good.
like it. So not only having the smarts to get away from his competitors, find a corner, but then actually tag both of them. So chasing a 4.71, you think he's going to get that. It's going to make Frederico's job even harder, but he surfed this well.
Yeah, nice first snap. He always puts that. These finishing turns, I think that this is Vasco's trademark. It's just a normal surfer would just go with the flow, but no, it does. It not only does the floater re-entry, it puts a lot of pressure on those re-entries, and that's not too many people that see the water coming out of those turns. Some people just put the board there and make sure they finish, but no, look at this. Wow, it just gets so much speed when he hits the lip. I would say those are, for me, it's something very impressive that Vasco has on lock, is these finishing turns. He can do this on a 3-foot wave, but we already saw him doing this type of turn on an 8-footer. So
yeah,
he's just so
power.
strong. And look at that score, just straight to first.
Yeah, 7.33, straight to first. So Vasco Ribeiro is got really a solid heat total there, above the 13-point range, under pressure, 4th priority, and managed to get away. That means Luis Diaz. But here goes Kikash. He's going to fight back straight away. He's waited a long time for this wave, but he won't make mistakes. So he surfed that well as well. So Frederico was chasing the 7.16. We'll see with that range. Vasco saying, "What's my score?" So he's going to be pretty happy when he hears it. 7.33. So he just found. You can hear that. So yeah, desperately trying to see his position. He's in first place. Big spread there from 6.8 up to 8. But pretty much bang on. 2 powerful turns. Really clean surfing, powerful surfing. Just waiting on that wave of Fred. So here's this wave of Fred's.
Yeah, he started off with this trademark carve straight into a strong finishing turn, drifting the fins. You just know that Kikas always fabricates scores on any kind of waves. As you see the drone angle, he just waits for the right moment, and this first carve, that's a trademark. And this is kind of also a trademark by Kikas, isn't it?
Absolutely. Like, sort of stabs it and he kicks the fins out. So it's probably not going to be the 7-point rod he needs, but he's going to
he's going to load that
massively
requirement.
improve his position. Not massively, he's going to improve his shot. So yeah, Fred under the pump here. Obviously, no Challenger Series. He's already got his Challenger Series spot locked in, so it's not one of those where he has to do both. That's his dad
with a double glass.
Double glassing. We have a double banking, never a double glassing.
Ooh, a little bit of a mistake by Andy there. He lost his priority. With 5 minutes remaining, that's with his second place on the line. That's not a good call by Andy. But yeah, it happens. He thought the weight had a bit of a potential there, and unfortunately, didn't even get on it. So a little bit of a mistake. You don't want to lose priority on a hit like this.
And it's not like Andy, is it? You know, he's known for his...
Yeah, that's true.
He's pretty rare on making mistakes like that. So we'll regroup. He's currently in second. We're just waiting on the score. Okay, so Fred got a 5.37 that last wave. So now he needs a 6.46. Luis Diaz, the man right on that 7th place qualifying series sort of points, which the top 7 go into the CT. Now he's in 3rd place with priority. He only needs a 5.13, so he'll be feeling the pressure. Vasco looks pretty safe. It's that 2nd spot that's going to be up for grabs, and this is what it all comes down to. I mean, under pressure, a lot on the line. And this is what we came here for.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Luis deals with that pressure, because he knows he needs his result. He knows he needs a 5.13. Obviously, he did a 6.7. It's the 2nd highest wave of this heat, but he needs to show everyone that he's capable of performing under pressure, because it's a lot of pressure on him right now. He doesn't want to lose straight away. He wants to get a few more rounds just to make sure he secures that spot on the Challenger Series. But it's going to be interesting to see how this last 4 minutes will play out, as we see Andy just running away from the other competitors, because I don't know, this is Vasco's first wave, 6.27, a combination of a couple nice turns. We're just drifting the tail on that one. And hitting this one, even though it's light, he just puts so much power on these turns. And Andy, he got some of the best waves of this hit so far. He's just surfing super smart, just super powerful, strong backhand, just hitting really strong on this finishing turn. That's a 6.0. And yeah, second. This is the best wave of the hit, 7.33. Vasco just putting a lot of power on this first turn, but this one, judges love these lip line floaters that Vasco does, because he just puts an extra power and extra spark on those types of turns. That's why he's that good.
Yeah, incredible surfing from Ribeiro, and he's out in the lead. Got a feel for Luis Diaz here. He's got the highest individual heat wave. 6.7. Oh, sorry, 2nd highest after that wave of Vasco's, and he, he wants to back it up. It looks like he might have a go at this one. He's got priority. He's definitely paddling. It may come down to this. Oh, and you can see there's a mistake written all over his own face.
He lost a priority there. How is that possible?
He knows he's back into 3rd. So Luis now just going to go anything, try and wash that off. Here he goes. First quick turn, and that's not going to help him. So. Talk about the pressure, talk about how you deal with it. Well, I'd say Luis just didn't deal with it particularly well just then.
Yeah, the time remaining, we'll be right back on that. We have kickers looking at down the line. He's probably going to go for the air on this one, as we see up and there.
Freddie,
grabbing
been
the
working
rail.
on that a lot over the last few years. Not afraid to go to the air, but unfortunately it went for the grab, and yeah, they're not too happy, do they? Murray's camp. Meanwhile, the heat leader just thought he had a big open wall, but it just kicked out. So, for all that priority stuff, Luis Diaz might actually come back and have another stab at it. 90 seconds on the clock. 5.13 needed for him. Fred needs a 6.46. If he made that air, it would have been potentially in that margin, but he didn't. He's always had one thing on his mind, though. As soon as this wave didn't wall up.
Yeah, the wave wasn't that good, and there's a lot of whitewash, and it actually grabs the rail really well. Something happened there in the landing, as we see her. Let's try and figure out what the body positioning was all right. I think he released the grab rail a little bit too late, and
yeah, he never got that fins in, and so he could switch around it. He was always going the wrong way. So.
Is that Andy's going to lose priority on that one? Because he actually showed a little bit of convincing paddling The judges one thought he was.
Now he's trying to get up onto his opponent. Look, he's
going to be right on top of Luis.
Just hammering away up the top of the point.
Let's
Andy's
hear.
got priority, so he was going to block him no matter what, you'd imagine. He's not. He's not going to get it anyway. Fred does. That's not going to help. So 30 seconds, all just desperate for any type of open face.
This is the moment that Andy needs to block Luis Diaz from going out that one. He's not going to block him. The wave just break at all.
You can see how desperate he is just to get any to.
There's a few lines behind. Will they be here soon enough?
So
Andy's going to take the priority on this one.
Yeah, Crier, that was more of just to make sure that his opponent didn't get it. He's done what he needs to do. Looks at the back, see if there's any more waves coming. He's not. So, there you do. As you can see, the disappointment. Just unable to back up a 6-7. I mean, it's still a pretty solid heat total, but at this stage of the game, you've got to do more than that, unfortunately. And you can see the frustration. He still might be in the running, but around a 32 losses. No points whatsoever. And there's going to be potentially a clutch of surfers behind him on the ratings that can now go up and above, depending on the results. So we'll see how that pans out. Panned out well for that man there, Vasco. Good to see him back and confident. It's a wave he knows well. He's won here before. He just has looking super sharp, and when he's sharp and confident, well, he's got to be one of the favourites. So another well-surfed wave. And right now, though, as we have a short sort of break in proceedings, we go to a commercial and come back with more live action right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way. Welcome back. Live action, see the two good mates there, Fred and Vasco. Freddie just saying well done. Vasco giving commiserations to his mate. Bit of a boil over there. Really, really high caliber of a heat. Really great surfing, great surfers. But only two can go through. That's the harsh mathematics of this business we're in. And we move on. We grind through the gears straight into heat 6 around 32. Kelly Bast, Shadi Quivrant, Stanley Norman from the UK, and Justin Becret from Hossegor. So again, lots of fireworks in this heat. A few sort of different qualities of these surfers. They've all got their own kind of angle, haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
Philippe?
Yeah, each one of these surfers is strong in his own way. As we see Charlie up and riding with a nice wall, finished this one off really strong.
Yeah, so Charlie's... actually, hold the thought. See Justin Becret behind him. You see the difference in styles. We'll get Philippe to unpick it in the replays, but just good wave choice from these two and a really good start. And can Justin hang on? And he can. At one stage, thought he was gone. Just looked up to the judges to make sure that they knew, that he knew that they knew that he'd made it.
Even Charlie was trying to understand if he landed that one or not, because he duck dive right at the moment. It looked like Justin was about to lose control on that, and as soon as he stood up from the duck dive, he looked back just to make sure, is that gonna be a good score or not? Oh, that was a bit of a paddle issue there, but yeah, Justin he's really good. He's really good on these situations. Just hit it strong on that one. The wave gets walled up a little and hits it strong. Oh, that was really good. You see Charlie just looking at the back. Did it land it? As you see Charlie with a combination of two really strong turns. Nice first carving straight into this hit off the top. Hit it kind of late, but look very sharp and spicy.
Yeah, so just a bit more sort of power, bigger sort of build. Maybe a little bit less technical, but makes up with sort of big sections and big turns. Whereas Charlie, yeah, just a little bit more technical, a bit more polished, but probably not, doesn't throw quite the same amount of water as Justin. So yeah, really different approaches to surfing, and we'll see who got the better of that exchange. Probably similar. I think Charlie, just because Justin's wave was a little bit sticky, you know, it was a little bit.
Yeah, but the finishing turn was
big.
Yeah, it was pretty big, and that feeling where the judges look at you land the hard turn and disappear in the foam, and then out of nowhere you appear again. You just and you show control, and the judges really love that surprising element of.
Yeah. Well, speaking of judges loving things, I'll tell you what, that last heat has Vasco Ribeiro, and he's down there with Chico Alves.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Vasco. Vasco, you're on fire. How good does it feel to get a 733 with forced priority?
It's good. I stick to my plan, which was to surf a little bit down the beach. That's what I got my scores yesterday. But I paddle out from this side, and I saw some crazy ones. But then it just kind of went flat. So I tried to adapt myself to the best as I could, and yeah, happy to make it.
First half of the year was really hard for you, but now you seem really happy and surfing with a lot of confidence. Where is that coming from?
I think it's coming from working, training, and being happy. You know, it's been a while since I felt like I really wanted to surf and you know, put myself sometimes on the first place, which is really important, which I kind of forgot all these years. And that's why I feel happy, and I'm happy, and then when I'm happy, I surf good.
Yeah, I know when you're happy, you surf good. Highest score of the run until then. Again, how does that feel?
It feels good. It's just one more hit. I'm really sad that Fred lost, but because we've been surfing together, and it's always nice to surf against him. You know, such a big inspiration for me all these years, and well, it's good. Maybe we have another hit today, so I'm gonna rest and come back stronger.
And waves are a bit smaller today. Did you change your board, or is the same one you've been riding the whole contest?
No, it's the same. I used this one on the Nationals 2 weeks ago, and it just worked really good, so I'm just going to stick with it. It's those boards that work with when it's big, when it's small, so you know, it's easy, you don't have to really think about it. The board just kind of goes.
You've got it on the notes of your phone, the boards that work out more?
No, I don't. I don't, but I know them. I kind of put the stickers a bit different, so I don't miss them. But yeah, but they're all really good. So Samantha has been doing a great job with me, and I'm happy. Thank you.
Yeah, Nick might be stoked because you're flying out there. Good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Vasco. Yeah, well, I suppose the main takeaway was that it's just being happy and working hard. And
it looks super relaxed. That's something that Vasco has been kind of tense for the last couple of years, and it's good to what it looks like is on a good headspace right now.
Yeah, and 2 turns there from Norman. He gets off the raids, and this is all going on while the interview was on. And Kaolio, this second turn's really nice. Drives around, a lot of spray.
His timing is so good on his backhand. Well, his timing is good on everything. Like we're talking about strengths of the surfers on this heat, and I think Kauli, I'm gonna put him on one of the most complete surfers around, especially in Europe. One of the most complete surfers in Europe, that's for sure. He's one of the best tube riders in the world, and he's really good on the air, and he's really good on power surf. So it's oh look this, oh, that's a really nice turn by Stanley. combination of really strong turns. That's
Norman.
Yes. That's really good surfing by Stanley. The board looks really good. I know he changed the board for the last couple of days because he was using that front pad on the bigger one. But the board looks really good. The combination of turns look really, really good. So it's going to be interesting to see the first wave of Justin. It's a 7.17. The judges really love that finishing turn. So it's going to be interesting. And it looks like we have a bit of an action on this seat. Let's check this one out. Oh, that's... Yeah, the transition in between turns, judges will love that because there's no board movement, nothing, just taking advantage of all the speed that he took on his first turn. As we see Charlie, nice first turn on the outside. He almost went for a barrel there, might as well make it because he was actually barreling a little. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. First wave of Stanley at 4.07. And first wave for Kauli, 4.83. So judges not really impressed with this top to bottom surfing. Unfortunately, yeah.
That big number for Justin coming at 7.17. But I think Stanley Norman, as we see Charlie looking at that, I think he's really improved his surfing over the last 2 years. I mean, that's what happens. These guys, they're still relatively young and they're working really hard on their surfing. Stanley's been working with.
Does he travel a lot?
Yeah, or just the European circuit and the British surf scene. They've just got funding through the Olympics and they've allocated a coach, Joel Gray, so they've put a development plan in place, which they've never really had. They've never had any budget. It's been kind of, a bit of a potentially like a sorry tale really in terms of the government administration of the sport, but that's all been sort of pulled together with some funding and some strategy. So I think that's probably helped him a bit. He's just getting, a bit older, a bit wiser as well. But yeah, so Stanley just getting a 6.10. And, I think even probably 2 years ago, if you'd put Stanley in with the, Justin and Charlie and Kauli, you might sort of worry that he might not be at their level. But,
right now.
By now, he's nowhere near out. He's not out of place. And at the moment, he's got a heat lead. So fair play to him. Try and back that up. Still a long way to go. Yeah, really impressive surfing from Norman.
Yeah, he's looking very sharp, and I asked because usually when you travel a lot to those countries, as we see Stanley up and riding, a bit of a floater re-entry, just that one turn, and Charlie going for the air. Is he gonna land? Unfortunately not, but yeah, obviously the Olympic and the project and just let's check this out. If it was just the air, yeah, it looked like it. It was high, just that.
Got a good air game on him as well. That's kind of his rotation. Really everything he does on a surfboard stylish, Charlie. But as you see, it looks like Kauli
just landed something.
As you say, he's such an all-rounder. He's incredible tube rider. He's got a backhand, sort of real verticals and timing, and then he's got an air game as well. And let's see what he came up with here.
Yeah, he would go for the air. Let's see, how big was it? That's a really good full rotation air by Kauli Vast. Teva was happy. Teva is happy with that one. I would be happy with that one. That was a really good air. It looked like a free surf session for Kauli.
He got a lot of whip, didn't he, on that rotation? It was fast. Not a super amount of amplitude, but high enough. And the spin was quick. So yeah, Kauli just manufacturing the score with the one turn. We'll see what he gets for that. You see, Justin could see it from behind. He was watching it intently. And
it's going to be interesting to see how the judges score this because it's actually the first proper air we have seen this contest. I don't remember if we have seen any like real air. So it's going to be interesting to see how high the judges will go in that one, and because I think we'll be part of the rest of the contest, the air game, because it's going to be like this for the rest of the day. It's glassy and this kind of nice. It's an 8.10, so judges really liked it.
Wow, I didn't see it going that high. But
I would go that high.
Yeah. Well, you know your airs, and you're saying it's right in terms of just seeing something different as well. The judges haven't seen a lot of that, so any point of difference, anything you can make you know, a unique selling point is always going to be good. And yeah, bang, just one turn, gets an 8.1 and goes into the lead. Solid heat total already, so fast, looking good, and he's not done yet. He's going to go again, paddling ferociously. But unfortunately, just can't. That one just can't get into it.
Yeah, that's good because it was the first air of the day and first air of the first proper air of the contest, and the judges just showing that one that they will reward the airs.
Yeah.
They need to be something special because now this is the setting point of what they want to see on the air. Because you know all airs are different, and this one had height, had a lot of spinning. It was a full rotation, and it's going to be interesting to see if the surfers will. Oh, that's a really technical first turn. Why did he left that wave?
Well, yeah, he must have saw there was no further opportunity. Great start. I think he's a 4.85, didn't it? A big number, and leaves it open for Stanley Norman. So Stanley, little fang down the line, and he was always late to that. He did manage to make it.
That was such a good finishing section. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too late.
Millisecond, he couldn't get to it, could he?
Yeah, that was so good. The perfect section to hit really strong. Unfortunately, he got a bit. He did pretty well on the first turn. It's a speed turn, but with a lot of power. But the foamy sections are the best ones, and unfortunately for him. That's it. This is weird. He started off really well, just drifting the tail on that foam climb, and what happened there? Because the wave looked like it was going to wall up a little.
Yeah, I think he had at least a carve and then maybe a finish, and that could have been
better than the 2.67.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
Maybe, yeah. We're not sure. We'll see. But as it turns out, he's back out there. But Creighton's got that big number, 717. Hasn't been able to back it up yet, so Justin will be just trying. He needs a 3-point ride, so he's got priority. He's had it for a while. And he's just circling around, waiting for one of those right-handers, you'd imagine.
Yeah, Kauli's up there on the rankings. He's right in the second place, right behind Caparica. So
yeah,
he's pretty safe for the Challenger Series. Justin, it's in 12th. That's right on the bubble.
Yeah,
so
he's on the bubble.
He really wants to get through this heat and maybe put a couple more heats under his belt to make sure he has that spot on the qualifying series.
Yeah, absolutely. He needs to get a few more. He has to get a few more heats. You know, yeah, he needs a result, basically, is what I'm trying to say. We just saw Luis Diaz, one of his opponents above him, has dropped out. So that's one good sign for Justin.
Yeah, Charlie is in 21st, so a bit of a long shot as well, but nothing is impossible because we already saw some.
Get around this. He's deep. He's waited a long time. He's going to be all right here. So fangs down the line. First turn's crucial.
Oh. Wow.
Gets it right in, attacks it with pace, and there's another section, another big re-entry, and there's a third, and a bit of fin release as well. So Justin, yeah, wow, he waited for that wave, and he absolutely smashed it. And you think he likes it? Do you think he likes it?
Yeah, he'll absolutely love that.
Yeah, that's going to be a big number to go with his other big number.
How good was that wave?
That was a great wave, exceptionally well surfed, and a claim that he might want to have a word with himself about. But I tell you what, look at this wave. Take it away, Philippe.
Yeah, he hits it really strong on that first turn, just waits for the wave to wall up again, hits it really strong on the leap again, and again with a bit of a fin release. And now he's got to do a nice carving and straight into the finishing turn. We haven't seen a lot of waves that you can actually attack the leap. And this wave just kept providing. He attacked the leap at least 3 times. First one, and then second one, and then he's gonna fin release a little bit there, and a nice carving. He has such a really good carve, and then he was not even finishing that finishing turn. He was already doing the claim,
and then the gorilla claim.
Wow, that's so strong. 8-point ride this wave by Justin Boucret. Nice second turn,
and even on those sort of wraparounds, he was just getting a bit of fin release and a bit of spice. So yeah, exceptionally well surfed. An 8-point ride, as you said, goes up into first to go to 7.17. He's only had 2 waves, but he's made them absolutely count. So really impressive from the young Frenchman.
I don't think he needs to do any more waves today.
No, I think he's all
At
right
least
for
on
now.
this heat, he can sit out there and wait for the priority again and make sure he gets another really good wave and just let go.
Yeah, into the round of 16 and looking very, very strong. Needs a result, and well, if he keeps surfing like that, he's going to get one. So Norman now netting a 6.84. Charlie netting a 7.61. Big numbers coming in. All judges pretty much unanimous with that score. An 8-point ride, all written all over it. And interesting to see that wave was marked less than the single air, the vast. So that shows you where the sort of scale is. 4 or 5 pretty savage wraps versus 1 big air. But that's the thing about those airs, not everyone can do them. So there's a high degree of difficulty, and there's not a whole lot of people that can do them and get big numbers. So I'll tell you what, there's one right there. Miamana Brave's got a pretty crazy air game when he wants to, so he's got it in his locker.
This is Guilherme. He actually has a shot of qualifying on the Challenger Series as well, because he's on the 16th place.
Right. Okay.
So I know he wants it. I know he really wants, especially at his hometown. So it's always a little bit of a long shot, but it's still very, very obtainable. He just needs to keep on going and needs to keep on making through heats and make sure he goes as far as possible on this one. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see, because 16th, what do you think? Is it possible?
Well, I'd have to talk to Rob Gunning. It's a very, very long shot. There's a lot of surfers above him.
Sam Peter
maybe
is
up
still on the
seat.
contest.
Yeah. Berwick's out. Adur's in the next seat. Jasper Kretz just got a result, or got through, so has Sam.
Luis Diaz is out, though.
Count. Luis Diaz is out. Bisso's in the next one coming up. Giroux. Yeah, so all the surfers above him, with the exception of Diaz, and are sort of still involved. So, but you never know. Like a win's what, 3,000 points. So you'd think with a win you'd go right up there. Into well, you would if he wins. You'd think he'd have to win. I'd imagine to get close, or at least the second place. So yeah, absolutely within the realms of possibility. Be an incredible achievement on his own beach. But right now I've got Justin Becret, one of those other surfers, right in the hunt, in the mix. And this is the recap. He started off strong and he just carried on that way the whole way through.
Yeah, just started off. That's what I said about this finishing turn. The judges love this moment. He attacks it, it disappears on the foam, and out of nowhere it shows control. And judges, but this is the best wave of the heat so far. It's a huge full rotation. That's very perfect by Kaoli Vast. Just showing everyone that is also able to do some airs. And this is the second best wave of the heat. 8 points. 4 really strong hits on the lip. Another one. He's got a drift the tail on that one, and then just a wraparound cat back and finish this one off with a lot of water on that finishing turn. So he was really stoked with that one. So I can see it, how much it means to him, because he's right there in the mix. He wants to get a result and wants to qualify for the Challenger Series.
Yeah, pretty pumped up as Becret, and fired up about his chances. He's had a few results. You see this replay here. This is like a nice wave as well. Oh, first turn strong. Oh my gosh.
He's so strong. So strong. You can see his legs are just built, and he can hold on and attack that lip as powerful as it needs to be. So it might improve on that 4.83. He needs a 7.07 to go to second. I don't think it's that requirement, but still, it's going to improve his situation. That's for sure. Oh, the judges. I'm definitely.
It was a big number, wasn't it? There was two pretty savage turns. That second turn especially was pretty critical
Yeah, maybe I'm mistaken. The judges think differently than me. We're going to wait for a few more scores coming in, but it looks like it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, the initial signs are that it's big, and it's going to be an impressive performance. Potentially the two highest heat totals that we've seen of the whole event in the one heat. We have the Australia wave of the day, and coming up at the end of the day, and Kaoli could have that. So we'll see it maybe from this angle. It's just a different one. This is Stanley Norman going for the aerial as well, trying to mix it up. And the scores just dropping for the Tahitian. Go from 7.8 up to 9 and 8.37. So he's got a 2 8s. 88, two fat ladies, and he has absolutely smashed it. Meanwhile, Quivron, I think just, you know, once you start.
It feels like the ocean got a bit of a rhythm this year, doesn't it? It had a lot more opportunities than we saw in a couple of years before. As we see Kaoli again. Is he going to go for the air on this one now? Just waits to hit the lip. Again. For a bit of a mistake, but it's all right. It was a victory lap on that one.
Yeah, he's done his work. A 2 8-point ride. You can't do much more than that. Super happy with his performance. Becret was strong as well, and, leaving both his two opponents standing at 9. Coyote's going to come in. He's done. His job is done. Surfed really well. As you said, showed all his all-round capabilities in the air, on his backhand.
Yeah, we're still waiting for it. There's still one judge left to lock in the score, just to make sure how big it's going to be. Because they changed it. We had the score already.
Yeah, we did. Came in as a, well, now it's been, yeah, an 8.37. So an 8.37 to go with his 8.10. So the best wave of the heat. Anyway, it's all rudimentary because right now, Vast and Becret, convincing winners. Stanley Norman surf well, especially on that one wave at the start of the heat, but when you start getting to these heavy hitters, these rounds of 32s, the scores just go up, you know, and there's a whole new sort of level, and that man there on your screen, you know, the highest heat total of the event so far. And yeah, there's a reason why he's number 2 on the rankings, and that's because he's an incredible surfer in all conditions, works really hard as well. Right, anyway, while he comes in and has a quick chat on the beach, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way. And we are back live. Beautiful drone shot there, panning northwards to the city of Lisbon. We're on the coast of the Caparica. We are marching through the round of 32. Some big, heavy hitters we've seen in each heat, and they're coming more through here. Adura Amatreyan, Timothy Bissau, Guilherme Ribeiro, the local hope, and Mia Mana Bray. all fighting for that all-important Challenger Series. We've just seen some big sort of movements in that last one. We saw Justin Becret just starting to make a move. Carly Vast moved up to number 1 on the series rankings with that last heat win. And Luis Diaz, surfer who was in 7th place, lost his heat. He looks like he's in a bit of strife now. So at the final hurdle, as I'm joined by Paul Evans, the house of cards is starting to crumble, Paul.
Yeah, it's pressure, isn't it? And it's how do you react to that pressure?
Pressure's a privilege, so they say.
Wouldn't feel that way if you'd lost that competition, have to just sit and watch your fate unfold. And speaking of surfers up in that bracket for Challenge Series qualification, one of them, Bisso, he's got a number already on the board in this heat here, Monday.
Yep, straight up into it, a nice 6.33 off the bat. And, yeah, we saw Justin Becret, he's up to 7th. Luis Diaz is definitely out, so he won't be in the Challenger Series for this year at least. Bisso, here's the replay. And just attacking on his backhand. We've seen this before. And we know what he can do. He had a really hard forward heat yesterday. Really had to dig deep. And this is showing a bit more of his all-round quality.
Yeah, just lining up on the right, suddenly he always knew what he was going to do. He's just going to keep it vertical in the pocket. That's what Bisso will bring. So no face turns from him. It's just relentlessly tagging the lip. And that's been a success story throughout the morning. We've seen a number of goofy foots go really well. The backhand weaponry, identifying the best waves is a key part of it. The smaller ones aren't offering that much juice, particularly on the backhand. So if you get a set wave, and you push hard, judges are going to reward you. That's what happened to Bisso. I think I know what you're going to say next.
About Twitter.
Is it blowing up?
Yeah, it has been. Despite the best efforts of the likes of Chico Alves, it just keeps catching fire, as we see down the line. First turn, boom, right in the pocket. Ribeiro, the local hope, is an outside chance, sitting down in the 16th in the rankings. He liked that. He's probably going to like this tweet as well. Coming in from Trent in Liverpool, and he said he's just gone. He's a bit of a history buff by the looks of things. It's Trent. He's one for you, Paul. He knows you like your history.
Man after my own heart.
Yeah, he's gone the Ming Dynasty, the Ottoman Empire, or the Genghis Khan period of dominance across most of Asia and Europe.
Bisso there just belting it. And this is Mimana.
Live action. Oh, another big belt. So the wave's getting really, really good. Alain Roux liked, you can see the little sort of sharp intake of breath. And their man Bray, Tahitian contingent, liking that. He would have just seen his fellow Tahitian blow up in the one before. Would have been pretty stoked about that. And now Mimana also getting involved in the action. Big numbers to come in. What do you like about this, Paul?
Yeah, it's just raw aggression, isn't it? In terms of set up turn, and then you see it nice and steep, and it's vertical, and he just says slice in your face. And then again, it doesn't need to do too much. When you're in rhythm, you're in that steep part of the wave, you've got the sort of fall line. If you're going to use a kind of a mountain analogy, you're always at the point of maximum velocity. You don't need to do loads. Just put the board up there, and the wave will do quite a bit of the work. Bisso, similar sort of stuff. And the weaponry is just super sharp from him. The timing's really good. It's all about, see, you get those little tail taps on the backhand. You just tweak it out. You've got to get the landing done. I really like this from Ribeiro. It's on the poster for the event. And he's
literally the poster boy for the event.
Yeah, and just essentially showing why he's one of the really highly touted from this next generation of Portuguese surfers. With 2 good hits there, and just in terms of his timing, the wave just stood up for him, allowed him to get some speed. When you got speed, you get to produce spray. I like it. It's a good opening exchange. I feel like everyone's in this.
Yeah, back to live action. Nice first tag from Ribeiro, and another one quite similar, but right in the pocket, and then a bit of variety there. And can he finish it off? He gets the last little floater. Not a big turn, but 3 nice turns, well synced. And it looks like we've got a lot more options, a lot more possibilities. I'm sure it's a shift in the tide or maybe a bit of that slight increase in swell, but there's loads more options coming in now. And the scores are starting to edge north because of it. And Paul, he just, you know, he tagged it basically, just kept tagging away.
Yeah, And basically what the other thing is, just got a number in, he's trying to get another wave straight away and just keep the fire going. And we've seen that sort of pay off in terms of scores coming in clusters. Amatray in, we know what he can do. He's got so much whip to his surfing and speed. Look at this wave, it's beautiful. He gets the drift and the release, and again, just absolutely tacking it. It's just relentless stuff from him. And he's able to put his turns so tight in the pocket. When you do that, it looks critical and crisp and fresh.
The ultimate pocket rocket, isn't he, really?
So he comes from behind the whitewater and each time gets a little extra on the turn. Again, some real fizz out of the tail. And again, you see that fin just flare quickly out the top of the lip. So each turn slightly different.
Wow.
Just squeezing that little bit of extra juice rather than just going up and going back down again. Tapping that tail, putting back foot pressure on. That's why he gets good scores from our panel. I reckon he's on his way to a really good one here. Yeah, I'm going to take the Mingers, the Ming dynasty.
Are you?
Yeah.
Over the Ottomans and Genghis Khan.
Don't know loads about what the Ottomans, I obviously know about it. I don't know loads about their sort of general broader contribution. So I'm going to go with the Ming.
Okay, well, speaking of contributions to surfing, down there on the beach is the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Kaoli. Excellent heat. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, feeling good. A little bit stressful because I was with my good friend Justin, and we spent time together all the time on the QS and stuff. And yeah, to have him on the heat was cool, stressing. And he started good. I got an 8, and he got another 8, and I got another 8. So it was a tough heat. And no, yeah, I had fun. I'm feeling good, good board. So yeah.
Were you visualizing a full rotation before going into the heat, or just thinking about the rides?
No, it was just the plan was to get rides. There's not many left, and when I saw that one, I had 4th prio. I just create my opportunities, and yeah, just land, just throw the air, and I made it. So I got a good 8. I didn't know it was an 8, but I thought like it was a good one. I was stoked, and no, happy.
I've got some news for you. You're the ranking leaders right now. How does that feel? More pressure?
No, the goal is to win for sure. You always have this in mind, and no, hit by hit, and like usual, and there's good waves. It's always beautiful, like beautiful days. So yeah, just focus and hit by hit.
Sounds like a good strategy for you. Has been working. Good luck for the next round.
Thank you so much.
Back to you, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Chico. Yeah, Kaoli heat by heat.
Good interview there from Chico.
Number 1 on the rank. Yeah.
Solid.
Yeah. Covered broad sort of range of territory. Got the macro and the micro.
And the meso.
And the meso. The meso and the... So Bray, you got a 6.57. All 4 surfers actually locking in pretty solid scores.
Yeah, it's really enjoyable this heat. I'm loving what I'm seeing so far. Everyone's at this. Me and Mana there on the replay. Just tagging that left, just as Cowley was sort of talking about, he didn't see many lefts. Right about that exact moment, his fellow surfer out of French Polynesia took a left and got a reasonable number on it.
You happy with that 7.5 for a doer?
Yeah, it's no surprise at all. In fact, you wouldn't have been surprised even if it went slightly higher. I just think, talk about that extra gear, it almost sometimes feels like there's more of a point of difference between a high 6 and a high 7. It feels like it's bigger than between a 3 and a 4. And in order to do that, you've got to do quite a lot more. I just feel like the way he's just releasing the tail on those turns, each one was slightly different. I think getting the rewarded, well, one of our judges went 7-8. Yeah, and I think that's just desserts of what he got done.
Very good, very good.
How's Twitter looking, Ben?
Good. Got one in here from Rachel from Rotterdam. She's gone stand-up comedy, ballroom dancing, or musical theatre. Eclectic. Out the back, though, live action as Paul ruminates over the various forms of art. Here's some art now. Oh, he's painting a canvas and it looks good. There's another little sweeping turn, trying to back up a 7.5. He cracks it again. Smaller wave than last time. It's going to be a smaller score as well. But in terms of backup, he's pretty good at that. He's just all hustle, he's all bustle. And look at him paddle. Everything he does is at speed. And he's going to get right back out there, having just backed up his 7.5, and probably go up into those all-important first or second places. Out the back, more swell though.
Musical theatre.
Going to keep musical theatre. Yeah. Even though it can be quite punishing. Well, you're sort of
your opinion, Ben.
You're Oklahoma kind of a guy, more guys and dolls.
Joseph and his Technicolor Dreamcoat.
Yeah, I can see that. Okay, as we see, look at these lines marching in from the North Atlantic, sort of westerly swell, and just coming sort of straight in, a good angle to this swell, and hitting Caparica pretty sweet. His bank's looking good as well. And Amatrain just gets a 5-1-3, so it does back up. That moves up into first place. Bray's left-hander was a 4-5-3. Bisso Ribeiro now chasing for numbers. What about you, Paul? Got any Twitter? Must be going firing. I mean,
let's just have another look at Ardur here, backing himself up, and he's so smart in heats. The speed that he gets out of that equipment, first of all, he's really confident in his boards, as he should be, working with Pukas up there in the Basque Country, producing amazing equipment. So that's all dialed in. His surfing's really on point, and as soon as he takes off on a wave, you get a feeling like he's already turning plan 3. He's got that strategy where he's already thinking about the third corner and just tagging it really hard. A 5-1-3 on, an in-between wave, really, to back up the 7-5. And I think after seeing that previous heat, when you see exit scores go down, you can get a little bit caught up, maybe looking too much for those real quality waves. Ardur Amatrain's just already built up brilliant scores. Speaking of surfers out of the Basque Country, this guy's a ripper. A great looking next heat, some real heavy hitters. That's Ruben Vittoria. He's getting ready. Doesn't look to be feeling too much pressure. What I like about this one is everyone's in with a great shot. Look at those numbers, and that's not something we've been able to really say throughout this event. Often it's one surfer running away and the other 3 battling out for scraps. It does feel like everything's got something good locked in. Obviously, Ardur's got the best of it, but in the 6s for Bray and Bisso, and Ribeiro not a long way back with a 5-3-3, so this is anyone's, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. All tightly bunched, all sort of, equal sort of in standard as well. All great surfers. And there's only a 2-point spread, so I reckon the last 10 minutes could be pretty exciting. See Ribeiro, the local hope there, needing a 5.78, not a big number at all. And Bisso needs even a smaller one. So I think MS7 would have a regroup. It's been pretty relentless since the get-go. Now just waiting it out. And the last 10 minutes could be a flurry. Look at that water. It's just so light offshore, so clean, so sunny. I've been just blessed with incredible conditions since day one. Just every day is just like press repeat. And it's been brilliant. Pretty exciting stuff coming our way.
Yeah, really enjoyable. Setting up for a massive finish here, of course, including today. Got 2 more days we could yet run. It's Thursday, we've got Friday and Saturday. Could possibly wrap it up sooner than Saturday. Let's keep an eye on the forecast and see how all of that plays out. But it's setting out to be an interesting finish, and we'll keep updating those situations as well in terms of the rankings, because there's all sorts going on in terms of who can jump up and is in contention for challenges for the men and the women, of course.
Yeah,
Twitter's offering.
I know. I was just saying, in the men's, there's 20 people still in contention for the 7 spots. So that's what we're at. Kuzane's one of them. You see him on your screen. So that's just how wide open this the permutations are. And there's a lot going on. Sorry, you got something on Twitter for me, have you, Paul?
Yeah, it's quite a lot happening. We've got Mary Claire in Chatham, in Kent. Really enjoying the show. She's looking forward to this next heat as well. I think this one is going to be really, really good. Questions for Ben. She loves you can only keep one. Sunglasses. Well, let's just stick with live action here, Ben. Mimana.
Yeah, he's going to go big here. Oh, no, he's not. Just kicks out. Thought he might have a nair section, just couldn't quite get there. Yep. Sunglasses.
The Enlightenment. So I think she's referring to the sort of post-Renaissance. The Enlightenment, Middle Ages.
Good phase.
Oh, the River Danube. Can only keep one thing. I like these multi-category ones.
Yeah, I know.
Requires a little more thinking, doesn't it? Great question. Mary Claire and Chatham.
I think.
First of all, just think about navigating the rest of your day without sunnies on, and you'd be squinting. It's going to play havoc with the crow's feet. You're going to be in trouble. Have you got a cap?
Yeah, I've got a cap.
So,
yeah, I've got
okay,
a cap.
but still, it'd be tough.
Yeah.
The Enlightenment, where would we be without some of those, great works of literature and art and poetry?
Well, it paved the way for,
philosophy.
it paved the way for, post-Bronze Age, the Industrial Revolution. It was important.
The River Danube?
The River Danube is, one of the most essential water courses in Europe.
One of the great rivers.
It would.
Sort of central.
It's kind of based a lot of the Eastern European agriculture is based around that basin. So yeah, they're all good. I'm going to keep the Danube. Yeah, I think that just me being a man of the people, I think that's probably going to give more to a lot more people than just me squinting for the rest of my life. I'm the type of a guy that likes to think about bigger socioeconomic issues. And
we'd still have the Danube, we'd have some extra pterygiums, and on some of those sort of stately homes that might possibly align the sort of lower delta of the Danube, there wouldn't be so many sort of large friezes of sort of Renaissance art on the walls, because that would never have happened.
We've been gone. We'd have no printing press or mathematics. We'd have maths, we just wouldn't have the printing press, but we've got the Danube. Thanks, Maria Claire. As you said, there was a bit of a gap in proceedings. Now something's firing up. Bissow's got priorities. Waited a long time for this wave, and he's not going to go that. He's elected to stay patient. I'm a train though. He's going to have a crack. Oh, just makes a rare mistake. So unable to punish those people that elected not to take off on that wave, not like him. Still got a pretty healthy lead.
Got close to scores though. Ribeiro 10 points, Amatrein 12.63. So just 2.5 points between first and fourth. And that's the stakes at this level. It's crucial to get a good wave here for Bissow.
Yeah. Oh, and he's made a mistake as well, which is also, we talk about his pressure. It comes, it happens. They've got 6 minutes, the Challenger Series ratings, all those guys. We said 20 people all fighting for those 7 spots. He's one of them. He's under the pump, and this wave had opportunity. Yeah, he needed a 4.78. He'd get those in his sleep usually. I'm not sure what went wrong here, Paul.
Me neither. Maybe just literally just quite simple as his foot slipped off, it looked like. I don't think we need to read too much more into that. Also, this is weird. Just lost the fins and went down. Maybe the wave just went soft real quick on him that he wasn't anticipating. But again, it's hard to see really what happens. Basically, just fell off. He fell over. How's Twitter looking?
Yeah, good. Got one coming in here from Callum and Jan Jark. Yeah, just made a mistake. He's gone Pele, Bjorn Borg, and Ben Stokes. It's got a sporting theme, clearly. What do you see?
Keep Pele, aren't we?
Can do. You know his real name? Full name? Pele? No one does. Any person that does is his mother. Still no action. Bissow swinging again. So here he goes, needing that 5-point ride. First turn, gets over a bit of foam, gets the second one up, and he just can't get the third one in. So you can tell he's starting to get a little desperate. And he just still fighting away. He did this yesterday, actually. He was in a similar situation last 4 minutes. Just didn't need a massive score and just started swinging at will and managed to get one right on the buzzer. This particular instance, a little different. Needs a bit bigger number, but still, he's under the pump. So he had a train starting to go for it there. He's got a wide one, and he's on this one. So the current heat leader comes around. There's a big turn, and he goes down. So something's gone wrong in the last back of the heat. We're talking about the potential ending and how close it was and how exciting it was, and just been a litany of sort of mistakes really in the last 10 minutes. And that means Bissow and Ribeiro still needing scores with 3.5 minutes on the clock. Looks like Ribeiro needing a 5.78. He's got priority.
Bissow's still in contention to take out the title in Europe, of course. And if he's going to do that, he needs to get out of this heat. He needs to get a number Still chasing that 4.78. This is how this one's gone down. Bisso early on swinging, and he came out with a strong start, just cracking the whip basically. Doesn't need to do too much because the wave just kept giving him sections. The judges gave him a 6.33, and at this stage you're thinking we're game on here. Bisso's up for this. Then he backed himself up. This is a 4.17, I believe. It's the 4.17. But guess what? Right now, he's still in third place. This guy, Guillermo Ribeiro, he rallied with a 5.33. Some sharp work. Miyamana Bray, he was busy early on. He's been real quiet since then. His 2 scores came in his opening waves. 6.57 for him on just a sweet drainer. Really beautiful as this one just drew off the bank. That's the high score. That's the best of the action. But this guy, sorry, it's the second high score because this was the 7.5 from Adu Amatreyin. And he absolutely belted this thing, just tweaking out the tail of the board, blowing fins out the top of the wave. And he did it again and again, just relentlessly. Still wasn't done. Backed himself up immediately by the mid-ranger. This was a 5.13. Big sting for a first turn. He gets a second maneuver before the wave goes a little more meek, but just surfing really all the points available on offer on that wave. A lot more he could have done. That's what it's all about on the QS. Finding opportunities. He's been good value from the win. Since then, a couple of missteps, a couple of slips. He's taken 3 waves. Unable to add to his total. Let's pick up live action again here, Ben.
Yeah, Bisso going the left, so he's changing it up. That's what he does. He never... Oh, and he's made another mistake. Pushing so hard because the wave quality probably wasn't quite there. Doesn't need a big number. And that might be the end of the road. He kept hustling. He's been throwing everything at it, but it's just... You can't make mistakes if you want to... Well, you know, as we said, in the contention to win the qualifying series rankings, but at the moment he could be out of the event, and his Challenger Series place could be in jeopardy.
Yeah, he's one of those further down on the rankings. The cut goes to 7, but with the 2 wildcards, that'll extend to 9. And he'll have to watch nervously if he's unable to find the points between now and the end of the heat. This is the wave. It's not going to be the number for him. So going to left, trying to force the issue and trying to force it a little too much on a section which didn't offer much. Didn't have a lot of choice, really. Had to push it there, Ben. He had to just really try and force something, but doesn't happen for him. That's the requirement for Ribeiro with Pryor. He's got under 30 to do it.
Yeah, I mean, he's the opposite. He's just said, because he's had priorities, he's been patient. He's waited probably 15 minutes for this last wave. He's got 18 seconds. So now he's just going to have to go whatever comes his way, if anything comes his way, that is. And 10 seconds on the clock, it could be. And you can see they're like, oh, that's that. They're frustrated because he had so much time to get that back up, and he just hasn't caught a wave. And they're all, yeah, shrugs of shoulders, hands on hips. But Adu Amatreyin from Miyamana Bray, they are through. We've lost one of the local hopes, and also Timmy Bisso, one of the favourites. So exciting times, but such is the way of the world. Ruben Vittorio, Shelley Martin, Bitter and Jorgen Kuzne up next. More stacked heats, more great waves, and Adu another. You know, he made a couple of mistakes towards the end, but he'd done enough of the hard yards early on to get a pretty convincing heat win in the end. Through the round of 16. We'll see him again later on today. Not far away at all. Right now, though, while we look at the beautiful waves of Caparica, we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to Praia do Paraíso, Costa da Caparica in Portugal. It's an amazing day. My name is Felipe Jervis. I'm here with Paul Evans. Paul, how's it looking out there? It looks pretty fun.
It looks fun. I tell you what, it looks serious as well. This is crunch time in this heat. We've got some real good surfers in the water, and it's time to start thinking ever about those conversations about sending surfers to the Challenger Series. Jorgen Kuzenet is up there coming into this. Ruben Vitoria, Charlie Martin, also Bitor Garandarandia looking to make up ground, and they're going to need to keep going deep into the event.
Yeah, Bitor has been he impressed me a lot yesterday. A lot of really good surfing, as we see. Speaking of good surfing, Jorgen just started off this heat with a banger, a 7.00, as you see on your screen. That's definitely a way to start off a heat, and he wants to improve, because I know Jorgen almost got in there, as we see the replay. Paul.
Yeah, speed from the takeoff. And then just incisive on the rail. See, he gets that swoop without slowing down. So manages to commit the rail hard and doesn't lose a lot of speed.
As we see, straight to live action, Ruben Vitoria on a couple nice turns. The wave just offers that finishing turn. We've been seeing that the judges really like that finishing turn, that strong finishing turn. So it's going to be interesting to see the result of the Euskadi surfer, Ruben Vitoria.
Yeah,
two Euskadis, two French.
34th in the rankings, Ruben, coming into this. Doesn't really have anything to speak of on the QS. A big result here will send him up. Charlie Martin, he came in 21st coming into this, so he's not miles back. This round will make things a lot clearer as to where we are and who's still got a shot. Ruben with the flow, basically, flowing through the maneuvers and between them. And the crucial thing was the big finish. It's all about really coming into that last section with enough speed, but also with the right sort of angle. And just attacking on the lip there. So kind of finishing that wave stronger than it started in terms of the difficulty of the maneuver.
Yeah, that's why the score might be as low as 4 points, as we see, because the beginning of the heat, the judges like a good finishing turn. Unfortunately, they also like a big first turn. So Ruben doing it pretty well. On that wave, just a 4.00. There's plenty of way more opportunities out there. They just need to find a place on the lineup and make sure they make good decisions. And we also have Charlie. It's fun to see Charlie. I've been competing against Charlie for pretty much all my junior life and QS life as well. It's good to see that he has the same motivation, the same drive to keep on competing, and who knows, win this event and maybe get a spot on the Challenger Series.
Speaking of those scenarios, we've got it. Bitor and Charlie need to make the semis for a chance to qualify. Ruben needs to make the final. So getting down now, and these scenarios play out a bit easier. Obviously, we've lost some surfers out of the draw. We're losing them every heat. So it all kind of gets distilled. And I think each of our competitors coming into this one, particularly the more experienced surfers like Charlie, they're looking at the win anyway, right? Any event, they're looking to surf, they're going, oh, I need to win the event, basically.
Yeah,
that's
you
kind
know
of what they're
what?
thinking.
I can see Charlie doing that. He's a fierce competitor. He knows, we know how much he wants it, as we see Charlie up and riding on this one. Let's see what the waves plays out. And first strong turn by Charlie, just coming from behind the section. He's got to do a really trademark carving by Charlie Martin. A nice cutback. He's got to be happy with that. Is he going to transition to another wave? I don't think he will. It could have gone a little. It could have exploded a little more on that first turn, but yeah, first good wave for Charlie just to put that something on board.
Not exactly, I think, the kind of wave he was hoping for. Is it just backed away from him a bit? Here's Bitor.
Yeah, just that single turn maneuver. We saw a lot of big scores coming out of those kind of conditions, those kind of turns on the last few days. But we're gonna go with Chico Alves to hear about the winner of the last heat. Chico.
Yeah, boys. I have with me Adur Amatrien. Adur, yesterday you had quite a tough time out there. Today it looks a bit different, right?
Yeah. Today was way easier. A lot more. Yesterday's heat was a lot more stressful, so today I got a few waves fast, so I was more relaxed.
You're surfing on an epoxy, right? Does that make you feel comfortable? I think yesterday you were riding the same board, right? Or was it a different one?
Yeah, it was the same board. Lately, I've been using this epoxy, which I had it since 1 year, and I didn't really use it. And last week, I started using it at home, and I saw that it worked really well. So it's my go-to board in this contest.
Looks like you're gonna have one more heat today. You wanna run it on the low tide or high tide?
I don't know what I prefer, and I don't know what I have, so I don't care.
Let's see what you're gonna have. Good luck for the next round. You're looking really good.
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks, Chico.
Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Chico. Paul, I have a question for you. How do you feel about epoxy versus PU? What's the deal with it? Like, are you pro epoxy, against epoxy? You know there's good things on it, bad things. What do you reckon?
I just think it's become pretty much standard now, and anytime the surf's sort of under, what do we say, 1.5 meters, anytime you're under that 3 to 4 foot mark, I'd say most people, it's always become like the standard, going to epoxy. It's that extra lightness, not only the lightness, just the feel of it, and for like the elite kind of real high performance type surfers, there's little differences that make huge, significant difference to them, the way the board feels. So I think it's a good choice going to that. You can tell today, particularly with how smooth it is on the face, that just throughout the outgoing tide this morning, it was lacking a little bit of power, almost compared to the size of the wave. You see some of the sets are still head high, maybe a couple of, but just not quite there in terms of the energy, and that's why I think epoxy's a great choice. And I tell you what, it worked really well for Adua.
Oh, it did. I actually saw his wave live at the beach. I wasn't here on the booth, but the board just looked insane. Just keep on going, top to bottom, top to bottom, top to bottom, and Adua is such a fierce competitor as well, and surfed really, really good.
The other side of that argument, though, do you see some surfers that just don't like to mix things up too much? They like to stick with the board, and even in terms of a range of the size, the way they'll stick to the same thing, opting for the familiarity rather than constantly trying to tweak things and having a bunch of different variables coming into their equipment. So different approaches. Say if you get the win, it works.
Yeah, I can understand that, because sometimes when you have a lot of, that's a two-turn combo, really strong by Charlie. Charlie always had that fierce backside surfing. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. We're going to just, what do you think about this wave, Paul?
Yeah, I think that Charlie's got that maybe you see him more of than a lot of the other competitors. He's got that extra whip in the turns, right? So he finishes the turn with more speed than he comes into it. He's got that ability to hit it really late and whip it. He just hasn't really had a significant section so far in this heat. He's been a little bit just underpowered in terms of some of the waves he's caught. As we saw Ruben also trying to get a back up on the board, possibly even a high number, because he's got a 4 already. It'll be something of that similar order, and I think Ruben and Charlie are both sort of at the moment stuck in the 4s, and that's basically because of the waves they've caught.
Yeah, and you have the surfer in green, Jürgen, just slowly waiting for his time to pick up a strong second wave, because he has the best wave of the heat, and he wants to remain on that first position, so he has to make sure he gets some wave with a lot of offer on it, and to make sure he puts a second strong score, or even higher than a 7. So Jürgen just playing the patient game. It's pretty interesting. But I don't think we haven't seen, well, the waves have been pretty big the last couple of days, so we might see a couple more epoxies out there. That's for sure. It'll be interesting to see if there's any other surfer surfing with epoxy, because it feels like the only surfer that I actually saw with an epoxy was Adur, but yeah, maybe there's more and we don't know.
Yeah, I feel like on the QS, yeah, particularly with the summer events, you get a lot of epoxies.
Yeah, you need them, that's for sure.
Maybe those step down, that wide point forward type boards. I think in these kind of conditions, you're probably thinking maybe the same kind of shape, just maybe the materials might be different, but still with a pulled in tail, that thumb tail, that kind of squash would be probably preferable. Obviously, different surfers have different preferences, but yeah, as a standard equipment on the QS, those bright white epoxies, I think they're going to be the go-to, because a lot of our events are held in small waves.
Yeah, that's true. The QSs are known for those types of conditions, and it has to be part of your quiver for the whole year, even on the challengers, because sometimes you can get those small waves as well, because there's a lot of heats, there's a lot of grind, and the organization needs to put people on the water, and sometimes you're going to have some hits on scrappy conditions, and it's small conditions.
Quite a big range as well on the challenges. You think you start off at Snapper, one of the kind of premium waves sort of globally in terms of its repute. good barrels on offer, steep, and then heading to places like Bolito. I think last year it was tiny. We were talking
but
small.
we already saw Bolito like 6 feet, absolutely bombing. So it's you need to be you need to have you need to travel the world with a little bit of everything. Make sure you have the equipment dialed up, and it's a grind.
Huntington Beach, another one that shows us the range, right? So we've seen Huntington pretty big actually in the last couple of years, and we've seen it in its more familiar guys. And then heading to Portugal as well, thinking of Ribeira de Ilhas. We saw that not last year, the year before. It was 6 foot, 8 foot throughout the week. It was really big.
And you need and especially those places. If you go Huntington and Ribeira de Ilhas are completely different places. Even all the venues on the Challenger Series. As we come back to that, as we see Ruben Vitória, nice first carving straight into the lip with a lip land floater, and then finish this one off pretty strong. I think it will be something in the range of the 4s again, because he didn't have that big turn that the judges really like to see, Paul.
Yeah, exactly. Nice flow, as ever, from Ruben. Keeping the speed up between. A hard paddle to get in, and he gets a couple of pumps in early, and then just draws out the bottom turn. The first one's a setup. It just adds a little extra. That puts him over the lip line for the check turn, and then he comes back in and gets the finish. We talked about being stuck in the 4s with the sort of type of wave that you catch, and contrast that with the 7 early on from Jorgen, which I guess those points, there was just 2 turns on that wave, if I'm right. As the first one was the big open carve, and the judges really paying that carve off.
Yeah, we haven't been seeing those huge carves, and the judges actually really like this wave as well, a 5.17, and a little higher than the 4. So very good surfing by Ruben Vitória, and he's being pretty smart, because you just need to stay active. We saw a lot of surfers just losing, just waiting for their moment, and I hope that doesn't happen to Jorgen, because yesterday we saw some guys losing with the highest single score of the heat, but then they weren't unable to back it up. So with 10 minutes remaining, Jorgen will start to need thinking about putting that back up on the board.
He won't appreciate me for reminding him of this. I think Jorgen Cousin lost the final to Ruben Vitória in Tenerife with a 10, unless I'm mistaken.
He lost.
I think he got a 10 and lost to Ruben Vitória.
He doesn't want that to happen again. And this guy, there has been a bit of a surprise on this contest. The Israeli surfer, Sazi, just keep on going. He got a really nice barrel yesterday. He got through this morning already, and we're going straight to round 16. But it's really, I'm happy that we have an Israeli surfer that far away from the contest, because it's really good to see those different flags.
Yeah, he's got a tough heat though, taking on Dave Abushko, we just saw also in the water in that one, Paul César and Joan Duroux. So
Battle of the Goofy Foots.
An absolutely stacked heat, that one.
It is a battle of goofy foots. All the 4 surfers are goofy footers, so it's going to be interesting. You as a goofy footer, would you rather have goofies or regulars?
I asked Chico earlier, and he kind of sort of blanked me, but I think we've seen, it seems like there are more of them in this event, or certainly more doing well. I feel like the goofy regular foot splits favouring the goofies in terms of the big performances, the highlights, the big scores, a lot of the heat wins. Feels like a real theme for this one.
Yeah, especially when today the conditions will be a lot smaller. And the thing about backside, because it's a right-hand point break, obviously we saw Kaoli Vaz going for a huge air, but especially on this size, you can put a lot more power and a lot more amplitude on those turns when you surf on your backhand. Sometimes on your forehand you can get caught up in cutting the turn short and just to make sure you get over the next section, and on your backhand you just want to go top to bottom, and sometimes it pays off, especially on these kinds of conditions, because it's soft. There's not too much wall on the waves, and if you can actually attack it vertical, the judges will love it way more than if you go sideways and go for a carve. You know, that's the biggest thing about the goofy footers. So yeah, there's plenty. I was looking at the last year, Mihamana Bray still on the contest as well, a goofy footer, a strong goofy footer. We're gonna lose 2 though on the next hit. There's gonna be 2 goofy footers that are gonna go home, as we see Hurricane just waiting. He has been like, what, 15 minutes since he got his only wave. He only needs a 1.5 to go to second though, so I don't think he's too worried. He just I think he wants to make sure he gets a really good wave just to distance himself from the other competitors.
Yeah, he's got that 7 on the board, and what that allows him to do is he doesn't need to think about the requirement. We saw it on the screen. It's just a small number to move up into an advancing position. He's in 3rd right now, the 1-5, but that isn't in his thoughts. I think he's thinking basically about finding another way that looked like that 7, essentially. If he does that, even something not quite as good, he's going to have a really strong position in the heat, but he's just had to be really patient. It's just a little bit of time to stew on things, but hasn't really had much other choice. We haven't really been ways to paddle for, so he's just kind of sat there and kept it cool. But the thing with Jorgen is, with all that experience, he's been in these kind of positions on multiple occasions, and he'll back himself right down really to the final seconds of the heat to find a score.
The thing is, he doesn't want to catch a 1.5 wave. He wants to catch an 8-pointer or a wave that allows him to go as big as possible. So he has to make sure he goes on a good one. Because, yeah, I know that if the time runs out and it's only like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, he's going to start and think about doing something, because it's very easy to get in 1.5. But he still has time, and I'm pretty sure he's going to hold that priority and make sure he has the good one.
Had a good season for Johan Duru. We just caught vision of then, coming up in the next heat. Got the wild card into the CT in Peniche. Of course, we've seen him make the final in that event when he was on tour back in 2018, 2019.
Yeah, he's really good at that event. Really, really good.
A strong performance from him early on. And overall, I think he's in a really good place with the surfing. Everything dialed in, and he's taking steps back towards the Challenger via this event to build a platform to ultimately try and get back to the Challenger Tour. What does that mean?
I have no idea, honestly. I've never saw Jorgen up and riding. Let's see if it's just a one-turn wave, or if he actually managed to get a couple turns done. As we see Vitor up and riding as well. Nice first turn, then hits it vertical. Is he gonna be able to do another turn? Unfortunately not, but I've never saw that. I have no idea what's that arms movement it is, but yeah, but that's the thing about those signs. It's different for everyone, as you see the replay of Vitor.
Yeah, nice energy to the opening part of wave. I like the way he squeezed that turn out. Got weird here, and he wanted another section. Just didn't really happen for him. So you don't see surfers cut down from mid-face that often on small waves. That's what happened. And that was what Jorgen was able to do, just get the drift on the fins. It's one maneuver. And we talked about him not surfing to that score. He's just had to put something up now.
Yeah, I think that's got to be a nice backup. Obviously, it's not going to be as high as he wants to, but still, it's going to put him on the first place. It's a 4.23, so it takes him straight into that first place. He's looking at this insider. Now he's a bit more comfortable. Now he has something to keep with himself, with 7 points and a 4.23, as we see Charlie up and riding. Nice first snap, straight into the lip, a little late, unfortunately goes down. Charlie only needs a 4.75, so he needs to grab one of those bigger waves that allowed you to go a bit bigger than he has been surfing throughout this heat, unfortunately. As we see White up and riding, he got caught behind the section, and as soon as he goes over that whitewash, the wave just kind of disappears. So it's, yeah, we'll be waiting for scores. As we see Charlie Martin's score will coming in, nothing will change. It's gonna be a small score. As we're gonna go, Paul, to the recap of this heat, plenty of nice waves.
Yeah, let's appreciate this carve from Jorgen Cousinet. The two-turn combo, good enough for a 7 early on. A healthy number. We haven't seen anything like that quality really since then. This is Ruben Vittoria. You know, he's got the speed and the flow. The linkage is really nice. And this approach was good enough for him early on. Get himself a 4. This just happened, basically. Jorgen waited a real long time. It's a 4.23 for that. So generous rewards, really, for a pretty soft turn, you'd say. He's got a good platform. He's back in the lead in the heat, and possibly got himself out of being under pressure in these final stages, because if he hadn't caught that wave, he'd still be looking for numbers. He's gone to first. That moves Charlie down. Meanwhile, here's Ruben Vittoria on the backhand.
Oh, a little bit of a mistake by Ruben. Someone, I don't know who it was. Yeah, it was Charlie. He kind of pressed him to go on that wave. So a bit of experience playing out with Charlie Martin, because that was not a good wave. And Ruben felt the pressure because Charlie was paddling for that wave. And we know that Charlie, as we can see here, Charlie pressing him to go on this wave, which is a really smart move because the wave didn't look that good. A little bit of a mistake by Ruben Vittoria, both on the turn and also with the priority. As we see, might be one of the last opportunities of Charlie Martin. Nice wraparound cutback. He needs to get something stronger and powerful on this turn. 2-turn combo. He's happy. He thinks he has it. He needs a 4.75. What do you think, Paul?
It's a soft wave, wasn't it, to open up with? He needed a strong finish. He did get a strong finish. Just when he's standing up, you look at the way the wave's drawing off the bank, and you can almost get an impression of where the score is going to go, just in terms of the energy on this opening section. It's crumbly here, and he goes to this turn. He hasn't really scored many points. Then the finish is strong. He gets this whipping turn, and because he just finishes that and goes back up, he's asked a question. It's a big number that he needs, really, 4.75. So he needs his highest score. Was this the best wave he's surfed?
Nah, not really. That was, yeah, it might be his best wave, but I don't think, maybe it's not that 5 that he needs. He's not going to be happy with the score. It's a 4.17.
The lip's crumbling, and we talk about
a small wave.
We talk about the surfing being done, but ultimately the wave will dictate the score, really. Whenever the lip isn't, even on relatively small conditions, isn't throwing out, whenever it's just crumbling down, it's really hard to open up your repertoire. Here's some speed from Ruben Vittoria.
If you have to do a lot of cutbacks, that means the wave doesn't have that much of an opportunity for you. So he's not going to be happy with that score. He's not going to be happy with himself. He claimed it. He tried to sell it to the judges, which it's part of the game, honestly. But yeah, unfortunately, it was not enough. As we see, was that a free surfer? Yeah, probably. We're still waiting for a last score of Ruben Vittoria. Let's see if it changed the situation. He needs a 6.07 to go to first. He might improve on that 4 points and make Charlie's life a little harder.
Charlie's got time here to get back out. Still got a minute, and it is a quick paddle out. We've been saying that. It's a quick paddle back to the top of the point. Here's a great way for Jorgan.
Yeah, sequences of some really good turns. Even the wave, you were talking about when the wave doesn't have that steep wall, sometimes it's hard to put something. Now we see Charlie Martin going for big turns. Is he going to claim this one? Now, yes. Now he believes it. Well, he believed on the last one as well, but this one, a little steeper wall, it looked a little better.
Much more convincing in terms of the wave itself, but did the requirement jump up? So this is what we've got to work out. First of all, let's just watch this.
Wow.
So big fanging turn from him to open up. Then he just carves the setup. This section here was weird and tricky. He gets the finish there and manages just to sort of step up the foam. You think about 4.75, that's assuming Ruben doesn't improve. Before that, Jorgen got this one just ripping from out the back.
It's incredible how much power he puts on he just presses so hard on that back foot, and it's incredible because the wave wasn't that good, but he still managed to throw a lot of spray on those turns. But we also had a bitter's wave, so all the surfers catching a wave, a nice little carving snap layback. Just to wrap around that
like when you're chasing numbers towards the end of a heat, particularly in those mid-range numbers, if there's just one wave that came through and you surf it, it almost feels like it stands out with more significance. But when there's other waves in the set and they're a bit bigger, and the surfers naturally just have a little more speed, it just feels like it's going to be harder to get the number because you can't help but visually make that comparison.
You have the comparison with the other surfers. If you go on the first wave of the set and you surf it well, but right behind you there's a bigger wave, bigger turns, it's going to throw your scores a little bit lower. But that's the way it is. We're going to still wait to see if Charlie Martin will get the score.
Ruben doesn't improve, so that's crucial bit. That's in on our screen. So we've got Ruben's numbers. We're all caught up with his waves. Jorgen is going to improve, but that's not really going to change much. He'll stay in first. It's all about Charlie's requirement. and the 4.75. That's what the judges are looking at right now. Going to the replays and trying to nail this score. As we said, Charlie in the 20s, so he needs to stay alive, needs to actually make the semis to get himself in the challenges for this season. And his number is coming in, and he doesn't know it yet, but what we can tell you is it's looking good for Charlie. Numbers in, he's going to be happy here. 5.33.
That's his reaction. He's going to hear it. Yes, he's happy. He's really happy.
He's still alive.
Yeah, he's still alive, still taking some points away from the other guys and still keeping his dream alive. He needs to make the semifinals. But the thing is, he's still there, and he got through one more heat. He's gonna compete right after this again, because we're gonna go straight into the men's round of 16 right after this. So it's gonna be really, really cool to see Charlie Martin continue to do this. And yeah, this is Costa de Caparica. It's a nice sunny day again. It's the third day in a row that we have good conditions. We're gonna go on a little commercial break, and we'll be right back. After this, there's the scores of the last hit. Jorgen just absolutely smashing that hit. So nice for Charlie Martin. We'll be right back after this. See you in a bit.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to Costa de Caparica, Praia do Paraíso. We're on the Caparica Surf Fest, and we're straight into the round 16, hit one. Look at that hit. Two French guys, Joan Duru, Paul César Distoudmoin, Teva Bushoga, and Elohi Sazi, the Israeli surfer. A little bit of a surprise on that one, but really happy to see him this far out on the contest. My name is Philippe. I'm here with Paul Evans. Paul, it's super fun out there.
Yeah, really enjoyable. And obviously, with the extra sort of pressure ratcheted up, the talk about the challenges inevitably just makes things that bit more entertaining for spectators, makes things more pressurized for competitors. But that's why they're here, looking to advance, take their careers and their surfing to the next level, step up to ever bigger stages. Real cool story with Sassi, the Israeli, him making it through rounds. He'll be feeling really confident. I think he'll be enjoying this chance here. So against surfers who are maybe expected to do better, just thinking of names and rankings, but he's got a free hit and he can just go out and enjoy himself. He's been getting barreled, he's been really loving his surfing, and he got an early start in this one, swinging a couple of times on the backhand. So a good call just to go early, find yourself a wave early on. He'll try and get something as well just to back it up and already put points up. Just keep the rhythm going, don't sit there for too long, don't start to think too much about where you could possibly end up, and you know, finals days coming up soon, all these sort of things. Just literally surf the next wave, the next set. That's what he's going to try and do here. He'll get a small number in for his early work, but yeah, he's been really impressive.
Yeah, he has been, and he's working with a Portuguese coach, Teresa Bonvalo's coach, Manuel Gameiro. A little bit of a mistake there for the Israeli surfer. He has been working with the Portuguese coach, so he's probably saying just keep active because we already saw some weird calls throughout this contest. We're gonna go on an interview. We have Chic Walves with the winner of last heat. Chic, take it away.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Jorgen Cuisinier. Jorgen, you started off the heat with a 7. That must feel good.
Yeah, definitely. When you know the conditions are a little bit slow, you're pretty happy to start with a 7 because everyone was fighting for like 4 and 5. So yeah, feels great.
I was a bit stressed for you because I see your clips on Instagram and you are always throwing huge airs. Why don't you throw a huge air for us?
Because I think I've been waiting for like 14 minutes and then I got a closeout and I was like, okay, Jorgen, just stay calm and do a turn. And then the turn got a 4.33, so with the 7, I was able to save my spot. And but maybe in the next heat, I might do one for you and be like, Chico, I do the
You're gonna
X.
do the next? Oh, I'm gonna get emotional.
For sure, you have to tell the judges to put 9 already.
And I know you had been having some trouble with your knee. Did your knee have a good sleep?
Yeah, definitely. Like I've been waking up, surfing, and was not too painful, which it was really painful the last few days. So, but you know, the anti-inflammation pills are working. So yeah, let's keep taking some, and hopefully I'm able to make more hits. Yeah.
I wish I could surf like you with a bad knee. So good luck for the next round. You're looking really good.
Thank you, my man.
Yep. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's injured, does he? Not at all. There's some athletes that can actually go around those minor injuries and they feel like they're still competing pretty well and doing the right calls and pushing. He was pushing pretty hard on those turns again, so it doesn't look like it. And as he said, he's taking a few pills so that the knee holds on and is doing well for him so far.
Yeah, being injured is part of your career. It's just a sort of a fact, really, as a sports person. And I think particularly if you're surfing you're competing in a league where you have matches regularly, I think most competitors are carrying something pretty much all of the time. You never really, I don't think, are completely 100%. There's always something kind of like maybe sort of a little bit of physical discomfort. It's all about putting that out of your mind, basically, and being tough, physically strong as well, showing the resilience. And surfing would be no exception to that at all.
Yeah, and that's why people think that the surfers, they work out a lot, and they do, but most of that workout is not to gain power, because the power sometimes comes with the speed, and we're going to just see the replay, and we'll be back on that.
Yeah, small wave here, Johan. Just getting something on the board. He knows, 5 odd minutes are gone, and he's got nothing, so a much smaller wave, but what he's able to do is just keeps whipping the board around. So you see the board just changing directions, and he does so much work, really, on a soft face. And he's got that flow. He doesn't need to pump between the turns, Joanne. He just gets board, he gets speed off the flat. Meanwhile, a much meatier section. And Paul Cesar can't afford to really make mistakes like that. He hit it in his previous heat. He fell a couple of times, but he made amends. He needs to get completions on those turns. This was Teva, also with a much steeper section. So you can see he's able to push nice and hard. He's able to get vertical. We talked about that on the back end. Need a little bit more to swing at. And you would feel, certainly got the best of that exchange.
No doubts. And as we see, Joan Duru just up and running on this one. Yeah, we're talking about injuries. And yeah, back in the day, the 90s, the surfers didn't actually work out. And it was a lot different. It got a lot more professional throughout the years. And you see guys
they
like...
were more likely to be hungover than injured in their heats, I'd say.
Yeah, that's true, probably. But yeah, guys like Mick Fanning started because you want to prevent those injuries. And you don't work out to get a big muscular body, because that just sometimes takes a little flexibility out of your body. The surfers right now, they work out just to prevent injuries and make sure they can at least not be that much injured, because there's always a back pain, there's always a foot pain, you always sprain your ankle a little bit, because we spend so many, it's such an aggressive, it's an aggressive sport in that way, you know. There's a lot of impacts and a lot of time paddling, a lot of time spent laying on the board. So you get those minor injuries, and obviously if you work out, you can prevent or at least delay them throughout the years.
Mundy's got the bad toe. It's been troubling him for
ages.
3 or 4 years. He struggled with that toe. It looks like he's been wearing the same plaster on it. He's got a band-aid on it. It looks, it's only got half of its stickiness left, so it sort of flaps around. It doesn't look very clean, but yeah, still troubled.
Do you
by
have
that.
any injury, like something that you're with, continuously?
Maybe mainly psychological.
Yeah.
Physically, yeah, I'm holding up okay, I think, so far.
Yeah, those ones are they are a big issue. The mental health issues right now with the athletes. Finally, everyone is trying to understand that going to a psychologist and something like that, it's good for you, makes you feel comfortable and makes you feel a bit more comfortable with yourself. And you know what? Being a competitive, 90% is on your head. It's about confidence. It's about hitting the leap with confidence, knowing that you're not going to fall, and sometimes getting help from a professional helps. That's something that yeah, it's going to be worked out, and we're going to see a lot of that more and more in the future, because the surfers are finally understanding and getting away from that. There's a bit of a misconception, isn't it, that psychologists are only for the crazy people, and it's not true. If you need, there's always a bit of a talk can change everything in your career, and especially as a pro athlete, we know how much we deal with. So there's a lot of losses, a lot of things going around you that sometimes can take the confidence out of you, and it's pretty important.
That was Teva's dad, Az, offering the board pointing south down the beach. So sit wider, sit a little off the bank, seems to be the broader view taken there by the corner for Teva. We're waiting for his number previous to last, and we reckon it's a good one.
Yeah, it might even be the best wave of this hit so far, because it was the only wave that you could actually see some proper vertical turns and some powerful maneuvers. And Teva has been quite a standout this contest. I think it's a bit of a long shot for him to qualify for the challengers, but it's still, I think it's pretty obtainable for him. I don't know how he's standing on the rankings, as we see Paul Cesar looking at this section. Huge layback turn. He's got to be happy with that. Judges will like that, that's for sure. And who didn't like that was the Israeli surfer, who's looking at Paul Cesar thinking, how did he do that? As we see the replay, Paul, what do you think?
Yeah, so coming from the low line, didn't have much room, and just blasts it, puts that little extra by getting the tail away from him. We'll do that forehand and backhand.
Wow.
Paul Cesar. So a quick section and not loads to aim at. There's not much more he could have done with that section, so trying to eke really all opportunities. This one really low scoring so far. We're still waiting on a number for Bushka that we reckon will be the best of it, but it's been a long time coming. Other than that, Duru's had nothing to really get excited about. Got the 483 early on, just imposed himself on that little wave, and then a small one. Other than that, nothing really. That was a third wave for Destenka. It might improve his overall situation. And the numbers in for Teva.
Yeah, 5.67, best wave of this heat so far. He'll be happy with that, with 30 minutes remaining. And Teva in the first place, sort of 5.67 and 2.4. He wants to get away with, get rid of that 2.4, and he definitely will, because he has the priority. He's going to make a good call. If we also see the last score of Paul Cesar, that's exactly what I thought it would be, a 6.17. So judges really enjoyed that huge finishing turn, as we see Teva positioning himself on a good-looking wave, as we see here. Nice first snap off the top, straight into another one. A lot of water coming from all of those turns, a lot of spray coming out. He's still going with it, trying to understand if he's going to connect or not, but he won't. But I think he's going to improve on that 2.4, because those first two turns, a lot of spray, a lot of speed, a lot of power, and that's exactly what the criteria says, Paul.
Yeah, when you get a number come in, your best number, working on the backup, always a good idea. And let's see where he goes in terms of squeezing points out of that section. Again, not loads of energy on offer on that way, but it was the early part, as you identified, that offered him. That was really nice. This was decent, and from here, there's not much to get excited about, but particularly just the first turn. The amount of spray that he was able to displace, that's a function of his own power, and then also just the angle he's taken of attack, the way he twitches the board quickly and rotates it on its rail. That number of the 2-4 is gone, he improves.
It's a 4.07, and we have a couple of lines there. Duru was looking at his first wave. He was out of position for that one, and he looks like he's going to be out of position for this one as well. He is in position, but the surfer in green catching a little bit of a rail there. That wave looked really good, and a risky move by Joan. He didn't have to stand up there. Judges don't really like that. Unfortunately for the surfer in green, he fell on that first turn because it looked like it was going to be a good one.
So Joan takes it here, but he doesn't have priority. And he stands up before jumping off. Sassy maybe just started to think about that turn a little late because he got into it nice and early. He couldn't get a finish, and we'll pick him up again as he goes down. So a lot of incomplete attempts from Sassy. That'll be 6th wave for him. It'll be a small number. Joan, I think as soon as he realized, he was quick to eject and get out the way. Meanwhile, this is Teva.
Oh my God, that's gotta be one of the best waves of the day so far, because that's 3 huge turns. It's so much flow, so much power, so much speed. Teva just going ham on that wave, catching probably one of the best waves of this heat so far, and that wave just kept on offering scoring potential. Look at this.
Yeah, his positioning on the bank's been good. Sets up really hard, that big hit, and then holds the bottom turn. Another one. You see the spray landing while he's doing his next bottom turn. The third one had loads on offer as well. So 3 massive turns and a massive number from the panel.
Yeah, judges were pretty fast on that one. They took a little while on his first 5.27, but this one they knew straight away that would be the best wave of this heat so far. It's an 8 point for Teva. Teva just keep on going with that. He has been bringing that backside attack throughout almost the first round. So. He found himself his space on the lineup. He's dialed up with the lineup as well, and he's dialed up with his equipment because he just keeps on going every hit. It just keeps on providing good scores.
Yeah, crucial moment here under that 10-minute mark. See the priority with Paul Cesar, and his backup's still really low. He's sitting on 2.8 right now. He's got that 6 for that one turn on the left. So, assuming that he uses that priority on the next set that comes through, and he's got a decent chance of improving, it's actually going to make life quite difficult for Joan Duru. Might well need 2 new waves. Let's see how all of that plays out. Check out Mark getting ready. Looking for some wax, I think. Where is it?
He doesn't buy it like you. Maybe you stole it from him because you don't buy wax. He's putting wax on his feet. You're up against or pro wax on your feet. You usually do it, as we see Paul Cesar. Oh, that's a really, that's unfortunate for Paul Cesar. This thing that finishing turn needed to be there, and now Joan on a nice looking right-hander, a bit of a floater there. Hit it this one a little late, off timing a little, and that puts him off balance on that board. So a little bit of a mistake. That was probably the best set that we have this.
That's a massive mistake for Joan there. He's on his way to a big number. He's had nothing really, no energy in this heat from the ocean. He's had that one soft, small wave early on, and then a couple of throwaways, and that was much more like classic Duru. Just that flow down the line. He has that high line at the top of the wave on the backhand. He thinks he's on his way here to dropping a big hammer. So he sets up with this, and he keeps loads of speed here, and you're thinking, here we go. And it just gets a little tight for him in the transition. He's got Paul Cesar paddling out, looking at him.
I think he made a bit of a mistake. Even on the floater, his body position was kind of wrong, and that puts him out of position for the second turn. That's why he went a little bit too late. The wave was good. He had a lot of offer to Joan. Unfortunately, a little bit of a mistake because he needed that wave, because I don't know if that's going to be any more Any more set waves like that one on this heat? We haven't been seeing a lot of those throughout this heat. So
couple of missteps really there. So Paul Cesar with priority, the opportunity to improve, and he fell. He doesn't improve. So he leaves the door open essentially because he keeps Joanne scoring the fours, and then Joanne with the wave behind him, a chance to attack and get that four. Doesn't do it. He does improve on his low number, but he's still looking for that four. The good news for Joanne, he's got third priority over Paul Cesar. Here's Teva.
On a nice looking wave again. Not really, kind of wasn't too hyped with it, but he's already pretty comfortable in this position. He's looking at this inside it now as we see the surfer in green, the Israeli surfer, nice snap off the top. Kind of mistimed that one, and he's trying to get on that finishing turn. Nothing too major on this one. The wave looked good as well, but it felt like he was half timing the whole wave. So feeling a little bit of a pressure here, Paul.
Yeah, just a little awkward. I had to adjust on the initial bottom turn, and he's snapping under the lip there rather than taking on the lip. And that kind of surfing, it might get you through some of those opening rounds. At this level, he's going to need to attack. Already seen Teva going excellent with the 8. Oh, it's live action.
Bosses just keeps on delivering those backside turns. That was a really, really hard finishing turn. He actually put the board over the lip and managed to bring it down and putting the fins a little bit out of the wave, as you see here. This first turn a little late, but that was so hard. That was that projection of the bottom turn.
It's technically difficult. He makes things look easy. He's really smooth. I just feel like he would have loved just to really attack. He's kind of making up for time by getting his turns in quick. But what he really wants to do is wait to go into the lip. Here's Joanne.
Yeah, Joanne and riding. Nice first snap. This wave looks really good. Another strong hit on the lip and another one. So he's trying to attack because Paul actually improved the situation, but this wave by Joanne is going to finish this one off. That's really good surfing. Is he going to do anything else? No, not really, but that's the wave that Joanne needs. He needs a 5.5 to go to second place. Let's see if Paul Cesar... No, Paul Cesar already improved his situation with that 4.17. So.
Yeah, that's the type of wave and the type of surfing we've kind of been waiting to see from Joanne all heat in this heat. So 20 minutes, we're kind of thinking we're going to see that. We got that first early wave, they got the high 4, but since then, we've just been wondering, where's Duru? There he is. This is the answer, and just belting that relentlessly. Kind of what we expected to do on that previous wave that he fell on. Meanwhile, here's Sassy.
Oh, a little behind the section, the whole wave. Now the wave slows down a little. He starts off with a weird carve, hits it really vertical on that one. That's a really good turn. Unfortunately, look at this coach, Manel Gameiro. He's not happy with that. Unfortunately for the surfer from Israeli, still that finishing turn, that's gotta be one of the best turns of this heat so far because he attacked it really, really well. Came from a nice bottom turn straight into the lip, very vertical, but the whole wave, the whole combination of turns wasn't as good as he wanted to, probably. As he needs a 7.67, as we see here. This is Joanne's wave.
Yeah,
Paul.
Great rhythm. The opening turn's incisive. That one's even better. Just a quick adjustment on the feet, and again, clocking it, getting that little release out of the tail. And he's in rhythm here, he's in groove. And he's just absolutely slicing this thing all the way down, able to get his head low, get his heels kicked up high, and just smashes that multiple times. So half a dozen good turns here for Duru, and the rhythm of the wave from the very beginning, really. When you get into that rhythm, you're surfing in the critical part of the wave. Your bottom turn comes under the steep transition. It's easy to then go into your next turn with all your speed and all your aggression. And Duru is going to get a really, really good number for this.
7.9 is already locked in. That takes him to second place. That's exactly what he said. Like Duru, when you get the timing off as soon as you take off, as you see a little bit of a situation here, he's waving his arms towards the judges, maybe something with the priority or something like that. But yeah, Joanne just top to bottom, perfect timing with the wave, perfect in sync with the wave. It just needed to put these turns, and we all know how good they are. He's always going to provide. If the wave provides something to him, he rarely makes mistakes. He's a very experienced surfer, and yeah, that 7.9, he's got to be happy with that with 2 minutes and a half remaining.
Yeah, he's turned this one around. It was struggling early on. That's exactly the sort of stuff we've expected from him. It's what we've seen actually throughout this event as well, Joanne. So just tagging that one relentlessly, finding that quality, and a couple of big scores in this. That 7.9, also the 8 for Teva. So just goes to show there are numbers out there still, but it's a wave catching contest essentially. It's all about finding the best ones. Then of course you display your best surfing as well, but you really do need to lock in to the best waves. It's the main way of getting your score, or one section, maybe a closeout, throw something crazy in.
Yeah.
That's what Paul Cesar did to get that 617, excuse me.
Yeah, you know, surfing is probably one of the hardest sports just because of that. You have to choose the right waves and be on the right spot and read the ocean as best as you can. As we see here, Joan running away from the crowds. He has priority over the surfer in green. He lets him go with 1 minute remaining. That's going to be just a finishing turn for Sazi. Unfortunately, goes down. Good call by Duru. He had the priority over him. Now he's up and riding, trying to improve on a 4.83. Huge first turn right in front of Sazi. And that flow, that board just keeps on going. It effortless as he wants. And that's pretty sick. Maud, do you think she's thinking like just another day in Duru's life? Because she doesn't look that happy.
Well, just pretty experienced at seeing this and, you know, just taking it all in, just kind of cruising through it. It's with Joanne. He knows what he needs to do. He knows how to surf the heat. He knows how to put himself in finals day and, you know, get qualification done at various levels. So he's doing that. He's out in the water. He can control things from where he is. What can Paul Cesar do is my question, because he's going to need a number here. He's still looking for that score, and a couple of falls from him may end up costing him big. Final 35 seconds of this heat.
Yeah, but first of all, we need to understand if Duru is going to improve on his situation on this last wave. He might. We don't know still. And then Paul, he has the second priority. He needs to find one of those waves that provide you with that steep wall just to attack as powerful as he can. But yeah, there's 15 seconds remaining. I don't think he's gonna have enough time for it. So it's gonna be a hard one. As we see the surfer in green, Sazi, he had a few opportunities. He didn't catch one really great wave. He's looking at this one, thinking about going. Maybe just one finishing wave. Yeah, that's right after the buzzer. So that's a finishing wave just to come all the way to the beach. A little bit of acrobatics on top of his board. This guy must be happy. And Duru improved his situation, 4.9 on the last wave. So really, really well surfed. He turned around this heat really fast. As we're gonna go to a huge heat with a lot of stakes. Saint-Pierre, Marc Lacomar, Marco Mignot, Tristan Guilbeault. Saint-Pierre is right there in the mix. As we see the final scores, 13.67 total score for Teva, 12.8 for Joan, Paul Cesar, and Eloge Sazi, unfortunately eliminated from this round. Yeah, we're gonna have a few very important hits. We're gonna go on commercial, and we'll be right back after this. Stay with us.
right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to the Costa de Caparica. We are motoring through the round of 16. Marc Lacamar, Marco Mignot, Sam Pitter and Tristan Gilbo, a 4 French-man heat. The tricolour is flying strong. They've been dominating the rankings, and all these guys have the potential, maybe with the exception of Tristan, to make this Challenger Series. We see Tristan first turn, nice, smooth, gets a little bit of a check through the lip, hoping for a finish. A little Larry layback. Smooth surfer, powerful. And see if he can get, he's seeing something down the line, trying to get some type of finish, but he can't do it. Marco Mignot right up there on the top of the rankings. I'm joined in the booth by Chico Alves. Big heat this one, mate. 4 surfers, you know. Let's talk through each one. Strengths and weaknesses about their surfing.
First of
Sam
all,
Pitter, strengths and weaknesses.
First of all, waves are great. How do you feel?
Yeah, at 6.67, how do you feel? I feel good. I'd feel better if you answered my question.
Great.
Okay, let's go through
there.
Tristan. What's his strength?
Nice
what's his strengths?
there.
What's his strengths and
2
weaknesses?
Larry laybacks and a great hit off the top. I'm gonna go with you on that one now. Let me know.
Yeah. So.
Sam Pitter, strength.
Yeah.
Air game.
Right. Okay. Cool. Marco Mignot.
Strength. Is versatile and speed.
Lacamere.
Power.
Tristan Gilbert.
Style and composure.
Good. Okay. Well, that's what we got. We've got all those traits coming our way. Hopefully over the next 25 minutes. Here's Sam Pitter, the Frenchman. Comes around that wide stance.
And
just
he went
goes
for
a big aerial. Yeah, that is good work from you. It was a good question from me. Good answer from you. But Sam didn't quite make it. Here's Mignot. Spends most of his time at home in Mexico, but his French heritage. He's been surfing on the European qualifying series for a while now. Really explosive. You said he's versatile was your word, and that's a good word. He absolutely can do it all. Speaking of doing it all, Joanna Garnell's down on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
That is right, Teva. 9 waves, what were you looking for? You got an 8, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I was trying to catch a lot of wave because it's super slow and you can be really like miss time some good ones. So I try to catch more and more waves to upgrade my score every time, and I got 8 just before. I think I got 0.2 and I come back and I got the 8. So lucky to have this one and happy to make the 8.
How would you compare this heat to the one you just surfed previously?
I think in this one there was more waves. Actually, I took more waves, so I don't know. The waves are pretty the same. I think the tide is more low, so maybe the wave is more fast, but still good.
Are you done surfing for today?
I think they're gonna run the girls now, so I'm gonna rest and hope for tomorrow some good waves and make some heat.
Well, keep doing what you're doing because it's absolutely amazing. Congratulations, you're in the next round.
Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah.
Thanks, Joanna. Thanks, Teva. Yeah, he's gonna have a rest up. He's in the quarterfinals, so we'll see him tomorrow. See Tristan Gilbo got off with a 4.67. There's 20 surfers still in contention at this stage, and Tristan's one of them. He's way down the rankings, but he does have to make the final to have and even that is an outside chance of Challenger Series qualification. So, you know what, he's got a very small hope, but he's still in it. So, hasn't had a great year this year for his on the qualifying series. Missed a few events, had a bit of an injury issue, but still in with a slight chance. Marc Lacamere, who was right there up there on the 7th place on the qualifying series rankings. He'll need to get through this to be sure of his spot. So yeah, it's a moving jigsaw puzzle with lots of moving parts, but these guys basically just need to win to get through.
Quick snap there and a float. He looks so quick. I love the drift of the fins there. Stylish surfing for Marco. I think he had a 3.33 for this one.
Seems quite low, doesn't it?
Seems really low to me. This was really well surfed. the speed he had on this wave and the style he did all these turns and how fluid it looked to me, looked so pleasing. I would give him around a 5.
Yeah, it didn't have much. Just had that one kind of section where you drifted the fans, but even that was a bit of a foam climb, so not a whole lot of open face or rail work, which you can do. But a 3.33. Tristan's first wave 4.67. And the French sort of kind of dominating the European sort of qualifying series at the moment, mate. Why do you think that is? Any reasons why that's gone down?
I don't know. I think they have been training more. On the men's side, we've seen that dominance. On the women's side, we've seen Portuguese surfing quite dominating. So it's wow.
Oh!
I lost my words because Tristan almost landed a huge air. But yeah, I don't know. Because if we compare the women's side to the men's side, they both train on the same place. Most of them have the same coaches. And on the men's side, we have a bit of a struggle in terms of confidence, I think, competing against the best in Europe. And I think the French surfers have more confidence. I think they have been applying more pressure. They are used to pressure. They like to compete. They probably have a bit more aggressiveness, I would say, when they are competing. I don't know what it is, but on the women's side, we have the opposite.
Yeah, that's true.
Portuguese women's surfing is dominating. So it's maybe boys need to spend more time with the girls here.
Yeah, potentially.
And ask them, how do you do?
I mean, also that, not all of it, I mean, they also attract surfers from, the French Caribbean and Reunion Islands. They've got that sort of different sort of take, as we see. Marco, he's from, spent a lot of time in Mexico. And can he hang on? He does. So there's that progression, versatility that he can do. And so, yeah, they've got that. But also, that Hossiger scene, that's where most of all the surfers in France are, really. I mean,
they quite live there all.
They all live there, or so there's that stretch. There's probably 100 sponsored surfers, isn't there? All surfing that beach. It's pretty competitive. It's pretty packed and a high standard.
That's
but
true.
This was good surfing from Marco.
Great snap and blow tail reverse. I love how he could handle that kind of like laid back, almost fall. I know he's been training with Mario. He's from Portugal. He's been training a lot. And I was watching him warming up, and I can tell you one thing. If both of us do that warm-up before going into the water, we wouldn't even stand up on the surfboard.
Have to have a sleep.
That would be a training session. So it was quite sweaty. You could tell because of the wetsuit. But yeah, but he's looking like he has strong legs and strong fitness. So as we see live action out the back, green Tristan setting it up this wave, cut back rebound. He's going to go for a big layback jam and another one. So, he fell. Damn it. So was almost a beautiful wave.
Yeah, he almost had it. He almost made that massive aerial too, that one before. That was so close. That one was loads more makeable. That's kind of his trademark. He usually rides out of those pretty clean, but for some reason, he just got caught on this one. It was on the way to getting a pretty half-decent score. Looking good here. That was a nice little turn, and this one was bread and butter for him. Quick the tail out, and it just goes down. So
Tristan has a smooth style. He makes everything look really easy. I think that's his strength. Everything he does on the surfboard looks great.
Yeah,
even when he has makes an error.
Yeah,
it's fine. He's one of those guys that you're like, okay, Tristan,
it's fine. Yeah, you're right.
Good.
He's a really nice guy as well.
Yeah,
very pleasant.
Yeah.
Lovely guy.
One of the craziest guys around.
Whose warm-up's like? Who's your favourite warm-up? If you could pick one, if you had to take one warm-up from any surfer in the world, and that had to be your warm-up for the rest of your life, whose warm-up would you choose?
My warm-up for the rest of my life.
You're going to say Gabriel Medina, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
That's surprising.
He does like a training session before. I'm more like a lazy guy, so I'm going to go with someone that goes like, I'm going to meditation thing.
All right.
Maybe I would go with Jack Robinson kind of breathing style. You know, like where he sits up and he goes like 100 times.
I think he hyperventilate.
Yeah, it was a bit.
Yeah.
Felt a bit better to me.
Yeah,
than
no,
just,
he does. Yeah, he's right into the meditation.
We see Vasco there. We see Sassi in the back giving the news he lost, and Vasco in the front, laser focus on the goal. He has in hands. He looks really aggressive.
What do you reckon he's listening to there? He's got a little.
I think he's listening to some samba by no cabeleireiro.
Right, yeah.
No esteticista, but with an aggressive face, so it's a mix.
I wouldn't mind if that was my warm up. Wouldn't mind that.
I think he's warming up the ice.
Rider zone.
I think it's the ice.
The eyes have it. Big
Eyes
shout
of
out
the
to the
tiger.
sponsors. Cabrero Water, massive supporters of this event. Australia Galicia, again on board. Really like to thank, obviously, Armada, the tourism board, for getting behind this whole event. It's a massive event. We couldn't do it without our partners and our sponsors. Armada, what a place to come. And yeah, so the Cabrera Riders area there, we saw Vasco Roberto psyching up with a bit of salsa.
And they need to thank you too, because having you here is a pleasure.
It is.
I think people sometimes take that for granted when they see you around.
Yeah.
And they don't know.
Did I tell you about my surf I had?
No.
Yeah. I talked to Philippe Trevor, said, what did you get up to in your half hour? And he said, I went and got a croissant. I was like, yeah, we know what I did. Went for a surf, got 4 waves, got tubed, came in, saved a girl that was caught in a rip.
You?
Pushed her in, and then up on the beach, I helped an old lady in a wheelchair down onto the beach so she could watch the waves. All that in half an hour. That's the type of guy I am.
Wow.
I know, it was amazing.
You're married, right?
Hey?
You're married.
Yeah, yeah.
Because otherwise, I think otherwise you're going to be like
off the market, guys and girls.
But yeah, otherwise it would be massive for Costa to have you here. Like seriously.
As you see live, oh yeah, no, I didn't do it for the. It just happened, you know. I did, so I wouldn't mind a certificate or some money or something, but and it doesn't matter. Look, I'm just happy to help out with the event. And the people of Copper. There goes Mark Lackerman. He's waited a long time for this, and he was late to that second shot. He's waited 15 minutes and he didn't finish it off. Every other time he's been patient throughout this event. He's usually managed to land a solid blow when he has stood up. On this occasion, not much of a scoring wave. That last wave of Mignot was a 6.57. Tristan out in front. But yeah, Lackerman, who has Challenger Series rankings, is all important. He's got 10 minutes to weave some magic here. He's under the pump somewhat.
I know you didn't get paid, but you know who's watching? Karma.
Yeah, I prefer the money.
It's on the group.
Yeah, look, what goes around comes
Amazing
around.
money, mate. You saved a person.
Yep.
Helped a wheelchair person.
Helped the wheelchair yeah, she wanted to get to the beach. First, her daughter asked me if the tide was high or low, because she didn't want her mum to be put on the beach in a wheelchair if the tide came up. And I was like, yeah, no, it's low tide. And then she was like, oh, good, I want to get her on the beach. And I was like, well, can I help? She's like, she couldn't believe it. She couldn't even believe it, and I asked. She's probably still down there. But
maybe we should check.
Go check, yeah. The high tide's coming up. Yeah, no, she was fine. I left her in safe hands. Here we go at the back. Safe hands. Tristan Gilbo, what's he got here? Big turn. Oh, and there he goes. And he's made it, has he? Oh, he's hanging on. And
sassy.
That's the third time.
Almost made it.
It's going to be big air here, perhaps. No, it floats over instead. Mignot. Oh, there's a vicious wrap. And there's another. Lots of body talk. Lots of intent.
Beautiful
Marco's
surfing from Marco.
looking pretty solid here. Looks like he's a man on a mission. Tristan keeps making mistakes. I'll tell you what, normally they would be punished, but Sam Pitter, Mark Lackerman just haven't been able to get any type of good waves. But this was pretty impressive.
Yeah, great float and this carve, amazing. He torques all the body around. It was really quick coming back out of that carve. It was like was really positive vibe around that carve. So as you see again, and then he was able to do one more.
Yeah.
So great wave.
Well, here we go.
Tristan blowing the tail here. He almost got it. He didn't got it. He almost got it. And we were expecting him to make it, but he couldn't make it. So we see more lines on the rising, Ben.
Yeah, that was Sam. He may have had priority. Lost it, and that's given it to Lackaman. We talk about mistakes. This man likes to punish him. Can he get... he's fanging down the line. You can see him. Oh, a little bit sticky. Finishes off strong.
Bit better.
So, meanwhile, look at these waves. Looks so good. Nice floater. Got speed here for a wrap. Pulls that in short and finishes off. Can he finish? Oh, Tristan Gilboa. I tell you, that's 4 in a row he's come off. And that's starting to be a bit of an issue. He's still in second place, but if he just finished off any of those waves, you'd be in a much, much better position. Saw Mark get away. Just, you could see sort of almost, he was so desperate, wasn't he, to get that score. He was under the pump, so this was really important. But this wave...
I love the float. Beautiful floater. Bang. Stylish floater. Sets him up perfect for that carve. And then the wave got really a lot of white water on the face. It was really hard. And this was Mark's wave. Snap off the top. He does a good job to get around it. Gets a bit of a snap and boom. Much better last turn from him. So great wave. Really hard wave to surf on your backside because he had to race it here. He comes from behind, and here you can tell he wanted to tag it, but not lost the last section. So great wave for Mark. I think he's going to put him back into the seat. Yeah, we haven't seen the score yet for Mark. He's got a 387 on his first, and Marco Mignon got a 437 for that vicious carve snap. And Mark is going to listen his score right now, and I think Mark is going to jump into second place with 6 minutes to go. So Mark was looking like he was in trouble, and suddenly, because of Tristan fall, back-to-back falls, he's in second.
Yeah, he's going to get a score here. So that's right. We said that Tristan hadn't been punished. Well, now he has, because Mark just getting a 5.5, not a huge score, but enough in moving up into second. So at least he can protect his spot. Tristan and Sam now both needing, well, Tristan needs a 4.71 and Sam a big 8. So he probably needs a combination of waves. But I tell you what, Gilboa, he'll be kicking himself. Just a couple of those real, one in particular was, pretty basic for him. So they weren't even super critical or high risk maneuvers, just solid finishing turns. You usually do 9 out of 10 times. So, but he's still in it, and Mignot, he's going to go. This is he? No, he's not. He can't get it. Sam Pitter, he's got to get back in the game as well. What's he got here? Like it's a nice looking wave. That's a nice first turn right in the pocket, and then launches another one. Yeah. And he just going down. So it's really some pressure. I don't know if it's nervousness or what, but he set that first turn up so well, and he was all there for the second. Just a big finish, and he would have been right back in this game. Unfortunately for Sam, he just couldn't make the second turn, so a mistake. And at the moment, I'd say Lackamar's living a bit of a charmed life in the fact that those two surfers below him just haven't been able to, capitalise. Live action potentially up the road. We're just going to go to a quick heat recap. And how did we get here, Chico?
Yeah, Mark started off strong with this floated reverse. Beautiful technical maneuver there. He was able to make it. Judges loved it, 657. And he was able to back it up with the 437 on this one. Nice surfing for Mark. You see that he didn't got the best waves of the heat, but he was the one surfing the best on this heat. So this was Mark's wave, a bit of a comeback wave for him. So he did really well on this last turn in particular. Bang, vertical approach, 5.5 for him. He's back in the game and he's in second place. So Mark had like a 3-minute heat actually, because for the last 20 minutes he's just sat there.
Yeah, exactly. Just waiting. See, Miamana Bray. That's another stacked. I mean, this is the round of 16, so they're all busy. But Vasco Ribeiro, Miamana Bray, Kauli Vast, and Charlie Martin. That's the next heat. It's another huge, huge heat coming up.
Who you got on that one?
I got Bashko, I've got Kaoli. I know it's pretty obvious, not obvious, but I think they've been the two form surfers of the whole event, so be surprised not to see those two guys go forward. Pite got a 3.2 for that last wave.
Oh, there's a left for Pite.
He's going to go
we
to
know
the
how good
air.
he's in the air.
He's not going to get it though, is he?
He's gonna get it. He's a good paddler.
Okay, so Sam fanging down the line. He goes for that air, does a reverse, but just didn't have any sort of section to land on and doesn't get it. Good paddler. Who, if you could take one surfer's paddling technique and it'd be yours the rest of your life, who would you take? Gabriel Medina. Okay.
He paddles so fast, mate. He cannot disagree with me. He's a big. He paddles so fast.
Yeah. Okay.
Have you seen him surf chopo? Looks easy to drop, but it's not. It's the fact that he looks like a jet ski.
Yeah.
Going into the wave.
He self toes. Yeah. He's a quick paddler. He is a quick paddler. Yeah.
He is. So, I would go with him. That's for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
I was speaking with him just then.
Gabriel Medina?
Yeah.
No, just drop that in, why don't you?
No.
Yeah,
about our life goes quick, and now in just a short time we're going to turn 30.
Right, yeah.
And yeah, we were having a laugh about it, and I was saying, look, I didn't really qualify through surfing. Maybe I'll try through commentary.
Yeah.
Throughout the next 10 years.
Yeah, mate. I've been doing it for 20 years.
And he goes like, wow, I don't think so.
No.
You're going to make it?
Yeah, he does. He didn't think you're going to make it. Oh, you get on the QS, mate. That's where you just got to know your level.
That's what I said. I don't want to embarrass you.
No.
I know you.
Just know your level. It's about set expectations low, and you'll be fine.
And and I was having a laugh saying, yeah, whatever.
He was in good form in Peniche. He missed out on that. He had come to the party, the rap party. He was dancing, carry on. He was in good form, Gabby.
Right.
He was he was having loads of fun.
I think he needs to keep his spirit young. He's going to turn 30, but
wow, can't believe he's 30. Can't believe you're 30. Okay, at the back though, 30 seconds almost on the clock. And that is Lacamar. He's more of a blocking option. Can he get round? First turn. Busts the tail out. Still, he's been, I'm not going to say, he surfed so well in all these other heats, so tell you, Gilbo, that's not a wave that is going to count. No, he falls off again. That's 5 from 5 from my rankings. Oh, there's one from Pitt, so that was a big backhand hook. Maybe that was his first one. It's not going to be enough. 25 seconds left. He knows this is his last wave. Trying to eke something. And it looks like Tristan's not going to get it. It's going to be up to this way, but he needs a high 6. Didn't look like there was enough out the back. So unless he can find something truly magical on the inside, just a nice little ending, but you can tell by his body language he doesn't really think he's got it, and that's a slow sinking into the sand. Meanwhile, he just got a good wave by the looks of it. I don't know why he's going to crease that board, that type of business, but he looks pretty pumped.
Those pumps look tiring for me.
He's another heat win.
He said, I'm here. Let's rewatch it. Nice carving snap there, and another carving snap. Beautiful surfing by Marco, and a layback jam. And wow.
He's pumped. Good to see the passion, the spirit. And he's dangerous.
He's feeling it.
He's in the quarterfinals. He's booked himself I reckon a trip to the Snapper Rocks to surf.
Did he?
In the Boost Mobile Pro, the first Challenger Series event, May the 6th.
With this hit?
Here's Sam. So that was 2 good turns. A third. He needed a 6.17. Just fortunately for Sam, that end of it didn't quite stack up. I don't think he's got enough points there. And you just see him coming on the inside.
Big snap there at the end.
It's all about what we could have been. My dad's just texted me, he's listening. Good old Cole listening online there and read it. He was like, yeah, he said, I could have been a champion if my mum drove me.
I want to say hi to your dad. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, say hi to Colt.
Cole, nice to meet you. I'm friends of Ben here in the booth. He's like a father to me. So it's great to have a father too.
Thanks, Chico. And thanks, Dad. Yeah, could have been a champion. I'm pretty happy with my lot. Pretty happy with both my parents. Got lucky there, to be honest. Got pretty lucky. And, you know, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. And so is that man there on your screen. Really good surfing from Midnyo. One of the top seeds. He's looking super dangerous. Sam Pitter missed out. Mark Lackamar does his qualifying series, no doubt, as he goes on to the next round. But we're going to have a short break and come back with more live action right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back, and there's pretty pumped Jason Aparicio. His coach, Marco, surfed so well. He's absolutely pumped, his coach. That's great to see. He was really, really decisive in that heat. Surfed strong, got the right waves. So, yeah, solid surfing from Midnyo, which leaves another stacked heat, round of 16 heat 3. We're going to finish off the round of 16 and then go through straight into the women's same round. So plenty of surfing to come. Right now though, Vasco Ribeiro, Miyamana Bray, Kauli Vast and Charlie Martin. So really, really stacked heat, power surfers all round. When they spend Monday, we're hoping that Chico Alves is going to leave the building soon. And we've got Philippe Jarvis come in his stead. And right now we saw Vasco there fagging down the line. So yeah, who are you thinking? What, Philippe? Big heat. You know, who's been sort of the most impressive over the course of the event out of these four surfers, do you think?
I would go for Vasco and Kauli on this one, but you know what? It's anyone's game. Charlie just turned this hit, the last hit around on the last minute, and this guy is always a menace. Look at that. That's a really huge first turn. Unfortunately, the wave didn't allow him to do anything else, but that 4 points is just that one turn. So I think it's anyone's game, to be honest. The surfer who gets the better waves will make it through.
Okay, yeah, that's about right. But right now, speaking of getting the best waves, Marco Midnyo was down there on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
He's here and he's ecstatic. You were celebrating over there with your coach, Jason, and you were saying you deserve it. What's all that about? What do you deserve?
Well, I deserve to be in the Challenger Series. I mean, I think I'm in now. But I deserve it because I put so much hard work, dedication, and I'm happy all the fruits of my hard work is paying off. So, yes, I believe that I belong at the top. I just need to believe in myself. This year I changed my mindset. I'm fully confident. I believe in my skills, and I'm ready because this is my dream, and I wouldn't give up, never. I've been 2 years trying to qualify, and now I'm here, and I deserve it because I put so much hard work. So I'm happy, I'm blessed, and
it's another day, another blessing.
And how about getting into the quarterfinals here at Caparica with conditions like this? That's pretty special as well, right?
I mean, it cannot get any better, I think. The last 3 days has been firing Caparica. And the vibe has been amazing. The sun's out, people are out, beautiful girls on the beach, beautiful waves. So it doesn't get any better. So yeah, I'm stoked.
Do you feed off all the environment around you?
Yeah, of course. I've been trying to keep it like relaxed and not try to focus like a horse in a race. But I feel that the pressure is a bit out. So I think my best performance is about to come because I feel relaxed and I'm ready to fully show my surfing 100%, express myself. So yeah.
Do you think you've tweaked anything from the previous heats and made it better for this one right now? Are you still going to step it up?
Yeah, I mean, look, the last couple heats, the last one was the waves were kind of hard, but I just kind of like said, you know what, Marco, just do your surfing, because when you just relax, enjoy, and just do your surfing, you will make it through. So this is what happened, and I'm stoked it went my way.
Well, stay relaxed, stay focused, and we'll see you in the quarterfinals. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, Marco Mignot, impressive surfing too from Charlie Martin. It's just S-turning all over the place, not giving up on this wave. The tide's sort of filling in, so these little reforms are starting to come in. Look at, he always finds something, Charlie.
Yeah,
he's a freak, an absolute freak of nature when it comes to just finding waves that keep on delivering. It's a real talent he's got. He never gives up, and he always finds something. And let's talk us through this wave because it looked pretty impressive.
Yeah, the little north breeze is coming in. Nice for snap off the top, straight into a bit of a mistake there, but all good. It's Charlie, as you said, he never gives up. He finds a way to bring this wave all the way through the inside. He turns left, and he's gonna milk it all the way here. And as the waves stand up, he allows him to do one more snap, and a huge finishing turn. So he liked that one. That was very, very well surfed by Charlie. As I said, a little onshore breeze right now, but that's gotta be fun. Sometimes it's even fun when then it's onshore is the new offshore, right, Ben? As
yeah,
we see.
yeah.
Oh, a little bit of progression by Mihimana Bray. Some really good waves out there, and Mihimana must be really happy with that one. Some huge turns on the outside. And as you see, there's a little bit of a northwest wind, which is fine, honestly. Here in Costa de Caparica, it holds that northerly winds. As you can see, there's just a little bit of a texture, but sometimes it's even better because you have those little crumbles coming off the lip and allows you to explode even more. I love this kind of wind, and if you go to the left, it's the perfect air wind.
Yeah, absolutely. This wind ain't, it's light and it's from the right direction, and can still add, even improve the waves with that just a little bit of side shore. Good news too. Marco Mignot, we just saw in the interview with he said he was in a race. Well, he's definitely qualified now. He definitely can book his ticket for that first Challenger Series event on Snapper Rocks. He's a pace. We had him in yesterday, didn't we? And he surfed a lot on the Gold Coast. A really well-travelled young guy. So yeah, great work from Mignot. That's why he was so happy and why he was so stoked. His coach knew that was a wrap. Out the back though, Kauli, he's also looking very... Oh, jeez, where did that come from?
It's just that compression on the bottom turn just gives you the extra speed to attack the lip. Even though he was really late on that second turn, it just gets so much speed coming from the bottom turn. He actually is able to explode even if he's late. It's impressive. I really like Kauli's surfing. I really want to see the replay on that one.
Yeah, it was really kind of, I didn't sort of see it coming. I mean, we should know by now what he's capable of. But even that last turn, he just managed to extend. And yeah, right now, it was really, really fine surfing. Here we go. So yeah, just this turn here was the one that sort of took us by surprise.
That's the setup turn, and then it just compresses so hard on the bottom turn. You just get so much speed to attack the lip. It goes over the lip and pushes that back foot, and it was actually really impressive, that turn. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see where that score will go, as we already have last of Mihimana, 6.5. He started off this heat really well with a 4 points, and now he has a 6.5 on board, so he's on the first place. Kaoli started with a 5, Charlie 5.33, and the only surfer that actually doesn't have a score on the board is Vasco with the priority, as we see Charlie up and riding.
Yeah, live action on his favoured backhand. There's 2 big turns out the back. Nice little swooping cut back. We haven't seen many of these sort of fun lefts, but Charlie's found them. His backhand is absolutely lethal. He's won events with it. He's been at the pointy end of, well, elite level surfing for a decade, largely on that vicious backhand attack he's got. But now he goes right again. A nice little trademark swoop and finishes off there. So great surfing from Charlie. He got a 5.33. Bisso's laugh, our lanes laughing. They know him well, and he still makes them laugh.
He's a passionate guy, isn't he? Yeah, it's been like this since he was a kid. And it's super fun to compete. He's super competitive against himself, as we see Vasco on a really good wave.
Yeah, explodes off the lip. Oh, 2 turns, so much spray. And then a swooping cut back as well. So Vasco, different approach. It's kind of less smooth, but just way more powerful. Oh, and he finishes it off as well. Still going. So Vasco, that was his first real wave of note. 15-minute mark, not a bad time to get it. He wouldn't have been panicking, but he knew he would have needed just some opening wave at the start, and he's managed to get his hands on it.
Yeah, it is, as you said, sometimes he's not as technical as some other surfers, but it is so fast. Check this out. This setup turn just sets him up perfectly for this one. Wow, so strong. A lot of water coming out of those turns, and the connections are really good as well. He just keeps that board going, and he's gonna hit it one more time here. Wham! Almost loses it, but he managed to regroup, and that's gotta be a good score. Happy for Vasco. He looks fired up as we see the drone angle. His first section is really good at those because he gets a lot of speed, and then he gets to explode as soon as the wave gets a steep wall. You know how dangerous Vasco is on these types of conditions.
Yeah, as soon as you see him with that first turn, where he locks in that first turn, you know the second one's just going to be huge because he's got so much speed, and you know that his feet's on his board in the right way. And this is the one from Charlie. Really different approach.
Yeah, we haven't, as you said, we haven't been seeing a lot of lefts. A couple of nice snaps, and then the wave just, again, he finds that one that we can bring it all the way through the inside. He's just waiting for the wave to roll up. He's gonna go here, waiting, and now he's gonna do a little snap here, and then one finishing turn, and then one, whoa.
He only got a 4.67 for that, and that's not going to make him any less angry. Out the back though, Vasco backing up his first solid wave with another one, and he likes it.
Of a claim.
So he's claiming it. So he's pumped up. So everyone's getting pretty pumped up. And Minamia Bray out in the lead, but it's all going to change now. Let's see what Vasco got.
A nice first carving, really fast, and then hits it, drifting the tail, just holds on. I understand how he likes it, why he likes it. And he's got to be happy because he was out of the priority, away from everyone. He just saw this opportunity, this first carve, just so powerful. And then he manages to get the tail release on this finishing turn. That's got to feel good. He's right back there. There's still 2 scores remaining for Vasco. So as we see Mihimana, non-stop action on this hit. This guy is ripping as well. Nice finishing turn, Ben. Did you like that?
Yeah, it's all going on. I'm just trying to get my head around it. There's a lot to take in right now. Vasco, I was saying, he's been sitting down that far end of the beach all his heats, and so he hasn't had to deal with any of the hassle of priority, and it's really paid off. But Bray, he just started sort of winding up like a clock, didn't he? And then got faster and faster and finished off with like a big blow tail. So
that's really good surfing by Mihimana. That first setup turn. This one, it's a speed turn. He goes over the section, and nice carving, but this one, that's the money turn. You see that fins coming out of that water, and he just holds on to it so well. Very good surfing by Mihimana, as we see the first couple of scores dropping in for Vasco. He'll want to know the scores as soon as possible. He has third priority now, just to figure out what's this next step when it's 10 minutes and a half remaining. Kauli started off pretty well with a 5-pointer, but doesn't have anything special after that. As we see, first proper wave of Vasco 6.37. So
yeah, and then solid score. Then he backed up straight away, didn't he? So 2 waves in what, 2 minutes, perhaps 3 minutes. I think the first one was on the 15-minute mark, and then the 13-minute mark. So yeah, good surfing from Vasco, and he's going to go probably up into lead. Carly Vast had that 5-point ride for that, pretty much that one backhand turn we saw that took us by surprise, and probably one of the form surfers of the event. Now under the pump a little bit, as all the scores, still 2 more scores to come in, so his job's probably going to get even a little bit harder, if anything. See Vasco sticking to these wide ones, as we say, paddling ferociously, can't get into that one. Oh, and
he had the priority over Mihimane if he wanted that wave.
That's why. I wonder why he was so interested in that. He was just trying to block his opponent. Couldn't get on it. There's a lot going on too. You know, you've got the waves, you've got the priority in your head. It's a fair bit to sort of take in.
There's so much stuff going on when you're in a hit. You have to deal with so much stuff. You have to read the lineup well. You have to make sure you know what scores you have. You have to make sure that you're on the right spot. You have to make sure you know the priorities. As we see here, this movement. This is Kauli's. Just a 2-turn combo. Unfortunately, the wave didn't allow him to do nothing special, as we see here. Yeah, it was just a bit of timing the whole wave, but we're still waiting for a big score of Mihimane, the second to last wave. He needs a 6.78 to go to first. We're starting to see a couple of scores dropping in, as we see Charlie with the priority. This wave looks really good. Vasco was interested as well, and check this out. Charlie up and riding on a nice looking right-hander.
Yeah, cracks the first one, drives around the corner, and he's going for it, so we'll like to see. That was clean. And there's a nice swoop. He's such a good style. I can love watching Charlie surf. Never, ever tire of it. It's smooth. He's got little bursts of power when he wants it. And a good tube rider. And there's some really nice surfing. Trying to finish it off with a nice little carve. And that's great surfing. Now that one, he's really going for it.
He's doing the Ronaldo claim. Ronaldo claim. That was really, really well surfed by Charlie Martin. It's pretty impressive to see him, as we see Vasco Ribeiro up and riding as well on a nice looking right-hander. Strong first turn, straight into another speed turn. Let's see how he finished this one off with a huge... I don't even know how he does that, because the wave didn't have a lot of a steep wall, and he still managed to get some strength and some power on those turns. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, really, really incredible surfing.
Yeah, a lot of hard work. It's a hard work. This hit is a lot of hard work for the judges. As you see, Vasco, nice first snap, hit this one on a speed turn with a lot of water, and then explodes really hard, drifting the tails on that one. The wave didn't affirm that much, and he's still absolutely shredded. It's pretty impressive. We're still waiting for scores of Mihimane and also Charlie.
Yeah, it's a big score to drop. 6 minutes on the clock, and this was Vasco. A couple of 6-point rides. They're trying to get up into the 7-point ride to increase his score. Good drone angle, just flying right across his face and comes back. So we'll see if that helps him. Probably not. Bray also got one, Philippe, so it's all going on, wasn't it?
Oh, that's a really good turn. Another snap off the back. Just a couple cutbacks. The wave didn't affirm that much, but still very good surfing by Mihimane. All of the surfers got waves. We're still waiting for some waves of... Now we're waiting for 2 waves of Mihimane. Actually, second to last wave of Mihimane, 6.2, so not enough to go to first. But we're still waiting on this last wave. We're also waiting for Charlie's last wave and Kauli's last wave and also Vasco's last wave. So a lot of work for those judges. They really have to be on point. They really have to be right there looking at those waves, watch the replays, and make sure they make good calls.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, it's so hard. They're all similar waves that, you know, there wasn't a huge difference between each one, so it gets down to those point, or half a point that can make all the difference. So yeah, you're right. They've got some numbers to drop in and to get it right. And interesting where Charlie's wave was, as we see Vasco going again, driving down the line, just kicks out. So he's pretty safe. He's got a couple of big numbers. You see, yeah, Miyamano wants his score. Not alone there. They're taking their time. 5 minutes to go. He really needs to know what he needs. Like, he needs to know his position, doesn't he, really? It's pretty hard to take off on a wave when you don't know exactly what you want. So we'll see. And also Martin, he was pretty happy with it. But as you can say, it's hard to judge Charlie's, if you were to just see the end of Charlie's waves and you had to give it a score based on his own reaction to it, well, he's kind of thinking 12 out of 10 kind of thing. But he's been getting 4s for those. So, but he was pretty pumped about that last one. He surfed it really well at the back. He's having a chat there with Vasco at the moment, trying to talk it through. Still taking their time.
Sorry to interrupt you, Ben, but it's going to be interesting to see Charlie's last wave, because he's surfing well, but there's something. It looks like something's missing. Everyone's just looking at the replays, as you can see, and try to understand what's the best option and how the scores will play out. As we see the head judge.
Yeah, Nuno. Love to see Nuno there up in the head judge. Sort of, very experienced, but they're putting his scores down there. Bit of an insight there. Trigo. Big calls. That's why he gets the big bucks, and those scores come in. So a 6.6 for Martin. So that's a pretty solid score, but at the same time, Miname Bray got a 6.2. He's got one more to come in. So as it stands, I'll tell you what, who's in the most strife right now is Carly Vast. Needs a high 7. You might have to go to the air to get that potentially. Vasco looking strong, and Bray still with 1 score to come in. I don't think that's going to improve his score. So now with 3 minutes on the clock, Charlie needs a 6.1. Kauli needs a 7.7. And they've got just on 3 minutes to go. So Bray looking good, but he'll know that Martin is gnarly. Charlie doesn't have the priority in his favour. Kauli does. And we could just get some fireworks with 3 minutes to go. We could get some fireworks. Someone paddling, he goes, Charlie, not going to look at that. I mean, it's just now a matter of just hoping for a set wave, eh? Philippe, there's not much more you can do in this situation.
Kauli has the priority, and he is more than capable of doing that 7.7, but he needs to go on the right wave, and Mihimana is on the 2nd place with the 2nd priority over Charlie Martin. So that means he can actually deal with the situation the best way. As we see here, this is Mihimana's best wave, a 6.5, and it all comes from these last finishing turns. Nice float tail. It didn't go all the way to reverse, but nice float tail by Mihimana as he kept melting this wave all the way to the inside. And we have this guy, Vasco, some of the best waves of this heat. 6.37 on this one. Check out this turn, just so strong on his feet, and those legs just hold so much power. And Vasco just doing a really nice job. He almost lost it here, but still managed to hold on and surfing really well. As we saw in a couple of minutes, it changed the whole situation of the heat. As you see, 6.5 by Mihimana. I really love this finishing turn. Just compressing and pushing really hard on that back foot. He was really happy with that one. As we see, this carving by Vasco, and then float to tail, 6.9. He was really happy with that one. A little bit of a climb. That's not that usual to see Vasco just climbing waves. He's just so obsessed with competition. He just wants to do more, and it's kind of weird to see him climbing. As we see, the last opportunity for Charlie Martin was that wave, just the air reverse.
I think so. We'll see. Netted 8.6. Oh, there goes Kaoli. That was the wave he needed to try and get back in it. Went to the air and didn't complete it. So he could be on the way out. So that would be a bit of a shock. Kaoli, #1 on the rankings. So
number 2.
No, he's #1 now, having won that last heat.
All right.
But now, if he goes out, which is looking increasingly likely, there's a chance for some of the other guys to potentially take that. So really, really tight. He wanted to win the series. Here he goes again. This is his last chance. And you can see by his... yeah, it's not going to happen here. So it looks like Vast is out. Massive upset there. Vasco Ribeiro, I think he'd have to have the highest average heat total of any surfer in the event. Just been consistently posting huge numbers. Looking super impressive. And he's through the quarterfinals. So... Oh, he's Kaoli though, unless you do something. Yeah, so that's not going to be the high 70 needs. Entertaining the crowd, but he's not going to entertain anyone else in this event for now. He'll set his sights on Snapper Rocks and taking that backhand of his all the way to the Challenger Series.
How is that connection?
Great. He looks up to the heavens above and then just pumps all the way in. Just floating, zigging and zagging, and he's done enough.
Does he have a shot to be on the Challenger Series? I think he's way further down the rankings, honestly. But still, he might have a good result. But who knows?
Yeah, we'll double check that, see where he's at. He's in the quarterfinals, so he's going to get some serious points. Just hard to say exactly where he is, though. Right now, though, as we see Vasco, the man of the moment, coming in. He's had a great surf. He's going to take a break, and so are we. And we come back with more live action right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Caparica Surf Fest, and it's all getting kind of serious, close to crunch time on a Thursday lunchtime in the beautiful city of Lisbon. Let's check out Adour Amatreyi and Andy Criet, Jorgen Cousinet and Justin Becret, two French surfers, a Spaniard and a Basque out in the water in blazing sunshine, a light sea breeze, fluffing the lips, maybe some opportunity to go to the air. Let's see how all of that plays out, but with some real dramatic moments, some big scores being laid down in that last heat. I think the main debrief we can take the continued form of Vasco Ribeiro. He's on a tear.
He's on a. His confidence is just.
He looks like he's angry, but good anger. Do you know what I mean? He's got everything channeled in the right place. He's got fire in his belly.
That's the best way to put it, Paul. He's putting his anger, but in a good way. It just puts that extra power. It just pushes that extra to the limit of every single turn he does. And it feels like he wants to prove something. I think he wants to prove something to himself. He knows he can handle this. He knows he deserves to be here. He knows he deserves to be on the top rankings of the European and even on the world, on the Challenger Series. So this is pretty much Vasco just just saying to himself, I can do this and I belong here.
Looking at a win in Caparica to round out this season. I tell you what, we're somewhere away from that. If that were to happen, you'll get some major, major crowd involvement as well. There's a lot of people watching this event. Vasco, ever a favourite in Portugal. He's had massive success in the past. Let's see where we go in this heat. Number 4 of the round of 16. So send in surfers to the quarters with this round. And we're, well, halfway through it. Basically, there's 8 heats in this round. At the moment in this one, just a quick number from Amatreyin. He dropped 7s earlier on this morning. In the meantime, let's go and have a chat with Vasco. He's standing by for an interview.
Yes, he is. Vasco, getting through the heats is pretty special, but coming in first place, it means a lot, right?
Yeah, it's good because you always come for an interview with you or Francisco, so it's always good. And yeah, I'm feeling really good. And you know, I just feel like this is one of those comps I finally can put everything together, and yeah, it's just happening. You know, once I get the waves, I feel comfortable enough to just do, you know, my best and to do whatever it takes. So that's why I'm here. It's good.
And you seem like you have a really good balance, because outside you look calm and collected, but then inside the water you're absolutely mad and very powerful. How do you manage that?
It's hard. It's hard not to, because you have to be, you know, like not letting anyone getting on the waves, but at the same time you need to be calm, and you know, so you don't get too excited. So it's a balance really hard to manage and to find, and it took me a few years to actually find it. But I think I found it, and yeah, and then resumes a little bit what I've been doing, and I'm feeling good.
But you know what? I think I know your secret, because every time you dye your hair, some magic happens, right?
Well, I hope so. Let's see.
Quarterfinals are coming up. What does that mean?
5 means a lot. You know, this is man-on-man now, so it's different strategy. You can actually wait a little bit more. But it's still different strategy, but still the same. Go out there and get the best waves and surf.
Same but different.
Exactly.
Good luck in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, great stuff. Well done, Vasco. He's on fire here. We'll just want to keep surfing heats. He'll just want to keep going. And keep taking on these long-running right-handers. His form is deadly lethal. Let's see how this one goes down with no major scores as yet, with 6 minutes off the clock. We've got a throwaway for Crier as well. Oh, Goofy out in the water. Taking on the 3 regulars. And surfers in contention. Of course, Becret looking to get out of this, get into finals in terms of his participation in challenges. Jorgen Cousinet as well. And possibilities for Crier and Amatreyin. They need to go deep, deep into the event. It's really interesting to see it all coming down to the last event, obviously, but all coming down to an event with the best waves, Philippe, and that's been key throughout this. There's opportunity for everybody.
Yeah, there's a few hits that are kind of slower than others, but there's opportunities. You just want to catch the best waves, as Vasco said. The plan is simple. It's to get the best waves and surf it well. So it looks simpler than it actually is, but if you are on the best waves and you can actually do something about it, the scores will come out, that's for sure.
Quick slow, well, yeah, a quick slow wave sounds like a contradiction. A short slow wave for Adur, who was just desperate really to build up some speed. The wave was just crumbling. It didn't really want him. Thought he might get a connection to the inside, wasn't really available. So that'll be another modest number for him as he makes his way back out, looking to reignite the fire he found in the previous round, going up close to the excellent range. And I think it's a very good idea. Apply sunscreen if you're heading down the beach. It's warm out there, nice spring sunshine. Meanwhile, here he goes, so not wasting much time. And finishing off, trying to just close out that cornering section. So a bunch of scores to bring Adur, not really threatening the scoreboard overly with anything we've seen so far. He's had 3 waves, I think that'll be the best of it. Something in the region of a 2 will be a throwaway type of number for him. Jorgen being very patient there, as is Becret. So those two waiting for legitimate set waves, and I'm guessing looking for the kind of waves that Vasco was finding in the previous heat.
Yeah, they're sitting right at the top of the peak, so they want those fast and steeper waves. Because sometimes if you go a bit to the left of the beach, the wave where Adur is sitting. The wave sometimes it's longer, but it doesn't have that much wall to work with. So they're probably just trying to find those steeper walls that you can actually do a couple or even 3-turn combo and get those results, get those scores, get those high scores. There's a few lines coming in as we see Jorgen or Justin. They're gonna look at this wave, that's for sure. Justin is looking, he decides not to go. Jorgen decides not to go as well. The wave gets a little flat. It's a good call by both of the surfers.
Yeah, I think a good read on that. You can see that one's going to stand up on the sandbar outside, but when it did that, it almost took all the energy it could possibly muster just getting up the sandbar. It's always going to back off. Meanwhile, Adur is not worrying too much about quality. He's going for quantity at the moment. This one's better looking, though, on the opening section. But see him get caught, and he actually has to hop his board through a kind of a 3-stage cutback. Now he's got a little bit of meat, but again, same thing. It's sticky when you get away from the white water. He'll just keep going, though. That's a nice turn from him. So being relentless. Good tenacity, and there's a strong finish. So just manufacturing a score on a wave, and hey, you don't have priority. You might as well just keep surfing. Good tactic from him. His scores are going up whilst he's doing that. 217 prior to that, and that'll be an improvement again.
Yeah, he's gonna put a little bit more pressure. The wave didn't allow him to do anything special on the outside because the tide is coming in, and you can see, as you said, three-stage cutback. He drifted the tail on the rebound, and then he just keeps on trying to find his groove, trying to find his momentum. But this wave, honestly, he started to wall up here. Bam! Nice turn. Straight into another hit on the lip, and he's going to finish this one off with a bit of a fin drift. Very well body positioning. That's really good surfing. Unfortunately, the only thing that might hold on that score, it will be the size of the wave. As we see Justin on a bigger wave. Let's see if he can get the connection. He hits it one more time. He's looking at the inside. It doesn't look like he's going to go anywhere. As we see also Andy Crier on the outside up and riding with a weird little wave, a little wobble on the wave, not too steep as well, a bit flat. So guys, I'm curious to see what's going to be the score of Adur's wave, because he actually destroyed that wave on the inside, but he didn't manage to do anything on the outside. So as we see Jorgen up and riding, just looking at it, trying to understand what he's about to do. Runs away from the foam, runs away from the whitewash. He's still trying to connect. Unfortunately, he's not able to.
Yeah, Jorgen just trying to force the issue there. Waited a while and realised, you know what, I don't want to be overly patient. It's going to go something. So took off, got himself in the rotation. A little stickiness really under the board, not able to really get the speed going. It's a small number, 187, similar to Crier's opening wave, and the low score from Amatreyin at the moment. We're still waiting for a number for Adur. We're also waiting for Justin. There's Crier, nice bottom, hits it on the top, goes real close to Adur, and releasing the tail with some drift. Does well to hang on to it. What's he got for us here? Another whipping turn, so not loads of backswing into those turns. He's not coming in super fast. So he's just kind of placing the turns up on the wave, and then he'll wait patiently. He's just doing this by weighting his front foot, essentially. He's not wiggling too much on the board. He's just being patient, letting it stand up, and he gets a little connect and squeezes, let's say, another half point with a little hit on the end.
Yeah, that was really well surfed. The backhand right now, if you get a flatter wave, a fatter wave, it's always hard to push on those turns, and he did just that. It just waited for the right moment to attack the leap, and as we're gonna see here, he waits for the right moment. A nice first snap. Again, you see him just waiting for the wave to stand up. A little bit of a drift, again, just waiting to have enough speed so he can go over that whitewash and release the tail. And as you say, not much board movement, just waiting for the wave to stand up again, looking at the left, looking at the right, trying to understand what's going to happen. And he finished this one off on the inside. That's not going to add that much points on it, but still very good job by Andy. And last wave of Wadur. 5.33, Paul. That's a good one.
Yeah, muscled up that score, didn't he? Just hustled for it, and a really good reward for just scrapping under priority. Let's turn our attentions to the tidal swing. That's what's changing conditions for us. So low was at 9:30 this morning. It was a low as well. So only 40 centimetres above datum, which is our lowest astronomical tide. For those of you into that kind of thing. It means it's mid-tide right now, mate, basically. So it's flooding in fast, and we've got, according to my calculations, 3.1 minus 0.4 is 2.7 metres of tide. 2.7 metres of vertical height difference. And at mid-tide, which is now, which is 12:30, it means it's actually moving quickest. So it's filling in fast on this outer bank. When the swell was a bit bigger, the outside broke all the way through. What's he going to do today?
They might have to focus on that little wedge where they have been surfing sometimes with the high tide, because I think today might be the ideal swell size for that wave. We'll try and see what the girls will do. As we see, just opens that shoulders and really strong on that first turn. Let's see how this wave is going to finish. Another nice swooping curve back. Waiting for the wave to stand up. Bit of a snap there. Just how long has been this wave? It feels like he ran all the beach on this wave. He's got to be happy with that one, because the first carve on the outside was really good.
Yeah, strong, really strong there from Justin. He already got a 4 in. So that's the second high score of the heat so far, and he went a long way for this one. Loads of energy from him. I feel like he's matching the speed of the wave with his maneuver selection.
Yeah, the thing about this kind of conditions, you have to really take advantage of those steeper sections, and you have to be smart and make sure you put the board and push it when the wave allows you to, like this, because there's not too many opportunities, because the wave is kind of fat, and they have to just keep on working on those scores, and he did a really good job on that one.
Just over 9.5 to go in this. Beautiful scenes from our fly past. Delightful sunshine. It's Easter week, the Holy Week, some people call it.
It's Easter Sunday next Sunday, so that's why the beach is up.
Is tomorrow a holiday in Portugal?
Yeah, it is.
What about Monday? Do you get both?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
I'm not sure.
It should be.
Why? I'm not even Catholic.
It's just great to have 2 days off over a weekend, mate. It's a 4-day break.
Yeah, that's true.
You don't work in an office, so for you it's all the same. Every day's a holiday for you, mate.
That's the thing. I'm not stuck in the office. I travel with kids up and down the coast, just trying to find some waves, and I'm here with you guys also, and that yeah, we don't need to know when are the holidays and when are not, because we're on holiday every time.
Kuzane doesn't have a desk job. His job's ripping, and he's doing it here on this wave. Goes a long way to an inside section, looking for numbers. That's his crew. Looking on, we've got numbers in for Becret. It's a 6 for him. He got 10 at 20 from 2 waves, and that's a really good return in what are troublesome conditions. You see the difference between the sort of size of the waves ridden early on and this set is almost kind of double in terms of the order of magnitude. So there are still bombs out there, but there's just a little bit of a bigger gap between them. So do you get twitchy and nervous? Do you go in sideways, or do you wait and be patient and try and wait for real quality? That's ever the question for competitive surfers, particularly with 4 of them in the water. Here's Crier, meanwhile. Good looking corner for Andy. What's he got? Bang. Nice carving jam in the pocket. Whacks it again with good rhythm, and then it'll go slopey here. Not loads more on offer, but I like the combo from him. Let's see where that goes score-wise.
Yeah, his last wave was just at 3.73. Let's see. It's a bit of a bigger wave, a lot of downtime. This was a nice first carving, and then he waited on the right moment to just attack the lip there. I don't think it's going to be a huge score, but it might improve on his situation and even might take him to that second place. As we see Jorgen's first proper wave, just a carving and then hitting the lip kind of late. A bit of a weird one. He was looking at the inside. As we can see, the waves behind him would just over completely different size, as you said. Like that, there's a few waves out there, but they take a long time to get there. And sometimes there's only one
proper set per heat.
Number in for Kuznets, 337, and we went for Andy's number. Now let's see where this goes. Andy at the moment doesn't need a lot for first. Sorry, for advancing position. He's a 378 to move up. I think he's going to get that, actually. Oh, he gets a 3.8. So comes in just slightly under. No, sorry, he comes in, he just gets it. That's wait for my scoreboard to adjust itself. He moves to second by not a lot. 3/100ths of a point is at the moment his margin over Adur Amatreyin. The young Basque has got priority. So he's got the P, and it'll be first dibs for him when a set comes through. Adur really just forced his way to a 5.33. That's the second highest score of this heat on a wave from under priority that had not much happening. He just stayed with it relentlessly, backed himself for a finish, and got a really good number, really considering the wave. So let's see if he can do a little more where that came from, or let's see if he waits for something of real quality. Looks a little interested at the top of the point here in red. He'll have a swing here, and it looks like Adur will go, looking for just a small number, a 2. He won't be surfing to that. He'll be trying to go all the way up the scale. And you see the deeper water, he has to wait patiently for the wave to stand up, but he waits by keeping his board speed up. So he's covering quite a lot of ground here, and he's looking to sort of enter this wave at the right point to then get the double up. And on that occasion, it doesn't happen. He's used priority there.
That's so frustrating. You can see by his body language that he didn't even believe that that wave wasn't good enough, because he wasted his priority on this one, and it was kind of bummed, especially when you see, because there's a couple of lines coming on the outside. But you know what? Sometimes this happens and you get repositioned on the lineup, and sometimes you can get some opportunities out of those repositionings. Let's see if that happens, because there's plenty of lines coming out the back, a big set coming. He needs to paddle fast and make sure, like, see him. He just hyped up to make sure he will be there on time. Let's see about this one.
It's Kuznets and Becret close together, almost in sync with their paddle strokes. The priority is with Justin. He's got the lead as well. Jorgen's in 4th right now with 4.5 minutes on the clock. That's the bad news. The good news is he doesn't need a lot. He's got second priority, looking for 4.16. He'll force Justin to go here. Here's your heat leader. And he's sort of patient in the opening. It's real milky and frothy. And that wave is difficult to surf. He's actually doing well just to keep the board speed up here, because it's troublesome. And that'll be it. So Kuznets now with priority and the chance to make a move with 4 on the clock. And he's going to need to find himself a reasonable wave, better by the tune of almost a point than anything he's had in this. Jorgen has been really quiet in this one, just 2 waves ridden. That was just a 3rd wave for Justin, but importantly, he's had a 6 and a 4. So he's found moments of quality. Jorgen Kuznets has found very little indeed so far. It's crucial that A, he's patient enough to find the right wave. Well, here he is. So we see him, we'll pick him up, looking for speed here. A floater maneuver past Becret, and then into the lip with the drift on the fins. Looking for a 4.16. Let's see where this goes. What does that face mean? Exasperation?
Yeah, it's mixed feelings. Yeah, he's doing something wrong. I think I understand what he's saying. Like, it was an okay wave, but there's something wrong. It feels like he's on a bit of a shorter board, and he's getting caught up on the rail on those bottom turns. So it hasn't been as clean as we've been seeing. It was too deep out on that one, because see, this front foot is a little bit further up the board, and he's going to catch some rails now and then here, especially. See, wow, that took him a little bit off timing, but it's still a very good turn on that finishing section. But I don't know what's going to happen. As you see, Andy, nice first turn, waiting for the wave to wall up, and a bit of a foam climb there. Nothing too major. I don't think it will improve as we see the replay of the wave in green. Yeah, a lot of white water on this wave, but it did pretty good. That's only a 3.53, right? Yeah, it is. A couple of small scores coming in. Let's see if anything changes with the last wave of Jorgen. He needs a 4.16 with 2 minutes remaining. It's not that long, and he's trying to
trying to separate himself from the other competitors, because if there's an opportunity, he's gonna get a wave away from them. And it looks like he's gonna get the score. He does. It's a 5.13 last of white. Jorgen goes from 4th all the way to 2nd place.
Yeah, you got to be thinking most of that must have come on the last turn, right? He missed the first section, didn't get one, and then it was kind of a set-up. He gets it, 5.13, crucial for him, really important wave. There's the spread from the panel. One went as high as 5.8, wow. Below number 4.5, we lose them, take average of the rest. 5.13, Kuzene, and now heading over and looking to see what he can do in terms of affecting wave-catching ability from other surfers in the water, people that are a danger to him. There's 2 of them. They're called Andy Criot, who's looking for a 4.71, and Adur Amatrayin, only looking for a 3.17. A really small number for Adur. Also, Andy, his requirement isn't massive. But just in the terms of the way this wave's gone, this heat's gone, the sort of waves we've had, there's a lot of bump on the face. It's soft.
Yeah.
And getting 4s and 5s, it feels tough.
This wind is good when you have those steep walls. It makes the lip crumble a little. But when it's this fat, but wait a minute, there's gonna be a really big set out the back, as we see just a nice first hit off the top. And then push it really hard on that carving. Let's see if this wave holds something else. Just looking at it. Just shifting the weight on the front foot, make sure the board goes. A little redirect there. It's gonna connect all the way through the inside. Let's see. It's probably gonna be his last wave. Victory lap. How is he gonna finish this one off? Bam! Huge turn on the inside. And yeah, it feels like if you had... That's really well surfed by Justin Bacret.
Yeah, well,
it's really
the other significant thing about that is in the lead when he stood up, right? So it can change the scoreline. It's not going to change, but important for Jorgen is that Justin got that way, but hang on, it's just popped up. This guy's on the inside, so I didn't have my source screen indicating that a wave was coming in for Adur Amatrayin, so just scratch that last point I was making, because he has got a score to come in. First of all, this is just that.
Yeah, that's they started off pretty well. Big hit off the top right there, and then nice carving on the outside. So 2 turns, 2 major turns on the outside. He milked this one all the way through the inside and ended up doing 2 more big turns. Even though it's a small part of the wave, he did really well, just redirecting. And here the wave just doubles up. He's just waiting. And now we're gonna see him just attack that one. Wow, that's a really strong turn. Another redirection, and he's gonna finish this one off really strong again. Bam. So it's gonna improve on his situation as the first place, but we want to see Adur's
What
wave.
did Adur do? This is the question. Adur Amatrayin, where is he? What's he got done? Here it is.
That's a good looking wave. Nice first turn, a little conservative, but look at this wave.
Oh.
Nice first and second turn, a bit of a foam climb. Another foam climb, just gliding on that foam. And how he's gonna, went for a little mistake there, but still, some damage was done.
Only needs 3.17.
That's gotta be the score.
This could be trouble for Kuzene here. Adur, he's like, give me the number, give me a score. Adur Amatrayin, last gasp effort. And we are waiting to find out. That is not a big number. You've got to be thinking that score's coming for him on that wave. You'd be very surprised if he doesn't get something significantly bigger than that. If he was looking for a 5.17 or something like that order, I think it'd be a tougher call.
It's done.
But he gets the number in. He does get a 5. It's actually a 5.8, so he gets it with some margin, almost doubles the requirement. And that's terrible news for Jorgen Kuzene. Great news for Adur Amatrayin. He keeps it alive here in Portugal, and he'll look to come back. 4 finals. He's through to the quarters. That'll wrap up the round of 16 for the men. It's been a really interesting one. And we love those come from behind last gasp efforts. That guy there, he'll breathe a huge sigh of relief. And really, you got to say, he hustled it for his early score, the 5, and then getting it done in a clutch situation at the end. Well done to Justin Bacret that won the heat. We got the women coming next. Very highly rated Mafalda Lopes. Going to check out Maud Lacar as well. Great looking heat coming up live from Portugal right after the break.
got it right? Yeah.
No way.
And welcome back to Praia do Paraíso, Costa de Caparica, Portugal, as we'll bring in the women's round of 16, heat number 1 of that round. We'll check out Teresa Bonvala, Carolina Mendes, Mafalda Lopes, 3 of the outstanding talents from Portugal and Europe. Also, Maud Lecard, France. I'm Paul Evans. He's Ben Mundy. Hello, mate.
Hello, Paul. Yeah, Portuguese.
What are you saying, Ben? What are you saying? What have you got for us? You've had a quick heat off?
Yeah, had a heat off. Just sort
You
of.
actually had on the schedule, you had 2 heats off, but you changed it because you wanted to get back in.
Yeah, I couldn't. The security guards wouldn't let me. I'd fought them off, and I came in, kicked Jervis in the goalies, got him out of the booth, and came in to watch some of the great surfing lights from Maud Lecard. Had a good run. The Frenchies, her little gang, Marc Lacamar and Joanne Giroux, both through. As we see, a nice turn there from Maud as well. Not done yet. This high tide just sort of gives a nice little reform options now.
I see a lot of soul arches on the QS. I like that from Maud, just styling out to the inside. To it, of course, going mad, enjoying the action, really following along and living really blow by blow, wave by wave in terms of our qualification for the challengers. I think we got the winner of the last heat standing by. Is Justin Becret? Is he going to have a chat?
Yeah, Becret won that one.
Let's hear it from him.
That is right, guys. Justin, you caught a never-ending wave. How was that workout for your legs?
It's all right. I've been working out a lot. No problem. My legs are fine.
And how did that heat go for you?
It went very good for me. It was a slow heat. I had to wait at the back with Jorgan. I didn't want to let him get the inside. So I sat. And we eventually got to where I wanted to be. I got my first wave. Could have pushed harder, but got a 4, so good backup to start, and then I built on that.
Is there any chat in the water, any tension? Can you feel it?
Tension for sure, but no chatting, no.
And we can start looking at the rankings because things are starting to get interesting because there are a lot of guys that are ahead of you that have been slowly getting out. So what's the situation? How are you feeling about it?
I have no idea. I'm very bad at math, so I don't calculate. I'm gonna do my best and wait at the end and wait for the rankings to be updated at the end of the contest.
Quarterfinals sounds good, right?
Sounds great.
Well, we'll see you there. Good luck.
Yeah, good. Like that back and forth. It's like a bit like a rom-com, that. Those two little...
I've been working out a lot.
Yeah?
As well. He's been working out a lot. We've been working out. Everyone's fit.
Yeah, I've just been doing the maths. I don't work out. I just do math.
How do you like the numbers on this?
I reckon it's going to be a high one. I reckon it's going to be like lower than 10, but higher than 6, potentially. She was absolutely ripping it. Got a few sections in. She's a really good sort of reader of waves and reader of the ocean, Carolina. And she just had a little bonus section down the end here where she managed to get this little right-hander. Nice little phone climb. Tags, and then she gets one more on the end. So it had a bit of everything that wave.
Yeah.
Rights, lefts.
Great read.
Yeah, a great read.
Great read on the ocean.
And the next one was Teresa Bombolo. Obviously, a bit of drama yesterday with the old losing the car keys before he'd had to borrow a board, which she did. Didn't hold her back. She won a top sort of heat totals of that women's division yesterday. And here she goes again. Her Challenger Series places are all cemented in, but she's here to try and win a 3rd Caparican event in a row. An unprecedented hat trick.
Here's
Caparican titles.
Swinging out the back. Nice whip off the rail from Maud. Bang, over the white water. She'll go down on that one. So an opportunity to put up a second score. She got the 4.83 early on. She won't add lows to that. Mendes 6.17. Good number. You said it'd be higher than 6, Ben. You nailed that. Well done. Tyler in Newark is tweeting in. I'm not sure if this is Newark in Cambridgeshire or Newark, New Jersey. Either way, it's a good question. You can only pick one. Ben Mundy, springtime, free and fair elections, or the look on your children's faces on Christmas Day when they realise Santa's been. Whew, I like that. That's tough. Do you like spring?
Yeah, got a lot of time for spring.
Do you like democracy?
Yeah, I think it's probably one of the...
Do you love your children?
Yeah. I do.
That look
Like
on their
all those
faces
things.
on Christmas Day, Ben. That excitement, that pure joy. It's all that sort of magic, really, isn't it? You're scowling a bit, mate. This is a worry.
It starts off like that, and then it quickly descends into some crass commercialism, and they're not happy with their presents, or So I do like to see it. It's a fleeting Christmassy thing.
Wait to sort of suck all the good energy out of What's a great tweet.
Yeah, no, I could basically give or take my child's happiness.
On Christmas Day.
On Christmas Day.
Okay, so I guess it's between...
Taking the Speg McKinley approach to Christmas, just ignore it exists.
It's between secret ballots and free and fair elections and springtime, essentially.
I'm going to keep spring.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
democracy's out. So just spring and dictatorships across the world.
Autocracy and sort of the new buds have made.
Blossom. There's a combo. Good name for a band, actually.
Fascism and blossoms, two things I quite like.
Well, live action here. Mafalda, great wave. What she got for us. Bang! Puts it up over the section. Really nice. Surfing with authority. No sort of flapping around between the turns. Kept the body calm. And used the rail off the bottom into the lip hard. So a bunch of numbers to come in. And that'll be decent, I reckon, for that combo on the ends. Bonvalo's got a number to come in for a little bit of a trundly right, but she's stuck with it all the way to the ends. And she's sort of saved the best for last, I feel, in terms of the turns. It's going to be decent. 5.73. So good for Teresa. This is Mafalda.
Yeah, driving off the bottom. This might be the best wave of the heat. Look at that. That's power, style. And she just clicks out. So not as long, but definitely had some sort of real push behind it, both the turns and the wave. She hit that pretty hard. She's got the fins out. The judges like that. The judges like to see fins out the back. They like a bit of risk, and I think they'll reward it. Got some more tweets coming in. Lane from Manly says to Paul, Wales, penicillin, or the internet.
Is this whales the cetacean, the large mammal, or the principality
ocean,
whales?
She says in brackets, ocean going.
Okay, what was the other one?
Penicillin or the internet.
Yeah, well, obviously I'm going to keep whales. It's a bit of an obvious one.
What, so despite the fact that penicillin probably saves 1 million lives every month.
It's also quite a bit of growing resistance, though, aren't there, to antibiotics in general, Ben? I mean, it's one of the great kind of looming disasters of our time is antibiotic resistance.
Yeah, that's because they work in the first place. It's because they were saving lives in the first place. But anyway, you keep your whales.
I'd say Planet Earth
Forget the human race, you keep the whales.
Planet Earth did okay for 4 billion years without the internet. I reckon it would probably be okay without it. I don't know.
Actually, probably improved. Well, there'd be no webcast, Paul. Think about that for you. There'd be no QS webcasting.
I would favour a switch to analog broadcasting. I think we could just go traditional. Yeah. Obviously, there was television before there was the internet, wasn't there?
There was.
In fact, bigger audiences really when we weren't sort of fragmenting it into like 1 trillion different options of things you'd watch. There was just one thing on, and it's us. You'd have to, wouldn't you? That'd be it.
Imagine that.
Maybe
it's something you do imagine.
During dinner, if Dad puts the wireless on, you've got no choice. You've got to sit there and listen to it. Great numbers for Lopez, though. Look at that from the panel. And do you know what I like as well? She just does it really with that last turn. So there's no like snipping away and taking ages to get the score. She just goes bang on the final turn. 6.83 is the high score of the heat so far. It's decent. 14 on the clock in this. Who's going to quarters? Well, we're going to lose two very highly related surfers at this point. Let's keep up with tweets for now. Another one here. We've got Lewis. He's in Edinburgh, up there in Scotland, joining in, loving the show. Monday, can only keep one. G-Land. The Fertile Crescent between the Tigris and the Euphrates between the 20th and 10th centuries BC. So he's essentially talking about the cradle of civilization. And the Nazare Toe Challenge. Good one, Lewis.
I don't think the Nazare Toe Challenge actually exists anymore. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about it. Yeah, unfortunately.
Definitely still exists, mate.
Run out of time, ran out in a waiting period.
What are you going to keep? You're going to keep G-Land, you're going to keep the Tigris and the Euphrates and what's modern day Iraq. And
keep G-Land, mate.
You keep the G-Land?
Yeah, absolutely.
No civilization?
That cradle can do
no Fertile Crescent?
No, the Fertile Crescent and all its, everything that did for society.
And you're going on record with Nazare. Are you you're just deleting Nazare, cancelling it?
Wow. I'm always ready. She said it's just they don't run it. That's not my problem. That's Shafton's problem. Yeah, I'm going to keep Treeland. I'm going to I mean, often we sit at Treeland and talk about the cradle of civilization around the table on those surface, but yeah, good question.
You'd be at G-Land. When you were hungry, you'd have to mainly just eat fish because there wouldn't be any grains with there because of the important role that the valleys of the Tigris and the Euphrates played in domesticizing grasses really into crops, birth of agriculture, all of that stuff. No, I think that's a good call actually. I think I'm with you there. What do you got?
There'd also be no meat or dairy products because keeping livestock wasn't invented.
Make it wild as wild meat, mate. You just got to hunt it. Got a lot to choose from in that G-Land jungle. If you sort of open-minded about what's going in. You got any more action from the feed?
Yeah, got some coming in at the moment. Hold on, there's a few sets approaching though, Paul.
Yeah, at the moment it's Mafalda Lopez with the lead in this, the 6.83. Just got a 0.5 though. She'll look to work on that. Priority is with Bonvalo. Doesn't like the look of the first one. Lets it go. Let's see if we've got to take it. We don't. That one will push a little wide. Teresa might look interested here. She just waits and spins late. Great looking wave. Bonvalo already with a 5.73. Here she is, up and swinging. Gets it wrong. That one runs away. She goes for a deep bottom turn rather than aiming her paddle down the line. And she'll use priority without great effect. It won't add to her total.
Yeah, she couldn't quite hang on to that one. And all the surfers getting pretty good scores. That one's not going to bother the judges. She just goes and regroups. As we see, just the swell sort of on tap, isn't it? Endlessly. I'm going to give... Oh, here we go. Yeah, sorry, coming in hot off the press is Stephen in Denver. Stephen is saying glaciers, storms, or precipitation.
I mean, if you got rid of precipitation, you wouldn't really have much in the way of storms, would you, Steve? Without really meaning to nitpick at your question. I mean, is it just wind and storms that he's talking about?
You'd have no waves. Yeah, I don't know. He's in Denver. Maybe his storms are quite lacking precipitation.
Yeah, I'll keep the last one. I think we need rain. We need water. Can't survive very long without it. Yeah, it's a strange one from Steve. Maybe he's just concentrating on the surfing and not putting enough into his tweets, not really considering them. 10 on the clock in this. Lopez still in the lead. Mudlakar in second. Bonvalo's lurking in third. Only needs a 1-1. She's got the 5.73. Also, Mendez, 6.17. She needs a 0.66. Monday, this is anyone's.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty tight. Mafalda's got that massive score. She hasn't been backed it up. That's her problem. You put her in the box seats courtesy of that big number in that first column. But Bonvalo is there. Mendez has got a 6.17. Yeah, it's really, really tight. It's a battle of the backups. 9.5 minutes on the clock. And yeah, it's going to be difficult to see where she goes from there. It's a big, you know, the Portuguese push. It's been pretty strong, especially in the women's division. They're probably sort of ruling the roost in terms of the European surfing landscape.
Yeah, it's a fair point. You can sort of quite clearly see that split. Portuguese women dominating the women's division. The French men very much dominant on the men's side, and that's been a story for a little while now. You'd probably say this year, looking at the QS rankings, you may be surprised a couple of Portuguese surfers aren't faring slightly better, aren't slightly higher, but just goes to show how strong that French contingent is, really. I think that's the story. And yeah, they're looking relentless, and we've got great surfers from that region still going in this event, though. A lot up for grabs in terms of the European title for the men. Of course, we've already locked that in for Hopkins, won that trophy yesterday. Here's Mafalda Lopez. Good setup first turn. She projects it down the line. That means she gets a shot at doing this, getting back on the open face. Here she is with a corner. Doesn't do too much, just plays it a little safe, plays it smart, you could say as well. Teresa, on the other hand, is taking risks, Ben, and she's pushing hard. We like that, but she's going to go down. She's not going to add much.
Yep, that's exactly right. So yeah, a few mistakes. More tweets coming in. Kevin from Coonabarra brand is giving you Jonathan Swift, the famous author. Gulliver's Travels, one of the great satirists of our time. Graham Swift, Booker Prize-winning author, one of sort of the English language's finest novelists, and Taylor Swift, obviously the American singer-songstress. As you see, the replay of Mafalda. Whoa, she's got that release on her backhand. Grown up surfing right-hand points, and it shows. And we're talking about trying to back something up, and she just came over the top there. So trying to back up that big high 6, and she's done so. That'll help her cause. But out the back, there was more action as we see Maud Lacar. It's been quiet since that initial start. Getting these sort of a little bit more sort of fatter waves that reform. Here she goes. She gets the section there, hits it up. And it looks like that one's just not going to do it. So again, just trying to improve on a 2, which she has done. But I think she's going to need a little bit more spice in the surfing. She's going to get through this.
Yeah, who was that tweet from?
Kevin from Coonabarra.
Kevin, I was actually surprised with his third option. I thought it was going to be just the bird, the Swift.
Nah, but he knows you too well.
Latin name Apus apus.
Yeah,
it's one of my favourite birds.
He said not Swift. He knows your predilection for the migratory bird. He thought it would be too easy.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go with Taylor.
Going to keep Tay-Tay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Up against 2 great English novelists. Yeah, I see that. I've got a lot of time for Tay myself. Teresa, what's she thinking? She's still in second place, but that low 1.17.
They're tiny numbers all round. She only needs, she's 161 for first. Maud only needs a 2 now. Well, we're going to get number in for Mafalda with a big extension of the lead as well now. So she's going to go a long way in front. So it drops in a 5-1. Massive 11.93. She's looking great. 6 on the clock in this, chasing her down. Bonvalo looking to wash off a 1.17. Maud Lacar, we've got a number due for her. If it's a north of a 2.08, she puts Bonvalo back in a position where she's being eliminated. That's 3rd or 4th. Carolina Mendez has been quiet since that opening wave. Where is she?
Yeah, she's out there, and it's going to come down. I think basically that 2 scores, they both got 6s. It's going to come down who gets the best next wave between Teresa and Carolina is my kind of prediction. I think Maud's got those 2 lower scores, so she's in the second place, but I think you'd expect either Teresa or Carolina to get at least 1 wave. Whoever basically wins that exchange should get through and into the quarterfinals. It's going to come down to that with 5 minutes on the clock. Carolina's out there somewhere. She's had priority for a long time, and she should be ready to go sooner rather than later. 1 wave in 20 minutes. She's going to get just 1 more in the next 5 minutes if she wants to hold a spot out the back. There's paddle battles going on.
Right, so Teresa paddled for that wave. It looked like Carolina did as well, but tell you what, it's Mafalda Lopez, your heat leader, who swoops it and says, thanks very much. A nice redirect for 1 hit as she banks off the incoming section. A low number of 5-1. See where this one goes. She can threaten that, but these 2, Teresa asked a question of Carolina Mendez, who's been very patient with the priority. What happened?
Yeah, it was a bit of, those 2 have had so many battles throughout their career. They know each other so well. Interesting to see just who, Carolina had that P next to her name, so Teresa listening, trying to see what went down.
Nervous moments now, getting down towards 4 minutes, Ben. So we've just had a set, right? There's still reasonably long period in this swell. Not uncommon to see lulls after a set like that of at least 2 minutes, right? So assume if that happens, it's going to get real down to crunch time, and Mendez is going to have to go something. She needs a 2, essentially, a 1.99. Well, we're not going to have a lull of 2 minutes because we've got some lines flittering in towards the top of the bank. Carolina actually basically went left in that rip bowl on her opening wave. She hasn't fancied any of these running right-handers. That's where Mafalda's done the damage in this heat. Maud has mixed it up. She's gone left, she's gone right, she's done both on the same wave. It's been good enough thus far for a second, but it's not a big cushion that she's got. And Teresa in the mix here. All right, here's Bonvalo. Bang, off the top with the first turn. And then a little check. A little sticky from her. She has to be patient. There's a hit. It's nice and vertical. And again, she'll tag it going left. And she'll try to get a last manoeuvre, so it's really the second to last and the manoeuvre prior to that that will be scoring the points. She doesn't need a lot. 2.43 the requirement. Is Mendes going to go a wave? Let's have another look at this from Teresa.
Yeah, I think this might be the difference why Teresa has sort of got up to that CT level rather than Carolina, who's been there or thereabouts for a long time. Maybe potentially quite level in terms of the talent. But, you know, there's 3 minutes to go. Teresa's manufactured a score here. She's found a wave, even without priority, whereas Carolina, and she could prove me wrong, she hasn't. And that's just those little moments where you've got to make split decisions, and Teresa's pretty good at those decisions. Usually gets them right more often than not. And she's going to get a score that puts her up into second. And Carolina still waiting. 20 minutes in without a wave. It's kind of inexcusable when there is waves coming through.
She does have the better number, though, so even if Teresa is able to put something on the board, you think it's not going to be colossal for Carolina to chase, but in order to chase anything, she will need to stand up. She'll go underneath the white water once again here. She's dived a lot of waves with this priority. Judges with no other waves on offer got time to have a good look at Teresa Bonvalot's wave and get this score done now. 1:45. These will be nervy moments for Mendes out the back. She knows she's only surfed once. Here's Lopez. She's your heat leader. She's looked great throughout this. She looks like she knows where to find the energy on waves in the lineup as well. Great looking bowl on her left. Brilliant. Tags it hard. And again, loses the last turn, but Lopez got an improvement on that one turn prior to that, the 6.37. And she's got a running left there that the judges will have a think about as well. Number's going to come in for Bonvalot. It's in 5.37. She's in second right now. Carolina Mendes looking for 4.93. Maud Lacar looking for a 6.27. Here's live action. Mendes, she waited an eternity for this wave. Was it a good choice? Doesn't seem to be so far. So she just sees out the white water and then into slopey stuff. She's made life difficult for herself. She's basically brought this on the inside, still looking for 4.93. Carolina Mendes, she'll need to go big in here. The wave goes small though. And she'll bring this all the way into the beach still. Nice little snap to finish. Why didn't she go a wave before that?
She fought hard, but that's just the poor decision making that's cost her that heat. I think she could have found a better wave with that priority. That paddle battle exchange might have been pivotal, but we might not get to see that. But either way, she had the opportunity. She didn't avail herself of the waves. She's paid the penalty.
Teresa got 5.37. She was sitting right next to her.
Yeah,
right next to her.
Exactly. So she had the bigger, high score, initial wave, and then she didn't capitalise. Last tweet coming in though from Kevin, he liked that Swift one. He's gone straight back in with a beach, as in the sand where we, you sunbake and catch waves and stuff.
I know what a beach is.
You've heard of it?
Yep.
The beach, the type of tree, and Lane Beachley.
Trees all day, mate. I go to the beach. 2 E's. There's Mendes bringing it in. She'll get a number. It's just the second wave, and it's a case of too little, too late, you would think, in terms of the 4.93 requirement. She gets a 3.4. So it will be this woman who will advance in second, Bonvalot. She's still alive. Great job from Mafalda Lope. She's an entertainer, and she surfed that one really well. And everyone else looked a touch shaky in that. I thought she looked confident, polished, surfing with authority as well. Just a little bit more in her turns, I would say, than some of her adversaries as well. But the timing was sweet. She's hitting the heaviest sections. That's how you get a couple of sixes. I mean, she did do loads of maneuvers. Some of them were one-turn waves, maybe even two-turn waves. But she just stamped her authority on it, and she's good value for her spot in the quarters alongside her compatriot, Teresa Bonvalot. Bright sunshine on a Thursday afternoon on the Costa de Caparica. We'll be right back with more live action after the break.
Yeah.
No way.
So just a bit of a highlight package here of the year in review for the women's side on the qualifying series. And all the stops there, you can see UK, tiny little waves. Yolanda Hopkins still managed to get a victory at the Boardmasters. Went up to Lacanau in France, probably the best waves that we saw, and that's Baselko. So the current new world junior champion got a win there. And then, yeah, Zhao again, Hopkins, actually won the qualifying series here yesterday. She got handed the trophy. She's still in the event. So she's coming up actually in the next heat. So yeah, that was a great win for her. She's been really consistent. That was in the Azores where we had crazy conditions. Couldn't run the heat. There's Yara. She has been the standout performer of the year. That's why she's a winner. A couple of event victories. Then she went on to beat Carissa Moore in the CT. And now yesterday she got handed the trophy by what she called her good friend and one of her biggest supporter, Rob Gunning. So yeah, what a year she's had. What a great year for surfing. We've had a few forecast issues. It's been a little bit difficult, but Caparica has turned it on. Chico Alves' hometown. He's joined me in the booth. Just when we needed a big finale, we wanted waves, we want opportunity, we want let the surfing do the talking. The Costa de Caparica has delivered.
It does. Amazing waves over the last few days, and a lot of consistency in the ocean, which is something great to have for all week, because it's quite long, this event. And sometimes you have like one good day and the others don't look that great. But in this case, we had some really fun waves every day.
Speaking of fun waves, Mafalda Lopez, she got some fun waves, and she's down there on the beach with Joanna Garnell. We just got a bit of a technical issue, so we will come back with Joanna and Mafalda as soon as that gets rectified. It's going through the heats here. Mejia, Año, Francisca Baselko and Tiara Vanderhals. Tiara from the Netherlands. It's been a real surprise packet, only a second ever qualifying series event. And I think we're good now for that interview down on the beach with Joanna.
Yeah, guys, now we're back. Mafalda, you're showing us how locals do it. You're from here, and you got a lot of experience, and it showed. How did that feel?
It felt so good to win this hit. I was really needing like this confidence boost. I'm at home, so it's like easier for me. And the waves were getting bigger. I think there was like more sets coming. So at the beginning, I was too inside. But then I tried to manage and go a little bit outside, and I got a couple of good ones.
Everyone's been talking about how crazy the Caparica conditions have been lately. Have you ever seen it like this?
I mean, there's definitely like some good days, but I think it's been like super consistent, and it's not that normal. But I think it's like the best comp we're having like from the last year, so perfect.
All you can do is have fun, right? And straight into the quarterfinals, what does that mean to you?
I'm here to win. I really need this win, so that's it. I'm gonna do it like hit by hit and try to get the win.
Well, congratulations and good luck in the quarterfinals.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks Joanna, and thanks Mafalda. She's pretty relaxed. She knows this wave inside out. She's a serious talent. So she's doing well into the quarterfinals, as we said. Meanwhile, this is a replay that we held in the break.
Yeah, Francisca Baselko here, winding up this turn. Quick cut back there. She winds up again. Looks like the wave might offer something on the inside. She's weaving her way and trying to find the sweet spot to attack it. And it looks like she's going to have it. Quite soft, that last section, but she gets a 3.9 to start. And this is Añoa. Quick carving turn there. Looks like the wave is going to stand up for her. And nice snap with the fall there, unfortunately for her. So Añoa may be looking to get a stronger turn next time and don't fall. And this was Naia Milhao from France, 3.33, so low scoring affair until now. And we have Tiara, who's got on the corner Beric de Vries and Mika, which I had the pleasure to meet yesterday. He's helping Tiara as well, part of the training team. So that's Mika, who we saw on the beach yesterday. That we said 3 times it was Beric de Vries, and no, it was Mika. So this is, wow, nice dynamic turn for Naya.
What, Mika will be happy with that, because that was a big finish, wasn't it, Chico? So
I think Naya doesn't train with Mika, it's Tiara. But yeah, Mika might be a bit upset with this one. So Naya doing a huge turn there at the end. And for sure it's going to look like she's going to have a good number coming up for her. So Naya here weaving her way through the inside, does a bit of a carving snap, and this last turn was the money turn. A nice double up for her. Bonus section, and boom, nails it. Looks at the judges, asks the question, is this
good finish? I kind of didn't see it coming. She'd sort of been working hard throughout the course of this whole wave. Done one turn there, a bit of a carve. And then she just really exploded when she saw this big section coming her way. That's what you've got to do at this level. Got to hit it hard. And then she goes, just get a bit of fins out and finish off strong. So yeah, strong surfing from Nahaya. And another replay here. This is Tiara. This is Tiara. We're talking about the coaching from the Netherlands. And first turn out the back. Just over here, just gaining experience and trying to have some fun. But she's had a really good event so far. Bit of fin release there on the foam climb, but there's no more action there. So Tiara van der Hul's just kicking out. So a 6.33 came in for that last wave in green for Nahia Milhau. So the French surfer getting a big number in the context of this heat, trying to get through the round of 16 into quarterfinals. So for the next heat there, Bahia Frediani getting some tips just before she enters.
We saw that Martin giving some tips for Bahia, and this upper riding Agnoa from France. Looks like a slow wave. Might double up here. Looks like it. There's some energy. Let's see what she can do. Nice snap there. Winds up again. And oh, she lost a bit of the fins there. So couldn't really have the connection to attack that last section, unfortunately for Agnoa.
Yeah, she'd sort of worked hard for it, and then she'd done a lot of S turning and got a few points. She just needed to finish it off and didn't. So she'd be disappointed that she'd sort of done 90% of the work on that wave and just couldn't quite get it over the line. As you see, Francisca Vaselko, one of Portuguese top talent. Sure, he had a victory on this series already, so she knows how to win, and she'll be the favourite as the world junior champion as well. Another feather in her bow. Recently, she's got a Challenger Series ticket already locked in, or she would have had anyway, you'd reckon, but either way, she's definitely going off to Australia in a few weeks to battle against the world's best for that CT and CT spot. And we got all sorts of...
She's out the back, huh?
All sorts of...
She could be on this
there's
boat.
Beric de Vries. That is Beric with a hat, green hat on.
Come on.
Talking Tiara van der Hul's, just trying to get her on the right position of the bank. And you see a set coming in. Francisco's got priority, so she's going to have a crack at this. Looks like a good wave. She starts off coming down the line. Nice first turn. Opens up. Bigger one here. Oh, there's a nice slash in the pocket. And then just gets up and finishes it well, and still got more left. So this is going to be a great opening wave for Francisca. She's just
surfing so good.
Kick up. Just keeps going on. Yeah, so really strong start. She waited a while for that one and made it count. Chico Alves, you're giving it the clap of applause.
Yeah, I did, because that was really great surfing by Kika. Kika, really smooth, eh? But the wave wasn't that easy. We have seen everyone having trouble, but not Kika. Nice carve there. She winds up again, and bang, snap there. Really clean, a bit caught there, but I like this turn. Late to the occasion, but she makes sure she throws the tail a bit, and this smooth carving snap again. Look how on every turn she makes it look so easy. And it was actually a really solid wave. And she's waiting on the bottom turn. She's surfing with power, flow, and actually a really good read on the wave. So yeah, 783. Judges felt the same way.
Yeah, huge numbers right off the bat. Already had a 3.9, so suddenly she's way out in front. You just get the feeling that the three other surfers, a lot more less experienced, lacking probably just pure talent as well. So they might have to battle it out for second now that Francisca's put on such a commanding performance in the first 10 minutes of the heat.
Yeah, 783, well-deserved number for Francisca Vezelko. As we see, a fast boat. That's a fast boat.
That's a trawler with a catch just coming straight in.
Oh, did you know what it says? See you tomorrow, buddy.
They're having a barbecue. Look, they're cooking up a barbie.
No, they're not. They are arranging the fish.
Yeah,
it looks like they're doing some picanha, right?
Yeah.
But like it says, até amanhã, camaradas, which is see you tomorrow, buddy. I'm so fast.
Yeah,
they see me rolling. See you tomorrow.
They've had a good day's fishing out there. Going straight into the harbour. That'll end up on our plates tonight. Fresh fish all around this part of the world. So,
not for Paul?
Not for Paul, no. Yeah, he doesn't eat fish. And yeah, he won't be having that. Okay, so yeah, what do you think? What do you think, Chico? It's down to these three other surfers. 6.33 is still a pretty strong score from the here. And here goes Francisco. Well, she's just going to back up her numbers already, so she's found some rhythm.
Nice snap. I like how this board is feeling under her feet. Is looking really solid. I don't know why I spoke about the board, because the moment I said the board looked like I'm going to go
under her feet.
I'm over it.
Yeah.
I'm going to...
Commentator's curse. But she can afford to get a bit loose now that she's got a pretty solid heat score.
I love how Kika Vezelko paddles. It's a really unique paddle. I'm going to talk about it when we see a close look on Kika paddling again later.
But Tiara realised she didn't have priority and just opted out of that one.
Ainhoa here on a good looking wave. Looks like it's going to be a good double up bend.
Yeah, she's waited a long time for it.
Oh, is it? It's not. It's not a good double up.
No, it did double up, and then even that sort of section, it wasn't an incredible one, but it was still a bit of action. She fell off, so a couple of mistakes from Ainhoa. She's got to regroup, reset. Still, you know, there's still options here to get into that second place. Naya, sorry, had that great one single wave, but hasn't been able to back it up. So, you know what? There's still plenty of opportunities left, and Tiara Vanderhols as well. As you see, Ainhoa on this one, just waiting for that double up that never came, basically.
Yeah, the wave was a bit flat. I think that's a good description of this wave.
Yeah, pretty flat.
It's a flat wave.
Yeah.
Overall, so really hard wave to serve for Ainhoa. She couldn't really do anything on the wave, and yeah, I think Francisca is well and truly in the lead. As I was saying about Francisca paddling, when she paddles, she has like both hands like pointing there. It looks like she's saying hi.
No, she's waving every time she
every time the arm
paddle
passes by. It looks like she's saying hi.
Nice.
And sometimes I get like really frustrated because I've said hi to her, but she was not saying hi.
She was just paddling.
She was just paddling. So a bit of a frustration communication between us, and I've told her that once.
And do you think she's obviously she won the world junior title? She thinks she's CT ready?
She is. She is. I think if you put her in bells, if you put her anywhere with an open face, she's got it. She's ready. I think she might need to improve a bit on the barrel skills, because I don't think Kika maybe spent the time she wished in Tahiti, because she doesn't live in Tahiti. But yeah, as we see live action.
Yeah, Ainhoa sorry. Yeah, no, and this is Nahia Milhau fanging down the line, trying to improve on that 6.33. Got a section coming her way. She got points on the end section on her last wave. There she's again, just gets it up. Nice little cut back, good style. She's going to get a finish here as well. So that's going to make her spot pretty secure, you'd imagine. Backing up a 6.33 with a good wave. I know it, and Tiara haven't been able to put on any type of scores whatsoever. So Milhau just looking pretty solid as well, Chico.
Yeah, she needs a 5.41. Let's ask the question. Is this a 5.41, Ben? What do you reckon?
I think it's pretty close, and that's just to go up into first. Yeah, I think it might be, because that turn was good.
Nice turn there,
Sort of small, you know, and she finished
Nice
it off well
carving.
here. So, yeah, it'll be there or thereabouts. Surf well, and with the 6, she's going to have a pretty solid heat total and make, you know, her position really good. And then this is the angle here. You might see a bit more of these inside turns where there's most of the points kind of coming from.
4.67, not enough. Maybe that last turn, if it was just a touch stronger, we would see the score going a bit more high. So Nahia Milhau with the 4.67, and situation remains the same. So
Yeah,
Zelko in the lead.
Francisca and Nahia way out in front, got a really solid sort of heat totals, and Noah and Tiara both needing high 8s, which, given their track record so far, you wouldn't think that's going to be absolutely possible. But you never know. It's a funny old game. 6 minutes on the clock. We've got Nahia, Francisca looking really, really good through to the quarterfinals potentially. And it starts to get really interesting. Lots of points on offer. There's the European qualifying series champion,
Yolanda,
as of yesterday.
She
Yolanda
made us
Hopkins.
cry yesterday,
Yeah,
right?
got a bit
Ben?
emotional, didn't we?
We cried.
Yeah, the gunning Hopkins.
Yeah, I felt it.
That Venn diagram.
I would like to really think.
Oh, that'll get me every time.
Yeah.
And, yeah,
I felt it too.
She's got her spot locked up, so now it's all about winning, and also valuable prize money. You know, that she doesn't get a whole lot of, you know, huge support. So any cash she wins at these events, she just plows straight back into her career.
Yeah.
Into airfares, and you know, like traveling to Australia. That challenge series, it's a great event, but it is
expensive.
It's expensive. It's really expensive. That's part of.
How much do you reckon you need to actually do the challenge series? Gross,
50,000?
like 50
Yeah.
plus thousand, right?
Maybe not that much. You get a round the world ticket, and then you've got to do your accommodation and your travel and your cars. It adds up, so it's not cheap. You get good prize money, mind you, and they're much bigger events. Oh, and there's a layback snap. So any prize money, you know, you get, it should, you know, the minimum prize money at the event should cover your expenses.
I saw Jordy
is the
talking
plan.
about it. He said he would spend around 100 and 150k a year.
Jordy Smith,
just on travel expenses.
Flies first class, though, doesn't he? I bet he does. I bet he flies first class.
He didn't say that on the article. It was just about like professional surfers having 2 jobs, surfing and then having a side gig to keep.
I really feel for Jordy Smith. I worry about his financial.
No, it wasn't about him, that part. I'm saying.
Yeah.
Ollie Skip.
Nah, it's
Ollie
expensive.
Skip said he has like a. Ollie Skip, you know Ollie Skip from Australia.
Yep.
He has a side job. He was talking about like how most of surfers that are not top 10 in the world have a side job to keep them surfing. Actually,
Yeah.
Ollie was talking about how his job actually helps him having a good quiver and going on surf trips and making his life better.
But it's really hard. I mean, say for Yolanda or any of these girls, you know, they can't really, because it's a full-time job competing, isn't it? So you can't hold down any other normal jobs.
Yeah, Yolanda is a full-time.
You're always travelling. You're always competing. You're always training. You just got to go in 100% on it and hope it pays off. And well, so far it has. But yeah, it's a lot of decision making, especially when you're young. You know, the
I think
pressure.
there's a few guys on the QS that actually have both. Like they work and they do the QS. I think I heard Dylan Moffat actually worked with.
Yeah, well, he works at the shop. He works at the Rip Curl shop. Yeah, Damien Hardman owns a surf store, and he works there. Yeah, he's currently he won his heat at Bells, didn't he, Dylan?
Exactly. So
yeah,
it's quite funny to think about like a guy that wins the first round in a tennis event wouldn't need to actually work
in a string up rackets.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, like-
yeah, it is true. It's you know that.
But I think we have come a long way, and I think
they're creating a pathway
spots
where they're creating a pathway where it's this is why the regional aspect of the
It's
QS
great.
is why
Great.
it's been really important in that regard. That's why
The main reason.
one of the big reasons it started, so that those QS guys didn't have to travel all around the world,
Japan and stuff like that.
which is
That was
almost
crazy.
impossible. Now you can, it's much easier and cheaper to get around, your local regions. You can stay with friends, you stay with family. They know the spots, the travelling's cheaper. So that was, a big part of it. You can still train and compete and, and then, get up to that next level. And then if you're at that Challenger Series level anyway, it's almost full professionalism. So, but that's a long way away right now as we see Francisco, the current heat leader. So it's a bit
On
of
a
icing on the
bomb.
cake.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, it's one big turn.
Are you kidding me?
And she liked it. It was a huge vertical re-entry. Interesting where the judges put this. I think they're going to put it pretty bloody high. No pressure. And she went for it. Talk us through this.
Huge bottom turn and boom, blows the tail out. Oh, Kika Veselko showing that she's not afraid of throwing the fins, showing the fins to everyone on the beach and making it. So I love that claim. 9, I think. I'm calling it a 9. Higher 9, I9. It has to be. Strongest turn we've seen. 9.7.
9.7. What an incredible performance from Kika there. She just went vertical. She had one section and she made the most of it, showing the other judges that, the other surfers, you don't have to get long waves. You have to do multiple turns. You just got to do big turns, critical sections to get massive points, and that's the highest individual wave of the event so far. And Veselko, well, if the pressure of being the World Junior Champion is on, she's not showing it. She's not done yet.
She's going to go for the nair. She's going to go huge now. Ballistic. 9.7. Huge turn, Ben. Amazing.
Yeah, absolutely massive. We saw in the last heat, well, the Portuguese push, Teresa Bombolo and Mafalda Lopez, they're through. Now we've got Veselko, big seeds, Portuguese so good, at home. Here we go, though. This is, I needs a big number. Nice looking left-hander. One of those sort of larger lefts we've seen. She goes for it. And as the hooter goes, she goes down the hole. So she's not going to bother the judges. Meanwhile, Tiara, well, she needed a high 8. This will be her last wave of the event. She surfed really well, got a lot of experience. Really great to have the Netherlands competitor in and around the scene. I'm sure she'll take a lot from it. Sunny disposition. Always got a bubbly smile. Made it through a few heats, so she'll have fond memories of Caparica, I'm sure, as we all do. And just comes unstuck there. So great surfing from Tiara. Great to have her in Portugal. Unfortunately, her run will end here. And she can just go on and enjoy the rest of this beautiful part of the world. Have a debrief with Mika and Berek about it. This is the wave. She needed an 8. First turn was pretty good. Second turn was great. She didn't need such a big score. It could have been very different, but she did. And you just see her coming in here. Not a lot to report. She's just going to battle away, keep battling. This is all kind of moot if, it wasn't enough. And we see her go down. So good surfing, but not enough to when you got the likes of Francisco Veselko posting huge scores, 17.53. It's going to be one of the highest, if not the highest of the whole event. So she'll be stoked with her performance, as was I. Set the crowd, massive crowd, really liked it. Naheem Milau, she was surfed well as well. While we've got a short break in proceedings, we'll go to a commercial break.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back as we see the water rushing out through that next to the Puntal. It's a high tide coming in. We've only got 2 more heats to go of today, folks. We've got the round of 16 going to finish off the round of 16 of the women's. We've got Yolanda Hopkins, the current European Qualifying Series champion. And we see here, that's Maria Salgado. Really like her style, Maria. She's only young, but she's got so much technical ability. And there she goes, just cracks it off the top. And Maria looking really, really good. I think maybe from up Santa Cruz there, is that right, Maria?
Yeah, I think so.
Only young,
she has been training a lot around Cascais because she belongs to a big group of surfing coach with Nuno Telman, David Raimundo, APS, Association of Professional Surfing, and they always around Cascais, and so yeah, she spends a lot of time in Cascais.
Yeah, well, it shows because she's been absolutely ripping. Meanwhile, this is Machado. She was one of the highlights from yesterday. Got a massive heat total. Surfing from the Canary Islands. So she's just waiting. A bit more open face there. There's a little sharp turn. Just not a lot of action there. Not a lot of points on offer. And also got Hopkins out there as well. So all 4 surfers starting off with some waves. Actually, just Frediani, just the French surfer, just yet to get in. So, yeah, plenty of action. The penultimate heat of the day. After this, we'll have the post-show. And then there's just 8 surfers left in both the men and women's division. Here is Frediani. She uses a priority. She's waiting for some little bit of open face as well. I don't know if these girls saw that last heat, but they would have known that some of the last couple of heats have just been the best wave scores come with just 2 turns.
Yeah.
It hasn't been about those long ones. It's been about 2 big turns out the back, and they're the type of waves you need. So if you're taking off a wave that's already kind of fat when you take off, you've already kind of just a little bit, curtailing your scoring potential. That wave there, for example, Philippe Jovis, he was never going to offer a steep section out the back, was it?
Yeah, just a couple of cutbacks, and the judges really want to see those huge turns on the outside. We just saw Kika Vazelko getting a 9.7 just a 1 turn, so they made a statement from what they want to see, and they want to see those huge turns on the outside. And sometimes these kind of waves, just milking them all the way through the inside with a couple of cutbacks, that's gonna affect your score, that's for sure. But yeah, Maria Salgado, she actually didn't she didn't bring the wave all the way through the inside, and yeah, she had that big turn, and she started off with a 5.33, and there's the replay of Maria's wave. Nice first cut back, and another cut back, and this wave, you could just see it's going to wall up, and this is the money turn, like wham, just pushing that back foot, surfing really well. Maria doing a really good job in this contest, and also Yolanda, this is a 1.83. This is live.
Yeah, live action as we see Yo just gets one turn in, now sticking with it. There's not a whole lot of action so far. She's seen something down the line though, just sticks with it, waiting for she's waiting and waiting, and so there she goes, gets the turn in. Eventually, it wasn't worth all that effort, you wouldn't think. So just unfortunately for Yolanda Hopkins, just couldn't get around those sections and leaves her opponent Salgado out with priority. Lucia Machado, she's in a really interesting spot. If she can get through this heat, she'll overtake Ariana Shoa, go into the 4th qualifying spot.
Really?
So it's a nice first turn from Hopkins, but then just after that, she just never got a section.
Yeah, she probably was the smart move, would just leave that wave and go get the second priority, because she came all the way through the inside just for a bit of a foam climb here. Yeah, a little bit of a hit at the top. She almost got hanged in there, but I don't think that was the smart move. It's at 3.5. There's plenty of opportunity. There's still a lot of time remaining, but yeah, Yolanda doing a good job.
Yep. And speaking of doing a good job, I think we've got Chico Alves down there on the beach with the winner in the last heat, Kika Veselko.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Kika Veselko. We were having a chat. She was a bit surprised with a 9.7, but that turn looks massive.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. I'm excited to go watch it.
Yeah, I watched it a few times and it was amazing. You were telling me that it's the first time you ride this sport on a heat, and back on the studio I was saying you look really good on it. Can you talk us through it?
Yeah, well, I didn't really know if I should take the sport out, and it was the first time trying it on a heat, like you just said, and it felt really good, so maybe I'll take it into the next round.
Could we see Kika Veselko with this type of confidence do an air reverse on a heat?
I'm still learning, still trying. I don't know if I'm going to land one, but I could try.
I've seen a couple. I think you can. So good luck for the next round, and congratulations for that 9.7.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Chico. Yeah, she's looking relaxed, looking confident, and great surfing from Francisco. Just that one turn, yeah, etched in my brain. Big vertical re-entry in the running for the Australia Galicia wave of the day. Can't see anyone topping that.
No.
Have to get a perfect 10. And we'll see if anyone in the next 2 heats can do that. Scores coming in. So, yeah, still Maria's 5.33, still the only Rui wave of note. Nothing dramatic happening elsewhere. 15 minutes to go. Lovely colour. Light sort of breeze has puffed up, but, you know, hasn't made it more difficult. It's probably helped, if anything, as you said before, Fleet, with just that adding a little bit of sort of edge to the lip so you can hit it a bit harder. And these girls just trying to adjust themselves on the bank.
Yeah, it's hard to choose the right waves, because sometimes you think it's going to be a good one, but you're too deep. Otherwise, other times it looks like it's going to be bad, and it's actually good. We saw a little bit of everything today throughout the day, and it's always hard to read, but the girls, especially on the last hit, Kika did a really good job. 17.53 on the total score. I think that's got to be the highest score of the contest, men and women.
Yeah, I reckon she's got the highest heat total. Yeah, incredible surfing from her, you know, laying down a marker as one of the favourites of the event. So she's looking really, really strong. We've got a few lines approaching swell. Still kind of long period today. Looking at kind of actually increasing this afternoon. The real push comes in supposedly this afternoon with, at the moment we're looking at sort of 11, 12 second periods. That sort of jumps up to 15
and 14-second periods. So, you know, that means the swell sort of starts to pile in this afternoon. Should be, a foot or two bigger than what we've got already. As we see, Yolanda Hopkins coming around the corner. Oh, she's late to it, but she smashes it. Only one turn, but it was a good one. That's what she's got. She loves the big section to hit out the back. Lucia Machado. So this is a massive heat for her. If she can get through, she's potentially on the way to a qualifying Challenger Series berth, which would be massive for her career.
A lot of pressure in that.
A lot
result.
of pressure, exactly. How she deal with it here?
Yeah, she comes around the section. Nice first carve. She waits for the wave to stand up. Another cut back. She got a little bit hung up in there, but she finished this one off with a strong finishing turn. So let's see what the judges think of that. But this girl, Yolanda, she loves a meaty section. Look at this, straight off the horse. She was really late. She's really strong. And she loves to have those types of maneuvers, and usually the judges love those types of maneuvers as well. So let's see what the judges think of that.
Yeah, Yolanda Hopkins, European champion. So we've got a little clip based on Yo's year that she's had so far. Just have a little look at what's been an incredible, incredible year of action for Yolanda Hopkins.
From the South Portugal Algarve. It's been quite intense couple of months. I always thought it was quite possible, and I always thought I belonged in the CT. So that was an amazing experience, just to be able to compete against the best in the world and actually getting a good qualification and ended up beating the world champ on the way. It was definitely like amazing being in Portugal doing that.
Yolanda Hopkins, the Portuguese wild card. Peter took down the 5-time world champ.
It was out of this world feeling, to be honest. I didn't expect to be that big, but after the first heat and even the heat that I beat Carissa, I got flooded by fans, and it took me about an hour and a half to actually get back to the changing room and actually get out my wetsuit, because I was spending so much time with the fans. I remember being younger and actually being the fan and asking for the autographs in Peniche. I was the one running around with my sweatshirt asking for autographs, so it was a full life change moment for me. I always thought it would be possible, but actually experiencing it, it was just out of the world feeling. Being European champ, it was pretty incredible too. I've been chasing that title for quite a few years. I managed to do it in Morocco. It was an amazing competition. Ended up being quite fun. I love waking up early, especially in comps. It just gets me a bit more hyped for the day, and I love being the first one in the water and actually being in the ocean in the dark and feeling it, feel how the waves, how powerful they are. See what the currents are doing. When you can't see that much, you have to use other senses. Focus yourself in the ocean. So I find like a massive advantage. And it's also good if all the other athletes that compete against me arrive and see me catch like really good waves and ripping straight away. So that's always a bonus. I plan to qualify for the CT and the Olympics, which is my main goals this year. The rest, I plan to be the odd rookie that actually makes into a world champ in the first year. That's kind of like my plan. I think it's possible. I think I showed in Peniche, so I have no doubts that it's a possibility. And just keep going and work hard and just give my all and represent Portugal in the best way possible.
Tell you that for nothing. So the new European champion, that's the Yolanda Hopkins biopic that the world needs to see. Tell you what, Philip Jervis, she's not setting the goals low, is she?
No, she's very ambitious, and I love that in her, because you know what? A lot of people doubted her skills for a long time when she was younger and when she got to Portugal, and yeah, she was kind of set apart in the beginning, but she worked more than anyone. She worked her best and tried her best to be one of the best surfers in Portugal, and she proved that. And this year she was the best surfer in Europe. That's the truth. She's the European champion she beat Carice on the CT. I think she deserves to aim that high.
Yeah. She wants to win the world title in a rookie year. Classic Hopkins, I say. And fair play to her. All that hard work's paid off. And yeah, she's been surfing great. As we see, Bahia Frediani comes around. Only had a 3.33. Low scoring heat so far for all these girls. Yolanda got a 6.4 for that one big turn just before we went to that little video on her year so far. So she's gunning out in front. And she's now got a bit of a sizable lead. That one, Lucia Machado, as we said, probably the one feeling the most pressure. She's the one that can go up into those all-important top 4 rankings if she gets through this heat. So big sort of drama. I'm not sure if she's even aware of that. She probably is fairly clued up on the rankings about exactly where you are. But
do you think she doesn't know?
Well, it's sort of just coming in.
Yeah,
it's always changing.
Now.
So unless you've got a direct line to Nick Loire, and it's probably not actually that good to know, really. If you some ways prefer potentially not to know about that.
Yeah,
or,
maybe.
I
would prefer not to know than go on the water knowing that if you get through this heat, you might qualify for the challengers. It's better if you don't know it and just try and win the heat no matter what. Right now she has a 4.77 and a 2.5, and Maria Salgado only has one wave, the second best wave of the heat. As we see Yolanda just dominating that heat with that huge turn on the outside.
Yeah. I mean, we heard Justin Becret talking about the rankings. He was one. He's like, I literally just don't. I just wait till the end, see it all update. You know, I'm not involved. You know, others, depending on your kind of type of person you are, interest, you know, they're all over it, you know, finding out what's going on. So it's different approaches, but
it's better if you depend on yourself. Just don't look at the rankings.
Yeah, exactly. Once you start, you know, wishing other people lose or once, you know, something that's beyond your control, then yeah, it's not a particularly good place to be in.
Yeah.
You want to just do your best, which they always do. Anyway, we'll see Lucia. She's currently in that second spot, so at the moment she's sitting okay, but we'll just see if she can manage to hang on to it. 7.5 minutes to go. I mean, Maria is right behind, only needs a 1.94, so yeah, Lucia will need to get another wave at the very least to stay in that all-important second spot. You see the heat recap.
Yeah, Yolanda started off this with a 3.5. It was this turn on the outside and that huge wave behind the whitewash. Just try to see if the wave provides something else. That's obviously Yolanda is not one to give up. She was not going to give up on this wave. And she hits it one more time. And yeah, but I think the main difference on this hit is definitely the biggest turn of Yolanda, and also one of the best waves of the heat, Lucia Machado. A sequence of a couple nice turns. She got a little hung up there, but she finished this one off pretty well with a nice hit off the top. And with a little redirection, as we see, this is the money turn, 6.4. She hits it late, very technical, very well. She hold on to that really well, because it was not an easy turn to hold. So very well served. As we see, someone is changing approaches, and I think it's Maria Salgado. I think Maria Salgado went to the wedge, the right-handed wedge.
Potentially. You see this new swell we were talking about, that might be the start of it, just filling in. A couple of extra seconds period. That's one of the biggest sort of sets that's come through in a while. And we've just seen all the guys. Yeah, so there's Maria. Is that Maria's brain trust?
Yeah, that's the right. It's probably telling her to go all the way to the right side of the beach just to make sure she gets there. Yeah, more. He's whistling more and more and more. She needs to be close to that pier, make sure that she gets that double up that we have been seeing for the last couple of days. Yesterday we got some really good waves on the high tide there.
Is that a risky strategy with 5 minutes left to go? To paddle up to what's effectively a new kind of break on the thing. You know, I understand it. I'm just wondering about the timing of it. You know, it seems a little bit late when she only needs a 1.94.
Yeah, I think that's the main reason, because if she gets a good wave here, she's gonna fabricate a good score, because 1.94 is almost pretty much nothing. But yeah, I don't know if she surfed this wave before, this peak before yesterday or something like that, because it's a tricky one. It's not. Yeah, I agree with that with you on that. As we see, Yolanda also went there with 5 minutes remaining. It's a tricky place to surf. There's obviously there's some really good waves, but nonetheless, it's tricky to get, as we see Maria.
Here she goes. Late takeoff, gets to her feet. He needs a small wave, just hoping for something in here. Nice little cut back. It's going to go fat now. She's... Oh, and you can see the frustration on the young lady's body language. She just needs a really small score, and
that's not going to be it.
That's not going to be it, because she just took off, and even the takeoff was, you know, problematic. So didn't get a clean entry. So we'll just see how she goes with that. Yo, she's pretty. You know, she's looking really good. It's that Lucia Machado now has got second priority. Yolanda's moved over that little rip bowl, that little wedge, which sort of comes alive on the high tide, especially as the swell gets a bit bigger. So, just looking at it, nice. She might have a wave here. 3.5 minutes on the clock. She's pretty safe. It's that second place. She's going to late here. Here she goes. Late takeoff, makes it, drives around. She's always late to the party, isn't she, Yo? She's done it. Nice little carve. And she can get one more in. Oh, and just kicks the tail out. It's a great surfing from the European champion.
That was a really good wave. That's the wave that Maria Salgado needs, and that's the wave that you want to catch when you're on that side of the beach. Those lanty waves. Yeah, she was a little bit too late on this one. And then again, kind of late behind the section on this one, and again, but she went pretty well, and she actually pushed the tail a little bit more on that one.
Pretty sick that last turn, wasn't it? This angle might provide a bit better take on that last one.
Yeah, she hits it late here, and then a bit of a speed turn, so she doesn't miss that next section. He comes around it, and then yes, just puts that tail drifting, and the wave behind her was really good as well. So a bit of a mistake by Maria Salgado, because definitely there's a few good waves out there, and with 2 minutes remaining, let's hope something happens, because she only needs a 1.4 and 1.94, so she needs a 2-pointer, as all the other surfers are sitting on the outside. They are starting to move as well. Lucia Machado needs to be on top of Maria Salgado right now, because a 1.94 with 1 minute, less than 1 minute remaining, less than 2 minutes remaining, it's not an easy one. And Maria has the third priority. Lucia has the first priority. I don't think she's close enough to prevent Maria of going on a wave.
Yeah, she's not. She's on her own. She's still got time. Still needs that 2-point ride. And Lucia, talk about nerves. We talked about that last one, where she needs to get through this heat just to get into that all-important top 4 ranking. And that will give her at least a chance of qualification, depending on her other results. But it all depends really, well, unless she can get a wave, or Maria Salgado, the young Portuguese talent, just needing a tiny number. And it hasn't been able, like Carolina Mendez, a similar situation where she's waited a long time for it. As we see that wedge. So here goes Frediani. She doesn't need a big number either to move up into second, so she could, and she doesn't get that. As we see, that's Machado. She's trying to improve on her lowest score, which is just a 2.5. I don't think that's going to do it either. So it looks like it's all coming down to this last 5 minutes. Frediani with a little reforming left-hander. What's she got? She'll need to go big here. Cracks it off the top, a little bit safe. Didn't need a massive number though.
Where's Maria with 20 seconds? She only needs a 1.94.
So Frediani needing a 3.95 to crush Lucia Machado's dreams. I don't know if that's going to be enough either. And there's Maria again. So she's taken off, but we haven't seen her do anything, and we're not sure if that was enough. So the hooter's gone. Time's up. Doesn't look like she may have got it. A lot of action, not a whole lot of quality, but a fair amount. Well, except for Yolanda Hopkins, who surfed really well.
Yeah, she improved on the situation, 6.4 as well. So a couple of 6.4s.
Looks like Salgado's wasn't enough, was it? I see.
Just
the last two waves were 1 and a .83, chasing a 2. And that's disappointing for her. And she will gonna have to come in, regroup. She's only young, she'll get loads more opportunities. She's got such a great style, such a great technique. She'll be right in the mix in the years to come, but that's a bit of a harsh lesson learnt, you'd think.
Oh, definitely.
Looks like Lucia Machado dodged a bullet. If she can make one more heat again, then she's probably definitely going to get that all-important top 4 spot, but she's right in the mix now, and that's a massive heat win for her, or massive heat progression. And we see this wave. This is 3.9. Yeah, they're taking the time on this. Just hadn't really had this one section. She hit it, but she didn't go over the lip, and then there wasn't much after that. So I can't see the judges giving this, to be honest.
It's a really important score, especially for Lucia.
Oh, Lucia. She didn't get anything else on the shore, so I think that one turn's worth of 4. Could well be. The judges are taking their time on it, and it looks like it's going to come in. So a 4.4.
Oh, Jesus.
Sees her rocketing up into second place. And that means Lucia Machado, who was the one that needed to get through, she hasn't got it. And that's going to be a real hammer blow to her Challenger Series aspirations. Freddie Arnie's over the moon. I think she might have got a little bit lucky there. And she is going to come up. It was a big wave, solid wave, but I just thought it was a little bit safe. But judges' scores are in. Hopkins through, Freddie Arnie also, and Machado and Salgado, despite having loads of opportunities, haven't made the most of it. Right now, though, we've got one more heat to go, folks. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go for a short commercial break. Come back with the last heat of the day, plus the post-show, right after this short commercial break.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to the QS. Absolute scenes down here as a European champ. Yolanda Hopkins gets the win with a couple of 6.4s. But in second place, the late drama, the late charge of Bahia, Freddie Arnie gets the score at the expense of Lucia Machado. Be absolutely devastated. She was looking like she was taking the spot of Ariane Achoa into the challengers. And that last effort sends Lucia Machado, well, she's unable to get into those 4 coveted spots. Let's check out Aimiti, Fierro, Camilla Camp, Marion Philippe, and Paulina Do out in the water right now. This is our last heat of the round, last heat of the day. Here's Ado, the veteran. Surfed great yesterday in the late afternoon. But she got hit a little bit trundly. She just deals with that deeper section, and then it can get a little double up to the inside. That's what she's aiming at.
Right just at the end of the beach. That's the other pier on the other side of where we're staying. So that has to be a really long wave so she can get there. That's as we see Camila on the inside.
Camp, smooth. That's a nice little drift on a flat section of the wave. Got a really nice composed style. Just looking to drill into the energy of this wave. What she got here, a little bit of a section for her. Gets it wrong, tries to go up a little early. And if she just waited, that thing stood right up steep. So an error from her. She was on her way to a bit of a number there, I reckon, if she got a good finish. Let's go and hear from Hopkins, a Euro champ.
Yeah, that's right, Yolanda. Another one. How are you feeling after that?
I mean, pretty tired. I had to sprint the whole beach about 2 times. I got like 3 sets in the head, so it's always good to perk you up. But it was really nice. I managed to do 1 turn without priority and got my 6, and then it seemed like out the back was getting a bit like flatter. The wave wasn't giving that much opportunity, so I decided to try to get my back up here in the bowl, and I mean, I guess it worked out. I caught a pretty nice wave, and I managed to get another score.
And how was the rest of the day yesterday? There was a lot of stuff happening?
Yeah, mostly actually my coach was telling me off for my heat because I didn't back myself up. It was like the talk of the whole evening.
But you had a big trophy in your hands. Your family was here.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible. We actually went out to dinner just to have a little family time. It was really nice. Normally I don't do that kind of thing in a comp, but this is mainly for training, so I'm a bit more chilled down and just enjoying the time.
Do you feel any difference between yesterday, before all that happened, and now?
Not exactly. My goal is always to win. I always got that fire in me, I guess. I just want to keep working and carry on.
Nothing slows you down?
Nah, not even a big trophy weighs me down.
Congratulations, you're in the quarters.
Thank you so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Fantastic stuff. Thanks, Joanna. Great job, Hopkins. Ever smiling. And through to finals day. Who's coming through out of this 4? We'll know in just under 20 minutes' time at the moment. Ado, the best of the opening exchanges, a 4-3-3. And she's so consistent, Pauline. She'll just keep chipping away.
Yeah, she took a different strategy there. She's still surfing on the outside, and yeah, she milked this wave all the way. But as we just heard Yolanda talking, there's not too much opportunity on these kinds of waves. As you can see, it's always a little bit flat, a little bit lateral surfing, but still, Pauline brought this wave all the way from the inside, all the way through the other side of this beach. You can see she's getting closer to that pier now, and yeah, she's gonna finish this one off. Unfortunately, she goes down, and that might have some impact on the scores. As we see Miti Fierro on another right-hander, nice first hit off the lip, and then another cutback, just waiting for the wave to stand up a little. Another snap off the top, and another one, a little weightless on those turns, but still 3.17.
Yeah, it was a much better wave than Pauline's. I thought it was steeper, it was vertical, but she just undercooked it a bit.
Yeah.
Didn't really attack hard enough. She's going to have to push a little harder than that. Look at the quality of the surfers she's up against right now. And I think she was just maybe, you know, first wave, just thinking about trying to finish. And you need to go for it a little bit more than that, because I would say there's just a little bit more opportunity available for her on that wave, as it was nice and steep. Nevertheless, she will get the completion and get a number locked in. Feels like swell. With the tide coming in, maybe just more energy coming up this beach now. Feels like there's more white water, there's more juice out there. There's Ado again, getting caught behind a big lump of white water. It's all action, mate.
Yeah, that happens a lot here in Portugal. As soon as that tide pushes in, it feels like there's always a bit more energy and a bit more swell on it. But I don't think it's an illusion. I think actually we were watching the forecast, and it said like right in the afternoon that period of swell will be raising up a little, and from 11 seconds to 15, and maybe we're exactly watching that as we see Pauline on a nice looking right-hander on the outside again. Nice carve, and then a hit off the lip. Just that 2-turn combo on the outside. It's a 4.47. Judges like that. Judges like big turns. Judges like to see you surfing on the outside. So Pauline doing a really good job.
already in the first position, and we're still waiting to see a few insiders from these two surfers, Marion and Camilla Camp.
Yeah, Marion's been quiet in this. Just a small throwaway from her. Let's see what she can bring with priority. An important decision for her to make. How long do I stick with this priority? How good a wave am I actually going to wait, or just find anything that's got the score on it? Just stay in this, because ultimately there's not big numbers all around her. Can afford to be a little bit more patient, but then you're just squashing down your availability to get 2 scores in the back half of the heats. So sometimes priority, surfers using it well. Other times can be a little bit of a hindrance. Other waves that they would have turned and scored on if they didn't have priority, they feel a little bit obligated to be pickier. We'll find out how all that works out in the next 16 minutes time or so, when we'll have settled the last 2 of our 8 women's quarter-finalists. Here's Camilla Kemp doing exactly that, going from under the priority of Marion Philippe, and a nice looking wave here for Camilla. She doesn't outrace it. She's got a good section here. Oh. And again, really similar to what she did on a previous wave.
Yeah, it feels like this. You have to be careful, because that foamy sections, they're right behind this short break, and you have to make sure you have to be in front of those sections. Otherwise, the board will just be behind you, and you will not be able to connect with that inside. See, just because it kind of dies off on you, and you have to be really smart about it. You cannot push it too hard, otherwise that's going to happen.
It's always hard as well to come from mid-face, isn't it, into those top turns. If you come out the bottom of the wave, it's a much more got natural movement as you lean into the wave, but from that mid-face line, it's awkward just getting the angle right. Sets still filling in. It's been really good waves for us all week here at the Caparica Surf Fest. But really enjoyable to watch these heats go down and all the scenarios play out. Big drama for qualification for challengers, which is all going to be settled certainly by the end of Saturday, possibly by the end of tomorrow, if tomorrow does indeed end up being finals day. We've got a lot of calls to make and conditions to assess, but chance to finish it. If we want it, we could wrap this up tomorrow and have champions. Could also be coming back on Saturday and see how all that plays out. So at the moment, it's about choosing the quarter-finalists. The veteran Ado, without catching great waves, she's backed herself up and got a reasonable platform. 4.47. There's Marion Philippe. This is what she's waited for. So strong opening turn, and now she comes on the inside with a bit of speed. So she's looking for this bowl on the inside as the water drains off and then into the shore. She's going a bit straight here, and never really went right, never really went left on that inside. In the end, doesn't really get anything.
But still, a very good first turn on the outside. It's going to be pretty similar to what we've been seeing from Yolanda on this. This one is really strong. Judges like those types of turn. I think she could have read it a little better this way, the insider, but she's just, as you said, she came straight, and she didn't manage to find that wall that allows you just to go big on the inside. But still a very strong turn on the outside. So it's going to be interesting to see how the judges will reward it as the score starts to drop in.
Good number for her, 4.77. Good enough for second. It's actually the high score of the heat. For one turn, bit of a flick off the top, but a strong one high up on a steep section critically. Compare that to doing turns on crumbly sections. She tumbled out that lip, more or less went straight into the beach after that, but just that one big hit, and it goes to show you only need really 2 seconds to turn your heat around and get a score. Just a real quick assault on the lip line of the wave will get rewarded. Philippe with the highest score in second place, and getting closer, much closer to Pauline Ado's numbers. Pauline able to get a couple of 4s, so not trying to be too picky, making sure she finishes off her waves. That's what she'll do, Pauline, using that experience.
Yeah, she's not one of making a lot of mistakes. They have been paddling, as you can see, a lot of white water in there. They got smashed with this biggest set, probably one of the biggest sets we've seen today. It might be that extra swell pushing in, Paul. It's going to be good for us. We're going to go for a surf after. I might wait until the end of the day, but yeah, Pauline just she doesn't make a lot of mistakes, as we see Camila Kemp up and riding on a. She didn't look that good, and she thought it was a better option just to do an in and out and paddle back and get the priority again.
Yeah, Camilla, nice little double up entry into that way, but it goes soft immediately after. So, the use of the rip. Marion Philippe went all the way to the inside in the middle of the beach. She's gone right up to the north end, and you can just see her progress there. She gets sucked out to sea by that rip, so a chance, yeah, she's paddling, but she's not having to paddle too hard, so a chance to get your breath back, get them in line up, just reassess. She's going to get back over about 11 minutes. At the moment, she's in an advancing position, but let's just turn our attention to the need scores of third and fourth. Kemp, Fierro, they only need 2s.
Yeah, it has been a low-scoring affair here, so it's everyone's game still, and you just need to catch that little wave that allows you to go a bit stronger, as we saw Marion doing. She had that section, that big turn on the outside, and it's a 477. So each one of these surfers are capable of doing that. So it's going to be pretty. It depends on the quality of the waves they catch.
Marion Philippe, a little trip back on the inside as well, would have afforded her the opportunity to just maybe get a little more information from our beach announcers. In there, you can find out exactly who's got what, where you are. What do we got here? Nice looking wave and a great entry into the bowl. This is Camilla Kemp again. Really similar to her last wave. She got one little flick on that, but the wave just ran away. It looked like it was going to stand up. That wave just disappeared from underneath that. She's going to need to find a bit more quality.
Yeah, they are there, but it's hard to understand which ones are the good ones. As we can see, Imiti Fierro and Paulina do they paddle all the way from the outside to the inside just to meet with the other girls here on this little wedge. But yeah, it's so hard to read because sometimes it looks like it's gonna be a really good wave and ended up just being a completely flat section and a flat wave. And sometimes there's others that allows you to go big, like a huge turn like Marion, as we see Marion herself dropping a little behind the section on that one. She puts the board up there. Unfortunately, she goes down. But yeah, there's still a lot of good waves in this peak. So the girls just need to pick the good ones and the right ones, and yeah, just to make sure they can get some scores under their belts.
Marion Philippe's going to take a couple on the head here. She didn't really go far enough in to warrant a trip to the rip. So she's just going to go traditional and just punch straight back through it. See a bit of power unloading through here as the swell fills in. The tide pushes it up onto the mid part of the beach. And you just see all that energy coming in. It's not got really anywhere to go. You've got rock jetties at each end of the beach. So that kind of seals things off in terms of lateral flow. So all that water just kind of rushes in, and then it's also got to go back out. That's why we get these deep rips, and it scours out the sandbar as well to deep water. Deep water's great for paddling out, but it's not what you want when you're actually riding. So I want to avoid that, try and stay on the edge of the bank. We're unchanged with otherwise quite a bit of time gone ever since that really one turn from Marion Philippe, because, well, she actually has added a 107. What was that last effort that she fell off on?
Yeah, she was a little bit too late. She took off a little bit too deep on that wave. As you can see, a lot of water moving, and that's why we have the lifeguards running away, running from one point to another here in Costa de Caparica, because every jetty or a pier that we have is going to be similar to that when it comes to a rip bowl, and some people tend to, for some reason, have a paddle near the piers. And yeah, that's what happens when you paddle, when you have a swim near the piers.
Like
there's a
pick
lot.
It up.
Yeah, it is.
Out the back. Look at that thing in the background.
There's definitely that swell pushing in. Hopefully tomorrow morning he's going to still be around, and we'll have a call to understand if it's going to be finals day or not. But yeah, it's definitely picking up as we see this wave. It's so hard to read. This might be the one. You see the little double up. Is anyone looking at it? The double up was there. Oh, it was a good one, but a little far away from the other girl. So
yeah, really scrappy, this one. No, not much quality on show at all. And then between them, this lot, they've sort of conspired to somehow be out of position when waves have come through, and then quite a few missteps on the wave itself. But still, Ado hasn't really made mistakes. She hasn't locked into any of the biggest energy out here, but the way she's caught, she's surfed them well. A touch safe, that's reflected in the score. That was also due to the fact the waves were a bit soft. And then there are these juiced up sets no one's really been part of in this one. Still got over 6 minutes and 45 seconds to go in this. Priority is with Aimiti Fierro. She's there just entering the pack from the bottom left of your screen. She's in red. She does not need a big number. The 268, the jump second, and potentially a spot in the quarter-finals, which could well run tomorrow. We don't know about that yet. We'll be making calls, obviously based on conditions. A lot of waves swinging through, not a lot of surfing.
Yeah, it feels like it's very hard to be on the right position, but there's a lot of waves coming in. Obviously, we're watching from the drone angle. We cannot actually see the waves potential. But yeah, it feels like they're missing on a couple of opportunities, especially on this set, because this set had a lot of waves, and now with 5 minutes, a little bit over 5 minutes remaining, I don't think, or maybe they won't have. Look again, just plenty of waves out there, as you see. Camila up and riding. Oh, unfortunately, she didn't want to risk it. She should have tried at least just put the board on that finishing turn and try to hold on, because we already saw that gives you a lot of scores.
Yeah, unable to execute a turn there. Camilla Kemp, she's caught a lot of waves. None of them have been very good. 233, the highest she's got. That was her second wave. She got 207 as well, but despite that, she's not a long way back off an advancing position. 352 is the number. And after seeing Marion Philippe fall and get a 1, she did actually go into the rip and come out next to the jetty. So trying to punch through, and that was sort of the biggest set we've seen for a couple of hours, it felt like. You know,
oh, definitely.
Had about 25 waves in it. So yeah. Marion got washed around. She's back now, though. She's in third priority, top of the peak. We'll just keep a beady eye from above on this takeoff bowl section. Let's see if we get any takers. Ado in second priority. He's having a little bit of a look around. Not overly interested. So while we wait for someone to take a wave, let's recap our final heat of the round, final heat of the day. It's heat 4, the round of 16. And it's Pauline Ado, the veteran, early on doing good work.
Yeah, I started off with Pauline with a nice and long wave all the way through the shore. She did a couple of nice turns, nothing too major, but just keeping the momentum, keeping the flow. There, she hits it off the top. And that's got to be one of the longest waves of this contest so far, because it was really, really long. She probably used halfway through the beach, and as you see, she's already on the other pier. 40-second long wave, so that's a long time to be on a wave. As we see, her second to best wave, it's a 4.47. This finishing turn, judges liked it. And yeah, we haven't been seeing that much. And this is the money turn on this hit. Bam! A lot of spray coming out of that turn. Unfortunately, she kind of misread this inside, but the damage was done on the outside, and that's the highest single wave of this course, of this heat so far.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievably, that one turn at the moment is enough for a spot in the quarterfinals, because her other score, she fell off and still got a 1. Didn't actually complete the turn, so literally that is good enough right now in this heat to get in the quarterfinals of this event. That's crazy. 3 minutes to 15 on the clock. Let's see if we got some action here. Aimiti Fierro's got priority, doesn't like that way, lets it go. Camilla Kemp will have a swing. What she got for us here? She commits on the bottom turn and loses it at the top. She's not having a great heat.
You cannot attack these finishing turns when the wave comes sideways. You cannot attack it with a bottom turn like you're gonna attack a leap. You have to go a little bit more horizontal against it and not pushing too hard, because you know what? She only needs a 3.5. If she's smart enough to understand how to attack those leaps, she's gonna make it through. With 2 minutes and a half remaining, that's not too long, and there's a few missed opportunities by the girls, because we see plenty of waves breaking on the outside.
Aimiti Fierro needs a 268. I really feel like that wave had a 268 on it. And
definitely.
She was right there and didn't even look interested. She didn't paddle, barely even looked at it. So she's obviously got something in mind that she wants, but doesn't want to be too selective. Wave comes through, you need a score. A shot at the quarters available, just go for it. Here goes Ado, great looking entry from behind the peak for her, beautiful section. And just as we say that, it goes into a hole and backs away. And there's an illustration of how wave selection is tricky out here, because it looks like it was setting up to taper down the bank. Meanwhile, Philippe, and it gets weird for her. She gets off. All right, here goes Aimiti, and she's up and surfing first it from her, and then a cut back off the rail, keeping the board alive. A little adjustment of the feet, and then she'll look to bring us on the inside. Just a reminder, so she only needs a 2.68. What she got, she'll want to finish in here. Little clip off the top and tags it. Well done, Aimiti Fierro, all the way to the inside. She hung in there, and with under 90 on the clock, that is not a big requirement she needs.
I'm going to give it to her because, yeah, that was probably one of the best waves of the heat. Nothing too major, but we haven't seen nothing major throughout this heat, as we see here. Nice pedaling in. She attacks the lip on this first one. A little bit safe, but still, she made it. A nice carving off the top, and then she just reconnects with the inside. She was really light on her feet because those connections sometimes are really hard. And she goes for a little snap here, and then another hit off the top over the short break, and it's a 3.93, enough to make it go to second. With 40 seconds remaining, she's already out of the water and probably praying that Marion doesn't get any wave.
Great job. She held her nerve, had that prototype for a while. We were kind of asking questions, when's she going to go something? She knew the sort of wave she was looking for. She found it right there, gets the 3.93, a crucial score, and really turns the pressure back on Philippe. Where's she? She's in the lineup. She needs this wave. She's going to have to paddle hard here, and doesn't get on. Possibly another shot behind. 15 on the clock now. And we are talking about getting this up in a quarter-final. She's going to have to just stand up here and hope for a reform. Here goes Marion Philippe. Is she on is the first question. She is. And then she's off. So that'll be it for her. Had that one turn. Other than that, nothing really to bring you. And the linkage of Aimiti Fierro staying smooth on the way, but also staying composed in the lineup when she was chased in numbers. That's all part of putting the heat together. And she'll advance in second place into the quarterfinals. No mean feat, that. So great job from her. Official results, there they are. Pauline Addo, the veteran, she got her work done early. And she managed to just find opportunities, surf them well. Didn't do too much, but did enough. Showed us some of her consistency and her smart maneuver selection. That's why she is through to quarterfinals here in Caparica once again. We got the Estrella Galicia post show to bring you right after the break. Stay tuned.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome to the Australia Galicia post show for the Caparica Surf Fest. We're close. Well, we're on the cusp of quarterfinals. Another big day competition, not quite as big as our previous couple of days, but it's been a lot of fun. Here to talk you through the day, pick out some highlights. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Philip Jervis, Ben Mundy. Guys, sum up your emotions for today in a word, if possible. What's your word for the day?
Fun.
Oh, there's so many words, Paul. Exhilarating is the word I'm sticking with.
I'm gonna go with tension. I feel like there's so much at stake.
You have been a little bit tense.
The last event of the season, I just feel like there's so much up for grabs, and some people have been able to really step up, and some people have they've fallen by the wayside. Let's go straight to our heats of the day, and first of all, back to the men's heat of the day. Happened earlier on this morning. The waves were still pumping, and we talk about big performances, and that's what we got in this heat.
Yeah. I watched this one. It's pretty huge. They're all sort of Justin Bacret and Carly Vasta mates travelling together. I actually just saw that pair just sauntering down the promenade, tops off, having the time of their lives.
The rigs out.
Getting their rigs out. And this is, Philippe, wasn't it? The big air, the first big air we've seen of the whole event.
Yeah, I loved it. It's so fast. That full rotation, it just landed perfectly. Look at Justin looking from the back. That gotta hurt. But Justin Bacret just absolutely smashed this hit. A lot of good surfing, a lot of good high scores, and this is one of the best waves of this hit. Just 3 turns right on the lip, and it just milks this one with a nice cut back. And check this out. Right before he's landed, he's already claiming.
Yeah, I've seen Justin surf a lot. I've seen a lot of waves, and that's one of the best, I think, competition waves I've seen from Justin. Really, really impressive. And we talked about Philippe Jarvis. He was saying just the guy's versatility is one of his strengths. And he can do it all, can't he?
Stop it.
Yeah, that was one of the highest scores of the day. It was just the 2-turn combo that off the lip was absolutely insane.
And that actually moved him up into number 1 on the European Qualifying Series rankings. That could change depending on the conditions, but that because he got knocked out the very next round. But at this stage, he's number 1 on the rankings, Kaoli.
Someone who we're used to seeing go deep in the rankings and deep into final set competitions is Pauline Nadeau. She won the last heat. She's standing by for a chat with Joanna Garnell.
That is right, Pauline. Always giving us an end of the day like this. Perfect. How are you feeling?
I'm happy to make it, obviously, but I'm not that happy about my performance. I was a bit hesitant on where to sit in the lineup. There's 2 main spots, and with that tide, it was a bit tricky to choose. The outside bank is a bit fat and super wide, and the inside is also tricky. So I started with 2 small scores and then decided to move to the inside peak with the other girls. And I guess I was lucky they couldn't get any major scores. So I don't know. A win is a win, but I prefer when I put better scores on the board, for sure.
How are you changing up your strategy for tomorrow in the quarterfinals? You're going up against Bahia.
Yeah, well, from now it's one-on-one, so it's pretty different. You get to be a bit more selective, I think. But then I think I will adapt my strategy depending on the conditions and which tide I'm surfing, so we'll see.
Do you also change your strategy depending on who you're surfing with, or do you just do your own thing?
Not really. Generally, I try to focus on what I have to do. Obviously, you need to adapt to what your opponent is doing, and we all know each other, so we know our strengths and weaknesses, but no, mainly I focus on what I have to do.
Well, we'll see you tomorrow. Congratulations, quarterfinals.
Thank you.
Thanks, Garnell. Well done, Pauline Nadeau. You always get a sort of frank and forthright debrief from Pauline Nadeau. Super smart.
What would you say our strengths and weaknesses are, Paul?
I'm just trying to think of a weakness, Ben. You got me there. First time this week.
It's hard.
I'd say one of my weaknesses is thinking, identify my weaknesses without meaning to get too meta.
Yeah.
Should we get into the women's heat of the day?
Yes, please.
Let's roll that and remind ourselves what went down, well, a short while ago this afternoon, because the women did come after the men. Fernanda Lopez, she took it to another level, I thought. Just the way she competed, didn't look rattled, looked mentally strong, looked amazing on the waves.
Yeah, I was talking with Vasco because we were looking at this hit and he said something like, it feels like Mafalda in Costa de Caparica outdone herself, and that's maybe it's the local knowledge, maybe something, but she actually surfs really good here. And Carolina Mendes also, she surfed really well.
was a really tight hit, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. Caroline got off to a great start. She didn't. This was early on in the piece, and she didn't catch another wave really to the very, very end. It was too late. So although she got a great start and showed you what she's capable of, these 2 finishing turns were great. She didn't back it up, and she unfortunately got despite that great surfing, got knocked out. But Mafalda Lopes and Teresa Bonvallé, this is the future of Portuguese surfing, isn't it? We're watching the women's surfing, especially in Portugal, is so strong. So many great surfers. And Teresa was consistent, but I think it was Mafalda that really blew the doors open. Teresa just doing enough. And you see another big one there. That was Maud Lacar. So there was so many great surfing in this heat. A lot of action. All surfers getting off to a really solid start, and that laid the platform for, it was one of the best heats of the women's 4 rounds of 4 heats that we saw today.
Oh, that was a really good wave. As we see Mafalda, surfing, the women surfing in Portugal just boomed out of nowhere. Look at this 2-turn combo on the outside, and that was the ejection. And here another one. This is just a single turn, nice turn by Mafalda. All of them are doing really well, and the nationals have been really competitive because they're really they're big friends, but they go against each other, and it's a bit competitive.
It's ultra competitive in Europe in terms of so many good surfers vying for relatively few spots on the Challenger Series. From the women in Portugal, we've had our European champion. We had that crowned yesterday. We've also got a World Junior champion. Her name's Kika Veselka, and she absolutely ripped it out here this afternoon. And I got a really strong feeling she's a good shout for our Estrella Galicia wave of the day. Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, this wave, it was only a one maneuver wave. If you see it come up, and she just absolutely belted it. She was already looking really strong before this, and then she goes up and just got the tail out, rode out clean. You can tell by the body language she's pretty stoked about that. Job done. The old porpoise evacuation, and 9.7, best wave of the day.
Okay.
And the contest.
Call tomorrow morning. Ben, what time do you fancy coming down? What are you thinking?
Look, I'm of the classic adage that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So 7:30, I would say.
You're going to go 7:30?
Yeah, I think it's 7:30.
You're both correct. It's a 7:30 call tomorrow morning. In the meantime, worldsurfleague.com. You can check out highlights on there. We're going to send you out with some highlights. We'll see you tomorrow morning. It could be finals day. Stay tuned. We'll see you then. Good morning and a very warm welcome to Portugal. The Caparica Surf Fest is where the QS in Europe reaches its thrilling conclusion.
Well surfed, so clean.
That's how you do it. Here goes Duru. Your heat leader, bang, and he's on his way to another number there, so nicely done from Minho.
Yeah, this hit started off pretty well for Teva.
For Tristan Gilbert, the Frenchman. Little sort of carving hack. Gets up in the lip that time. He's got a section to finish off. Really working hard.
Look at this wave. This got to be one of the best waves in the morning. And again, Marco Mar just absolutely destroying that wave. I really like Vasco surfing, and he looks like he's doing pretty well. He's feeling confident again, and he told me yesterday, I just want to surf.
Gonna finish it off here. He does. And he's so like it. So not only I would say those are
That's really good.
That's crucial. Wow, gets it right in. Attacks it in the pace.
Two-turn combo, Jordan Cousinet. Sets up really hard, that big hit, and then holds the bottom turn. Another one. You see the spray landing while he's doing his next bottom turn with the curve reverse.
Beautiful technical maneuver.
this was Mark's wave. So he did really well.
This guy passed with some of the best waves of the sea. Check out this turn.
Live action here. Mafalda, great wave. Watching off for its bang. Puts it up.
Huge bottom turn and boom, blows the tail out and the things to everyone on the beach and making it.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.